required to wear masks in the building. But if commission members want to remove their mask when they're speaking in discussion, or presenters want to remove their mask and comfortable doing that when they're making their presentations, that's fine. Please be sure everyone to speak into the microphone. Lois asked me to remind you not to back away from the microphone so that the system can pick everyone up. Lunch will be ready around 1 p.m. for commission members. I'm sorry, we can't invite everyone to join us. And I think those are all the preliminary things I needed to mention. Philip, was there anything else you needed to mention at this point?
No, thank you.
So we will call the commission to order. North Carolina General Statute 138A.15 requires that at the beginning of any meeting, the chair remind all members of their duty to avoid conflicts of interest under this law. The chair also should inquire as to whether there is any known conflict of interest with respect to any matters coming before the board at this time. So I will pose that question now. If any commission members know of any conflict of interest related to matters on the agenda today, now is the time to disclose those.
Chair Smith, Council Reynolds and I talked about potential for conflict regarding the Optima issue on the agenda later and concluded that I don't have one, which I could describe in more detail when we get to that part of the agenda.
Thank you. Anyone else? Then the first order of business is to approve the minutes from the July and September meeting. So to begin with the July minutes, and as a new commission member, I cannot add anything to that part of the discussion. So for those of you who have the ability to vet the July and September minutes, is there a motion with respect to approval of the July minutes, or are there any corrections to the minutes? Let's start there first. Maggie.
I don't know if this was just me, but when I clicked on the links, I got the July minutes for both the July link and the September link. And so I wasn't able to access the September minutes. Was that corrected later? Okay.
I am in the same situation and didn't check back until this morning, and I see that the other minutes are there by now. But in the July 13 minutes, which is what's on the table right now, the version that I got, I guess a week ago when I accessed it, lacks a name under item 1, second line. The petition for rulemaking pursuant to North Carolina General Statutes regarding limit CO2 pollution from electric power sector. Chairman Myberg opened the meeting stating the matter before the commission. A petition for rulemaking was submitted by, and there's the word name in caps. Maybe that has been corrected. I did not check that.
Are there any other corrections to be noted to the July minutes? And I don't know if Ms. Thomas or one of the other staff knows immediately the name to be inserted in that spot, or if that's something we need to come back to later.
Madam Chair, if I may, the name would be the name of the folks submitting the petition. I'm glad to insert that, but that's in the record from the petition itself, and I can get that and add it in if that's the commission's pleasure, or I can look it up right now. Okay.
So is the commission inclined to approve the minutes with the addition of the name of the petitioner from the legal documents that were submitted at the time? And if so, we need a motion for approval with that change.
I'm happy to make such a motion. I agree with that procedure. I don't know if there are other comments, but they would come out if so. I move approval subject to the name being supplied.
I'll second. Wazorek, second. McAdams.
So all in favor of approving the minutes with that correction, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And given the fact that the September minutes were not available to everyone until very late, and not everyone's had a chance to review those, why don't we just delay approval of those minutes, and perhaps we can come back to that during old business at the end of the meeting if people have time to take a quick look at them during the day. So the first action item is request approval to proceed to public notice and hearing on amendments to the septic management rules. So Mr. Ulishny.
Good morning. My name's Adam Ulishny. I'm with the Division of Waste Management, Solid Waste Section. The Division of Waste Management is requesting approval from the EMC to proceed to public hearing and comment for the following amendment to 15A NCAC 13B Rule .0832 General Provisions pertaining to septic management. As shown, the septic land application and subsequent septic land application and septic detention and treatment facility permit shall be valid for a period of 10 years rather than 5. The division may issue permits for less than 10 years based on criteria currently in law. Rule .0832 establishes general requirements for handling of septic and permitting of septic management facilities. The proposed amendment was required by Session Law 2021-83, which amends the permit length for subsequent land application and septic detention and treatment facility permits from 5 to 10 years. The proposed amendment does not affect the initial permit length of 1 year for both these permits. The session law changed the permit length directly, and it remains in effect until Rule .0832 is amended. Since July 1st of this year, the division has been issuing septic land application and septic detention and treatment facility permits for a length of 10 years were allowed by rule. The session law also states that the amendment is not subject to review by the Rules Review Commission and shall become effective as though 10 or more written objections had been received as provided in the general statute. The Office of State Budget and Management on July 26th of this year, they determined the proposed amendment will have little to no impacts. The regulatory impact analysis is provided in attachment A. The increased permit length will provide a minor benefit to both private industry and state government and will not affect the fees submitted to the department. Here's the proposed rulemaking schedule. The session law does exempt the rule from review from the Rules Review Commission, and the effective date will be based on legislative review. And in summary, the division is requesting approval to proceed to public hearing and comment for amendments to 15A NCAC 13B Rule .0832 General Provisions for Septic Management and the Regulatory Impact Analysis. Thank you for your time and attention, and I can answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions? So the action requested by the division is that the commission approve the rules to go to public notice and hearing. Do I have a motion?
This is Commissioner Bailey. I so move.
There a second to the motion?
Commissioner McAdams, I'm happy to second.
So the motion has been made and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is to request approval of the hearing officer's report, the regulatory impact analysis and adoption of rule amendments for 15A NCAC 02N, which is an underground storage tank rule. So Ms. Strauss will present that.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. It's good to see you. My name is Ruth Strauss, and I'm here representing the Division of Waste Management Underground Storage Tank Section in amending the rules, the O2N rules, Title 15A of the North Carolina Administrative Code. And as Madam Chair points out, these rules set out the criteria and standards applicable to the underground storage tanks. They contain the requirements for operating and maintaining USTs, such as leak detection monitoring, periodic testing requirements, corrosion protection, tank installation, tank closure, and more. Today, the Division of Waste Management is requesting that the EMC approve the hearing officer's report and regulatory impact analysis and adopt the proposed amendments as published in the North Carolina Register with one technical correction, which I will explain later on. The purpose of this rulemaking is to incorporate the changes required by Session Laws 2018-114, Sections 19.A through E and Section 19.1A through E, as well as Session Law 2020-74, Section 17.1A through E. A regulatory impact statement was approved by the Office of State Budget Management on February the 1st, 2020. No fiscal note was necessary because the proposed rule changes actually reduced the cost burden on the regulated community and on state and local governments. On May 13th, 2021, the EMC granted approval for the rule changes to proceed to public hearing and public comment. And on August 3rd, 2021, the division held a virtual public hearing. It should also be noted that Session Laws 2018-114 and 2020-74 require that the proposed amendments be submitted for legislative review. Okay, just to explain, go over a little bit what the session laws, the changes that the session laws require. There were two in Session Law 2018-114 and one in Session Law 2020-74. And Section 19.A through E of Session Law 2018-114 changes the existing requirement for checking the operability of overfill prevention equipment installed or replaced after November 1st, 2007, from an annual requirement to every 3 years. New federal regulations that came into effect in 2015, which we adopted in 2017, require that overfill control on all USTs, regardless of installation date, be tested every 3 years. So shifting from an annual to a triennial testing for the newer tanks then matches the state rules to the federal regulation. And the rule affected is O2N.0901 parentheses O. Session Law 2018-114, Section 19.1A through E, requires the department to accept all test methods and testing equipment approved by the Environmental Protection Agency, including the use of a testable drop tube, which is an overfill control device for the required triennial testing of UST equipment. So therefore, if EPA approves it, then the state will allow it. And the rules affected are O2N.0406, .0901, O, .0905G, and .0906E. The later Session Law 2020-74, Section 17.A through E, will allow double wall spill buckets with mechanical liquid detecting sensors to be installed on tanks that were installed prior to November 1st, 2007. Prior to the session law, all spill buckets installed or replaced on or after November 1st, 2007 had to have continuous electronic leak detection sensors tied into an automatic tank gauge. The date that the tank was installed was irrelevant. However, after the new federal spill bucket testing requirements went into effect, all existing spill buckets had to be tested every 3 years. And so what happened was numerous single wall spill buckets failed and needed to be replaced. And the cost of the replacement soared due to the continuous electronic leak detection requirement. Because some older sites did not have the capability to use automatic tank gauge or had to install electrical conduit out to the tank. Therefore, the legislature became involved and passed 2020-74, requiring the department to allow these mechanical leak detecting sensors for double wall spill buckets replaced on the pre-11-107 tanks. However, the requirement for electronic liquid detecting sensors for the newer tanks installed after 11-107 still remains unchanged. And this is just a summary of the rulemaking schedule, and we are at November 18th requesting that you adopt the rule changes. And then this will go off to the legislature, and we anticipate an effective date in the summer of 2022. The changes were published in the North Carolina Register on June 15, 2021, were posted on the division's website from June 15th, 2021 through August 27th, 2021. The regulatory impact analysis was also published on the department's website, and an email was sent to interested parties on June 25th, providing links to the rule changes and schedule for public hearing. A virtual public hearing was held on August 3rd with Corrective Action Branch Environmental Program Consultant Sean McKee serving as the hearing officer. No comments were received at the public hearing or during the public comment period. The hearing officer's report is contained in Attachment D, and it recommends that the EMC adopt the rule changes as published in the North Carolina Register. However, the division has since made a technical change after the comment period to rule language in 02N.0406.2. And I have put the current and proposed, the current language and the new proposed technical correction. The intent of this amendment is to allow tank owners and operators to use testing methods and equipment that are approved by the EPA, as well as those approved by the division to test their spill buckets, containment sumps, and overfill devices. So initially, we just added U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to the existing rule language, and that's what went through public comment. However, a few days ago, Madam Chair pointed out that purporting to rewrite the federal rules was unusual and potentially confusing. So we are proposing a correction to simplify and clarify the requirement. And if you look at the highlighted text, it is showing what we would like to delete and what will be added. So the added text, or the text would be changed to say tank owners and operators may use and testing equipment approved by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency pursuant to 40 CFR 280.35A12C to meet the requirements of 40 CFR 280.35A12. So it's basically rewriting it, but maintaining the substance that will allow tank owners and operators to use methods and equipment approved by the US EPA. So today, the division is requesting that the Environmental Management Commission approve the hearing officer's report, the regulatory impact analysis, and to adopt the proposed amendments to O2N, including the technical correction, O2N.0406, paren 2. And I would be happy to answer any questions.
Madam Chair, the previous slide, please. Tank owners and operators may, or is that shall or will? Is may appropriate? And number two, second question, is there a time element to this?
Yes, this is one, it is may because there are other test methods and testing equipment that they can use, such as if the manufacturer of the equipment or method has a written specification, they can use that. Or if there's a national standard or code of practice developed by like a, ASTM or something, or Petroleum Equipment Institute, they can use that. This is an alternative that can be used if those other two aren't available, if somebody comes up with a new method or equipment, they can ask the division to approve it, or they can use, if the EPA chooses to look at it and evaluate and approve it, they can use that now. Prior to that, they could only use what the division approved.
Got you. And now the second question, time, is there a time piece to this or is that somewhere else?
It is, it's in a different part of the rule. It requires this testing every 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Yes, Mr. Carter.
Thank you. Well, first a comment. Thank you for rewriting this. I'm glad your English teacher instincts are still in place because that is so much better than it used to read. But I have a question back, it's just several slides back on your schedule. You show us adopting the rule in November, but then the next stage is not till April or May. There it is, April, May. Is there a reason for that long gap in there?
Well, and I was thinking about this before I came, I should have looked it up, but basically, we have to wait until the legislature's in session and they have to either pick it up or it becomes permanent, I believe, in 20 days or 30 days of the beginning of their session.
I think,
So if I can
Yeah.
respond to that, and I may ask Mr. Reynolds too as well. My memory is that, so this is another rule where the legislature has automatically triggered legislative review.
oh, okay.
And so that's what's driving the time frame. Is in the Administrative Procedures Act, legislative review follows its own time frame by reference to when the legislative session begins and filing of bills to disapprove the rule. That's what's driving the time frame.
But when I looked at it, I thought, this, because I heard there were no comments, I thought, well, this doesn't look like it's going to trigger 10 letters of objection. So, in the rules review process. So, okay, thank you.
I also had a question.
Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. I had a question about the regulatory impact analysis and the lack of a fiscal note. Several times in the documents, you write that there's likely to be releases that are not detected as soon, or possibly more releases. And I presume that that would have an impact on someone, right?
Yes.
And so I'm wondering why there wasn't some attempt to describe that impact even qualitatively, or describe the current spill rate and what it might be under these rules and who incurs those costs.
Well, I think we did mention that, right? That could be a potential impact.
Well, I definitely saw several times that there could be more releases or releases that were not detected, but then there was nothing else about, does that create health impacts? Does that create cleanup costs? Like presumably that means something if that actually does occur.
But it's difficult.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with those challenges, so I feel you there. Do you know what the current spill rate of these tanks is? Like how often do we encounter those issues?
Well, it depends on the age of the tank, what it's made out of and everything, the piping, et cetera. I think the corrective action branch is getting probably 150 to 200 incidents reported a year.
Okay, so if there are 200 incidents reported a year, and we're going from 1 year to 3 years of checking, I mean, maybe that could go to 600, we don't know. And do we know anything about so then once there's a leak detected, what happens? Does somebody have to clean it up?
Yes, the tank owner operator are responsible for cleaning up. They are required to have financial insurance. They're required, it's a mandatory financial responsibility requirement.
Okay, and so if that, goes on, if the leak goes undetected for 3 years instead of 1 year, it might cost them quite a bit more to clean it up potentially.
Right, but I would say not to, but the rules are kind of a called belt and suspender approach. It's not just one thing. Yes, they have to test it triennially, but they're also doing leak detection monitoring. They're checking monthly. They're looking in their containment sumps and spill buckets. So, there's another, layer of protection in there.
Okay.
But yes, generally, they are reducing the amount of test requirements. But EPA was the one so we had annual test requirements for overfill prevention for our newer secondarily contained tanks since 2007 have been, quite a step up from the old tanks in terms of environmental protection. But EPA came in and said, okay, all the existing tanks have to test triennially. And so what the tank owners for the new tanks said, well, we want that requirement too.
Okay, and I understand that we're also responding to session law in this case. I just would appreciate a more thorough description of those potential impacts on the side of, human health or costs of cleanup for this type of rule, because otherwise it's very challenging for me to judge what we're actually approving here. Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, I will agree with that in all cases, and I guess you've been sitting near me too much, but that's one of my things is the regulatory impacts, and I would like to see better quantification or attempt to quantify. I know it's difficult, but not in this particular case. I think we have to approve this because it's part of the law, but I would like to see our regulatory impact analysis and our fiscal notes more rigorous than we sometimes make them. You'll hear more from me about that later today.
Thank you, Commissioner Solomon. And it is challenging. I will just say it is challenging when the division of the commissioner are responding to a legislative mandate to make a very specific rule change. Legislative actions are subject to many things, but regulatory impact analysis is not one of them. And so it can be challenging to create that kind of analysis after the fact. I will also say it's very helpful to have that information on the record somewhere, even though it won't necessarily drive the decision at this point. Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Ms. Strauss? So the request from the division is to approve the regulatory impact analysis and the rule. Is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Bailey. I so move.
Commissioner Bailey moves approval. Is there a second? Commissioner Solomon seconds. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Thank you. The motion is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next item on the agenda is approval of the hearing officer's report on proposed rule readoptions to the water use registration allocation rules. And we'll recognize Linwood Peel for that presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commission members, good morning. Of course, my name is Linwood Peel with the Division of Water Resources within the Water Planning section. Today, we're here requesting approval of the hearing officer report on the proposed rule readoption for 15A NCAC 02E, the water use registration and allocation rules. The water use registration and allocation rules, or what we call them O2E rules, coming before you today are 0100 general provision, 0300 registration of water withdrawal and transfer, 0500 is the Central Coastal Plain Capacity Use Area rules, and 0600, which is the water use during drought and water supply emergencies. I will provide you a brief history on the O2E rules readoption process. The determination of necessary with substantive public interest was provided in early 2017. We then began a rulemaking process to readopt O2E rules in early 2017. Staff updated the Water Allocation Committee on the rule readoption timeline in July 2019. And we had a delay in there because we removed the 0400 rules from this portion of it in response to the Rules Review Commission comments. And then the Rules Review Commission provided pre-review of the O2E rules in the fall of 2019, and we incorporated their comments at that time. And then we had regulatory impact analysis for the rules were approved by OSBM in December 2020. And of course, earlier this year, the Water Allocation and Environmental Management Commission approved public notice and hearing in January and March of this year. The public comment period was from May 3rd, July 2nd to July 2nd, 2021. And Commissioner David Anderson served as the hearing officer for the public hearing, which was held virtually on May 20, 2021. And during the hearing, we had 13 people to attend, and where one person registered to speak and provided comments, then subsequently submitted those comments in writing. And we had 5 individual written comments that was received prior to the close of the comment period. And just to give you a general idea of some of the comments that we received was comments on proposed additions and changes to the language, because a lot of it was grammatical or repetitive or duplicative language that we removed. And the other general comments was the purpose and intent of the rules. And for some reason, several people thought the rules was pretty new, which some of these rules go back to the early 1990s. Then general comments on the procedure processes for permitting and registration. And all comments are summarized, with responses within the hearing officer report. And then the recommended changes made to the rule text and the response to the comments received are shown in attachment A of the hearing officer report. And the next 7 slides, we're going to show that all of the comments that was made after the public meetings that we changed and we highlighted them. So the next 7 slides will have highlight areas on them. And most of the comments came from this section 0500, but in 0301, we had 2 different comments. The first comment was a concern that the changes to the rule would remove the ability for people to get a receipt or acknowledgement of their registration once they completed. However, it was duplicative language there, and it said the same thing in 2 different lines. So we removed one of them, and but more important, people will continue to get a receipt or acknowledgement once they complete their registration and submit it to us. And the one that's shown on the screen here is a grammatical in nature. Semantics, I would say that they wanted us to break it into 2 sentences instead of 1. And of course, we made that change. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Gabrielle Shanice with the Groundwater Resources section. She's the coordinator for the Central Coastal Plain Capacity Use Area Rule, and I would like for her to go over the 0500 rule changes.
Page down. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for listening to us today. The next three slides deal with changes to the rules under the 0502 withdrawal permits. Several comments were received with concerns that the language in 502C, as stated, no groundwater withdrawal shall result in adverse effects, was too restrictive and it would result in permit denials for minimal impacts. In response to these comments, DWR recommends not using the proposed language that went out to notice and keep the original language in this rule, 0502C, to allow more flexibility for minimal impacts. There was concern that the rules were not specific on how the Cretaceous aquifer system zones would be considered in the permitting process, since the prescribed reductions previously laid out in 0503 are proposed to be eliminated. DWR agrees language should be clarified on how the Cretaceous aquifer system zones will be considered, since large investments have been made by current permit holders to meet Cretaceous aquifer zone reductions. DWR does not believe the intent of these rules is to allow new users in aquifer zones that existing water users have been mandated to reduce their water withdrawals. DWR recommends changing the word recognizing to a stronger word protecting in 0502 D3. Since 0502 D3 now reads, withdrawal permit applications for use of groundwater from the Cretaceous aquifer system shall be reviewed protecting the Cretaceous aquifer system zones. Cretaceous aquifer system wells shall be identified using the specifications in rules 0502 D1 and 0502 D2 of this section and the hydrogeological framework. In 0502M, there was a concern that the words "sell or" was stricken from this rule, and this change would put additional limits on businesses that are struggling financially and could benefit from the additional revenue generated for selling a portion of their permitted withdrawal. DWR recommends keeping the original language in 0502M. This will make it consistent with 0502L, which also uses the same language, which was not proposed to be stricken. The next three rule changes based on comments are under 0507, which are definitions. So 0507, number 3, Aquifer Recharge. There was concern that the proposed definition is not standard in literature and oversimplified. They proposed a definition from Driscoll 1986, and DWR recommends using this definition instead of what was proposed. The new definition for aquifer recharge is the addition of water to the zone of saturation. 0507, number 15, intermittent users. There was concern that changing the word "or" to the word "and" would result in a reduction of agricultural users being classified as an intermittent user, which typically is the nature of their water use. DWR recommends keeping the original language in the rule and uses the word "or." So the first part of the rule states, persons who withdraw groundwater less than 60 days per calendar year or who withdraw less than 15 million gallons of groundwater in a calendar year, and so forth. 0507, number 19, recharge rate. There was concern that the proposed definition is ambiguous and ties recharge determinations for the Cretaceous aquifers to the DWR's monitoring well network. DWR agrees and recommends striking the last two sentences in this rule, so the definition of recharge rate is only the first sentence, the rate at which water replenishes an aquifer. Lastly, this next slide is a subset of comments received that DWR recommends no rule changes. There was a comment with concern that 0505C is being eliminated from the 0500 rules, which allows agricultural users who fall under the registration requirements to register their water use with the North Carolina Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. The registration requirement in the capacity use area is annual reporting of water withdrawals. After the Central Coastal Plain Capacity Use Area rules were approved in 2002, The NCDA and CS water use survey was being conducted on an annual basis until 2012. After 2012, the NCDA and CS conducted their survey every 2 years, which is inconsistent with the annual registration reporting requirements for this rule. When DWR reviews water withdrawal permit applications, it is imperative to know all large water users in the area on at least an annual basis so we can protect those existing water users. A 2-year water use reporting scheme could miss significant changes in water use, which could result in permitting a new user that, a new water withdrawal that may not be sustainable with the existing water users. Also, there was a comment about 0502N, which has language referring to temporary permits, and why is it still necessary since the reductions have been met? The temporary permits allow DWR a way to increase water withdrawals in the Cretaceous aquifer system zones. If the existing user that previously faced reductions can provide information demonstrating the water withdrawal is sustainable, this is one avenue to allow that. Thank you for your time, Commissioners.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Next, I'm going to go over the past rulemaking schedule and the proposed schedule, which start with January 2021. The Water Allocation approved the draft rules to the full EMC with the 4 sections listed. Then in March, the EMC approved the draft rules to go to public notice. And at that time, we established a public comment period from May 3rd through July 2nd. And within that, Commissioner Anderson provided a virtual public hearing on May 20th, 2021. And then we started reviewing the comments, and then we drafted the hearing officer report, and then we met with Commissioner Anderson. We discussed issues and comments, and we addressed all the comments. And today, November 18th, we're here to ask the EMC to approve the hearing officer report, regulatory analysis, as well as adopt the rules. And then if approved, the Rule Review Commission will receive the information for December, their approval, review and approve in December. And if everything goes through January 1st, 2022, the rules will become effective. And today's the recommended motion is for the EMC to approve the hearing officer recommendations, and the bullet items here, readopt with substantive changes 15A NCAC 02E 0301, 501, 502, 504, 505, 507, 602, 603, and 605 through 615, and readopt with without substantive changes, 15A NCAC 02E 0106, 107, 601, and 604, and repeal 15A NCAC 02E 0503 and 506, as written in attachment A, proposed 15A NCAC 02E rules of the hearing officer report and associated regulatory impact analysis in Appendix B of the hearing officer report. And at this time, Gabrielle and myself are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Peel. So commissioners, are there questions? Mr. Solomon, Commissioner Solomon?
A couple, Mr. Peel, and it could go to either one of you, but I do like the changes you made, so I'll say that off the bat, that you made coming back from public comment. So can you go back to the denial criteria you came up with? And I like it, but I want to make sure that my perception is right. It's one of the first ones.
Okay.
I think I like that. It's a little vague still. And I know we don't want to get specific in rules, but I think I like it because you don't deny that many permits as much as you negotiate on the quantity of the permit, of the amount. Is that correct? And so my perception is this allows you flexibility without tying you down to look at the quantity of the withdrawal, not necessarily to just deny the withdrawal, which is usually don't deny the withdrawal, but you negotiate in quality. Is that right? Is my perception right?
Yes.
Okay. Can I go one more?
One more.
One more. Mr. Pill, let's go to recharge rate for just a second. Let me just make sure that I could not find, and I'm sure it's out there. The EPA definition that I saw said natural or man-made. Now, I did not see an official US EPA definition like in a glossary of terms, but on the website, EPA website, it says natural or man-made. I like this change that you made, but was it intentional to leave off natural or man-made and just keep it as more generic as additional water?
Yes.
Man-made versus natural.
Yes. This just kind of makes it.
Okay. And the agricultural, I assume with Mr. Anderson being the hearing, Commissioner Anderson being the hearing officer, and you guys, you did not create an undue hardship on the ag community with those requirements to go to annual requirement.
No, we don't.
I trust Commissioner Anderson on that, so, yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Lazarick?
Thank you. And for this, I might first have context. It refers to slide 11, which I think you covered. But what is the smallest permitted user, like an example of a smallest permitted user, just for my not working in this area? Is it
Okay, so when our registration comes into play, it's 10,000 gallons per day.
So would that be, but like would the by definition be a municipality, or would like a golf course reach that? Like what's the smallest like real world user that would fit that needing a permit?
We have agriculture, we have mining operations, we have municipalities, we have industry. And it can have large volumes in a specific day, but when you look at the basis, they are a small user.
Okay.
So they are turned to intermittent user. Most of our ag is intermittent users, and then some of our smaller municipalities may not quite go to water supply plants. They would fall on a registration.
Because I'm just referring then to slide 11, the changes for 60 days per calendar year or withdraw less. Does that mean if they use it 60 days, they can use as much water as they want?
Yes.
Is that the intent?
Not really, but we had so much concern with changing that word from or to and, that only a small handful would, people, I will say, ag is not out there to pump away because it costs them money to pump their water. So they are trying to use it as efficiently as possible. It does, you can withdraw quite a bit with the way this is written now, but we had so much pushback changing that one word. In the grand scheme of things, it was a small number of people that this really might impact. And being an intermittent user doesn't make them not have to have the permit. So it's just a classification for them.
And this, Commissioner, my experience professionally, this is not unique to North Carolina. This issue of ag registrations and withdrawals and their time of use and all that is everywhere. So we seem to be fair with what we're trying to do. So
Any other questions? Commissioner Deerhake?
Thank you. As Mr. Peel remembers, when we did the Chowan River Basin planning, we discussed the gap in information about ag water use. And I know there've been discussions with the North Carolina Department of Agriculture and their surveys. Does this amendment package do anything to help improve filling those information gaps in those basins?
No.
It does not. Okay. Two other quick comments. In 0502, the list that you had there for C3, I think it was. Those are potential impacts. I know this is probably outside the scope of this readoption process, but has the department ever considered if there are impacts to the groundwater quality from withdrawal? Because they're not captured in that list.
No, this mainly was under the Clean Water, not the Clean Water Act, the Water Use Act, which is mainly quantity issues.
But you are,
we do
there is
some
discussion
quality.
About saltwater intrusion now, so that's a groundwater quality
Yes.
issue. But are there potential other groundwater quality impacts that are not captured in this language that maybe we need to think about in the future?
water quality contamination, yes, that probably could be added to this.
And then my last comment is really more a sentence structure comment in 0502D3. If you scroll down, it is. Yes, well, in the language itself, if you look at the series of the text, it's preceded, 0502 says it shall contain the following information, basically is what it's saying. But when you look at this particular subparagraph, it's not a description of information to be included. It's an activity to be performed. And so it just seems to be the wrong sentence structure or out of context or something.
Even with the second sentence, the Cretaceous aquifer system well shall be identified using the specifications. And what we're trying to describe is what we're going to do for those Cretaceous aquifer system wells.
Okay. I'm just saying it doesn't flow.
Okay.
So just for future reference, you might want to think about that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from commission members? I have a couple of questions back to the definition of intermittent user. I didn't quickly see this in the rules, but can you point me to the significance of that term? So what difference does it make for someone to be categorized as an intermittent user under the rules?
As I alluded to before, it really does not get them out of having a permit. It's something during the stakeholder process when we went through the rule, getting these rules built up, it was discussed that agriculture really wanted to make sure they will recognize that their use is intermittent use, but it does not get them out of having or being required to have a permit.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? Are we prepared for a motion? The division has asked for approval of the hearing officer's report on the proposed readoptions to the water use registration and allocation rules. Oh, Mr. Anderson, I'm sorry. Commissioner Anderson was the hearing officer on these rules. So would you like to make any comments about these?
It's very self-explanatory, and I would like to go ahead and make the motion. I make the motion that the EMC approve the hearing officer's recommendations as stated on the screen and as Lynn Wood read through.
Commissioner Davis seconds. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair, may I ask for one clarification for the record to make sure I understood Commissioner Anderson's motion to include the adoption of the hearing officer's report, as well as approving the recommendations?
Or did you mean fiscal note or regulatory impact? That's usually what you
Yes,
say. You said hearing officer before.
I apologize. Thank you, Commissioner Solomon. I intended to include the fiscal note and regulatory impact analysis along with that. Is that what I understood your motion to be? Okay.
So the motion is to approve the hearing officer's report, including the regulatory impact analysis, and to approve the rules with the changes recommended as a result of the public comment. And that motion has been seconded. All the commissioners in approval vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Been adopted. Thank you. Thank you. The next agenda item is approval of the hearing officer's report on proposed rule amendments to 2L0202, the groundwater quality standards. Ms. Shelton.
Good morning, Chair Smith and members of the commission. My name is Bridget Shelton. I'm the Groundwater Standards Coordinator with the Classifications and Standards Rules Review Branch in the Division of Water Resources. I'm here today to request approval of the hearing officer's report on proposed rule amendments to 15A NCAC 02L.202.0202 groundwater quality standards. A little bit of background for this item. Within the groundwater standards rule, 15A NCAC 02L.0202 subsection G states that groundwater quality standards and interim maximum allowable concentrations shall be reviewed on a triennial basis. As a quick refresher, interim maximum allowable concentrations, or IMACs, are temporary groundwater standards that are established by the Director of DWR to ensure that an accurate and health protective value can be in place for a substance for which there is currently no groundwater standard. So keep in mind, when there is no standard or IMAC for a substance, that substance is not allowed in groundwater at levels above the practical quantitation limit, or the PQL. The PQL is a laboratory value that is essentially the lowest level of a substance that can be consistently measured in the lab. So PQL levels for some substances can be quite stringent. So oftentimes IMACs do provide relief for the regulated community. So during the last triennial review, division staff focused on reviewing the current IMACs. DWR reviewed these IMACs and considered any new or updated scientific information in accordance with the rule. Staff considered if appropriate modifications to these values were needed, and reports of the reviews were prepared and reviewed internally, as well as sent to toxicology staff at Division of Waste Management and DHHS for further review and comment. So based on this review of these IMACs, DWR proposed amendments to 15A and CAC 02L.0202 to incorporate a number of these IMACs as groundwater standards. The regulatory impact analysis was prepared and sent to OSBM, where it was approved on August 30th, 2019, and this approved analysis is included as an attachment within the hearing officer's report. So as I stated, as a result of this review, the division proposed amendments to 02L.0202. These included the adoption of groundwater quality standards for 44 substances that had established IMACs. Some of these proposed groundwater standard values were revised compared to their IMAC values based on the review of new data or re-examinations of existing toxicological data. Otherwise, the values that we recommended be incorporated into the rule did not change from the existing IMAC values. We just wanted them to go through the rulemaking process. So as a result of the review, DWR proposed the addition of a groundwater quality standard for 3 substances which do not currently have established IMACs. We also recommended updates to the rule for clarifications and ease of use, including the addition of chemical abstract service registry numbers, or CAS numbers, organizing the standards into a table, reporting in uniform units when possible, and removing synonyms, which would no longer be needed if those CAS numbers are included. So just updates to hopefully make it easier to locate the groundwater standards and to use the standards moving forward. Finally, we recommended rule text revisions to add an IMAC notification process based on a stakeholder request, so that the public will be notified when an IMAC has been requested and have the opportunity to comment before the director establishes the IMAC. And we recommended rule text revisions to clarify the triennial review process, which included adding clarification on reporting the periodic review of the standards and IMACs to the commission, and adding details on the actions that the director may take during the review of IMACs. So these proposed amendments that went to public notice that I just covered are all included in attachment C within the hearing officer's report. So there was a lot of detailed information that went into and was included with these proposed amendments. So we worked with a few members of the Groundwater and Waste Management Committee to help us get this package ready to present to the full commission. We received approval from the commission in November of last year to take these proposed amendments and the regulatory impact analysis out to public comment and hearing. The 60-day public comment period was from January 15th, 2021 to March 16th, 2021. The virtual public hearing regarding the proposed revisions and regulatory impact analysis took place on February 2nd, 2021 at 6 p.m. Commissioner Bailey served as our hearing officer. The announcement of the hearing included a WebEx link, a password, and a call-in number, and were all published in the January 15th North Carolina Register. 57 people registered to attend the public hearing and 20 registered to speak. We received a total of 769 individual written comments prior to the close of the comment period on March 16th. Attachment H within the hearing officer's report includes a link to all of those received written comments. So summary of the comments received, the vast majority of the comments that we received addressed one proposed groundwater standard. That was a proposed standard for total PFOA and PFOS. The majority of these comments were in opposition to the proposed standard of 70 parts per trillion for total PFOA and PFOS, which was based on the EPA's 2016 Drinking Water Health Advisory. A lot of these comments also address the regulation of PFAS compounds as a whole. So PFAS stands for per and polyfluoroalkyl substances. It's a broad term that refers to a large group of compounds, and then PFOA and PFOS are each considered or classified as a PFAS compound. So they are specific individual chemicals that were included in our rulemaking package that are part of the broad group of PFAS compounds. So several of the comments received about PFAS compounds identified similar points of concern and can be grouped together based on a few specific topics listed here. Comments received included the proposal of different values for a groundwater standard for PFOA and PFOS. There were also requests that PFAS compounds as a whole are regulated as a class. We received requests to repeal the current PFOA Imac. And we received a variety of other PFAS comments, including technical comments on the calculations. And a summary of all of the received oral and written comments on PFAS, along with staff responses, can be found in the hearing officer's report, and they're organized into the topics that are shown on this slide. We did receive other comments that were non-PFAS related, including support of some of the proposed changes, proposed additions and changes to the rule language, comments on the regulatory impact analysis, and other general comments. And again, these are all summarized and included with staff responses in the hearing officer's report. So based on the oral and written comments received during the public hearing and public comment period, the division and hearing officer do recommend changes to the rule text, which are included in attachment J, and which I will go over now. So a comment received requested that language in 0202C be added to allow third parties to request that the director revisit an existing Imac based on new scientific information of the types described in the rule in subsection D and E. They stated the concern that under the existing rule language, a petitioner can request that an Imac be established, but a director cannot be asked to revisit an Imac. There is also a concern that the only option available for that is to file a full rulemaking petition with the EMC. So based on this comment and to address these concerns, the hearing officer and staff do recommend the rule text changes shown here in yellow. Everything underlined are the changes that went out to public comment, and the highlighted yellow signifies the changes recommended after the comment period. So as seen here, we recommend changing petition to request in order to avoid confusion with the formal rulemaking petition process. We also recommend the added language update and remove to address the comment received. So any person may request the director of the Division of Water Resources to establish, update, or remove an Imac for a substance for which a standard has not been established under this rule. In response to the request, the director of the Division of Water Resources may establish, update, or remove an Imac. This shows recommended rule text changes continued on the same rule, subsection C of 0202. So again, replacing petition with request and petitioner with requester to avoid confusion with the formal rulemaking process. Also replacing deny with return. So then the Imac request that can be resubmitted if needed with the required information rather than denied. And adding update and remove throughout to address the concerns from the received comment. So bear with me and I'll read the last bit of this. So at least 30 days prior to establishing, updating, or removing an Imac for any substance, the Division of Water Resources shall provide public notice that an Imac has been requested to be established, updated, or removed. The public notice shall include the request for the establishment, update, or removal of the Imac for a substance, the level of the proposed Imac, if applicable, the level of the existing Imac, and the basis upon which the Division of Water Resources has relied in the development of the proposed Imac establishment, update, or removal. This notice shall be published in the North Carolina Register and posted on the DWR's website listed here. And if the division or the director of the Division of Water Resources establishes or updates an Imac, the Imac shall be posted on the Division of Water Resources website, and the commission shall be notified in writing within 30 calendar days that a new Imac has been established or an existing Imac has been updated or removed.
Madam Chairwoman, can I ask a question of Ms. Shelton and maybe Committee Chair Bailey, hearing officer Bailey? This sounds minor, and I was an integral part of this, former Commissioner Vera three of us, Vanderbilt, me and you with this, and of course Bridget's been in that too, in detail. The thing that any person can ask, and now we're letting them, we're basically opening this thing up. The definition between the petitioner and requester seems pretty fundamental. That's not obvious because traditionally these have been contaminated sites that have not had standards, and the petitioner is the entity that's seeking some kind of relief, kind of like a special order of consent, but in a different way here in groundwater. Now we're talking about requester. That could be anybody. So the department could get requests from NGOs or concerned citizen groups because it says any person. It just seems like this is making a fundamental, it's really broadening who's going to be able to ask this, where petitioner usually, I guess, maybe not legally, counsel, you have to request on that. But it seems like that was, in practice, really just the affected industry or regulated community. Does that make sense? I guess I'm looking for a legal term here.
Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Individuals under the APA are allowed to submit petitions for rule changes, and when codifying the IMAX in a rule, they are allowed to do that. I mean, so I don't see this rule allowing individuals to ask for that as being inconsistent.
Whether it's the term petitioner or requester,
Correct.
it's the same effect.
Yeah.
Okay.
We call them petitioners just because it is a petition for rulemaking.
It's petition to the department. It's not a petition for rulemaking. I guess that's why you're doing away with petitioner, right?
Well, you can actually submit a petition to the department for rules that they undertake, for responsibilities that they administer individually outside of the purview of any delegation of the commission.
I'll just add to that. The existing rule language says any person may petition. And so the change is in the verb and not the noun. So my read of the current rule is that it always allowed any person to make the request. It's just using a different terminology for what that request is.
And maybe in practice, it just wasn't, it didn't appear to be as open as this. Maybe it always was, but.
Are there other questions, or Commissioner Bailey, would you like to add anything as hearing officer?
I guess I'd just say it's the goal here anyway is to review them every 3 years and have them go into a standard. So it's what happens within that 3-year period once it's established, if someone decides to petition to change it. And besides, I guess what I would say is that the department has criteria for how they're established.
Yes, I will say
very particular.
Yeah, so the rule does lay out what is required in a request for an IMAC. And it does have to follow the information that we list out in the rule. So it is a little, I wouldn't say limited, but it does have it laid out.
If I may, and I'll come back to this maybe later, but I just don't want to lose this thought. I think part of the problem we had, not just with the levels of the IMAC, was that there were 50 some of them piled up, and we got it down to 44, but there's still 44 IMACs that most of them were a decade old or older because nobody had taken action. Because one, there's no public hearing process required to create an IMAC. It's an inside game with the director. And now we've added a notice. That was one thing we wanted, was that the public was notified. Two, there's no requirement, and I'll talk about this later, for the department to take action. So the request can, but there are IMACs that have been requested that have never been acted on. And we all acknowledge that. They're out there in space. And so now as people request, we still haven't done anything to fix that. And then we haven't done anything to fix the IMAC getting converted to a permanent rule. Although we've talked about training and review, we're still not requiring within a certain amount of time that the IMACs get converted. And part of this problem for the new people was all these got stacked up that had never been publicly reviewed or had a regulatory impact analysis put on for more than a decade. So that's a real problem. And I don't think this rule, well, I mean, getting the 44 into permanent rules is a good thing. It still doesn't address some of the procedural things. If that's, Madam Chairwoman, that was my question about where that was going, because I can see more requests coming up in time, and there's no really requirement still to have the department act on those and either approve them or disapprove them or take them to permanent rules. So that's where I'm going.
Any other questions, Commissioner Carter?
Yeah, I was going to hold this, but since we're talking about IMAX, a couple of slides back, there was a reference on the Pfas PFOA slide to request to eliminate the Imac. What was the basis for that? Why?
Right, so North Carolina was one of the first states to regulate PFOA. So we have an Imac that was established in 2006. It is outdated. And that was what a lot of the comments were asking, which is what we were trying to do for this rulemaking, was to update the PFOA value.
So it was just eliminate the old, not eliminated the Imac entirely.
A lot of the comments did want us to just eliminate the current PFOA Imac.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions? Commissioners?
Yes, I have one question.
Commissioner Kelvington?
Yes, the proposed, one of the comments in the hearing officer's report was that the proposed rule doesn't initiate a provision that compels either the director or the commission to initiate rulemaking to formally adopt an IMAC. And just wanted to see, they suggested this was not consistent with the requirements of the administrative procedures in NCGS 150B. And how did has that been looked at with the AG's office to make sure that is consistent, that would be legal?
That's a good question. I'm not sure if I can answer the legality questions. But in terms of that comment, we did respond that we are trying to clarify in these rule changes here that every 3 years the IMAX will be reviewed, and listed here. This is the actions that the director may take when we do review those IMAX. So we're trying to make it a little bit more clear that every 3 years those IMAX will be going through the formal rule making process.
Yes, but would that process include a regulatory analysis and fiscal note?
For an update or removal, I don't believe so, because that's done on the director level. But in order to codify them into the rule, it would go through the formal rulemaking process with the fiscal analysis.
Thank you.
Chairman Bailey?
Yes, I just wanted to comment. I thought it was important that what's been added in is that it's going to be reviewed on a triennial basis and reported to the commission. So we're going to get reports now on these IMAX, which is a change. And we did talk about putting a timeline on how long it takes to review the IMAC. And would you elaborate on some of the procedures and why you felt like you couldn't put a 30-day deadline on response or a 60-day deadline? Because we've gone through that also.
Yes, we did. Thank you. We did receive comments on that topic. So when we receive a request for an IMAC, we ask for any toxicological information that matches with the rule in order for us to calculate a standard. A lot of the times that information sometimes doesn't exist. So we have to ask for more research. We have to reach out to EPA and ask if they have anything or if anything's in the works for them. If there is information available, we go through the process and we do an internal review, and we also send it over to toxicology staff at Waste Management and DHHS for their review. We usually we hear back from them in about 60 days, I believe, is what we ask to hear back from them. So as you can see, with all of those steps, it's really hard to put a time limit on these. Every IMAC request is different. Every substance is different. Some are more complicated than others. So we felt it would be not beneficial to us or the requester if there was a time limit, because if we weren't able to meet that time limit because of lack of information or all of these steps taking too long, we would just have to keep returning it to them, and they would have to keep resubmitting.
So I will ask for a friendly amendment later. If you look on page 20 of the hearing officer's report, I still think it's important that the department gives people an answer to an IMAC request, because that could be anybody, right? That could be somebody concerned about human health and whatnot, and why are you doing this? And the Manufacturers Association, North Carolina Manufacturers Association, has offered that language here that basically says that within 6 months, the department's required to give a response to the IMAC request, or it goes away. And I think that is a fair response. I think the response could be, we're still studying it, but we need a response instead of nothing going there. So I will ask you later as the hearing officer to make a friendly amendment, but I do think it goes to what we debated in committee about. I think we've done something on the front end to say that we now have to go to a comment period when we adopt an IMAC. It can't just be nebulous just by the director and no public comment period. I think we've done something on the back end to say triennial review, that may be weak, but we've tried something. But in the middle, we're still weak, and we're not requiring the department to respond to the request within a certain period of time. So I will probably make that motion. I probably disagree with staff and Ms. Shelton on that. I think 6 months, people should be able to get an answer. So I'll be talking about that later.
Thanks for the heads up, Commissioner Solomon.
Well, I had to think about this a lot last night, so.
Any other comments or questions? Do you have additional? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, yes.
She hasn't finished yet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so recommended changes to the rule text after the public comment period for section G here are shown again in yellow. This is based on a conversation with our legal team. So we're placing consider with take any of. So the director of the Division of Water Resources shall take any of the following actions during the review of an established Imac. So just to be a little bit clearer and more direct here with the actions that the director may take when an Imac is reviewed. So I just covered recommended changes to the rule text based on public comments. So continuing now with additional recommended changes to the proposal after the comment period. So based on the comments received, as well as the division's ability to consider new information to establish and revise IMACs, the hearing officer recommends that the commission not adopt the proposed groundwater quality standard for total PFOA and PFOS that went out to notice. The science on PFAS chemicals is developing and many studies are currently ongoing. The division expects forthcoming information very soon on these compounds that may change the proposed health-based value that went out to notice. EPA's PFAS strategic roadmap was released just last month, which highlighted the actions that the EPA is currently taking and is committed to taking regarding PFAS compounds. This includes the work that the EPA is doing to establish a national primary drinking water regulation, or maximum contaminant level, or MCL, for PFOA and PFOS. This is expected to come out in fall 2022, with the final rule estimated in fall 2023. As part of this MCL establishment process, EPA is reevaluating toxicity values and reference doses for PFOA and PFOS that were developed for their 2016 drinking water health advisories, which was the basis of our proposal for these two compounds. EPA's Science Advisory Board PFAS Review Panel is also holding public meetings beginning in December of this year, so early next month, to review and discuss toxicity information for PFOA and PFOS. We do have indication that these toxicity values are going to be lower than the health advisory values. We expect to find out more soon during these public meetings which begin next month. The division continues to keep an eye out for any upcoming new information on PFOA and PFOS, and we continue to evaluate newly published data on these compounds that may change the proposed health-based value that went out to notice. Some of this recently published information that we are reviewing includes ATSDR's toxicological profiles for PFOA and PFOS that were finalized in May 2021. We're working with the Secretary of Science Advisory Board in reviewing this information, and we're waiting on and considering their input as well. So the division is committed to and is working on establishing an IMAC for PFOA and PFOS that is protective of health. Again, based on the comments received, as well as the expected forthcoming information on these compounds, and based on the ability for the Director of Water Resources to consider new information to establish IMACs, the hearing officer recommends that the commission not adopt the proposed groundwater quality standard for total PFOA and PFOS that went out to notice. Okay, so the anticipated rulemaking schedule. So I'm here today to request approval of a hearing officer's report and rule package. If approved, we're ready for a quick turnaround to submit to the RRC for their review at their December meeting. If we receive approval of the rule from the RRC, the earliest effective date would be January 1st, 2022. So DWR's requested action today. The division is requesting that the EMC approve the hearing officer's report on proposed rule amendments for 15A NCAC 02L.0202 groundwater quality standards. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions for Ms. Shelton? Commissioner Solomon?
Yeah, just another note, as we talked about in the area on the fiscal note. This was one that I didn't like in the beginning because it was bundled. And if you look at page 24 of the hearing officer's report, 3M stated that basically it disguised the cost of a particular one or the other. And I didn't think it was fair then. The results of this regulatory impact analysis or fiscal note is it's inconclusive. Again, like the previous one, it's just difficult to calculate. And in some cases, as you see, OSBM doesn't allow you to to measure something against something that's not a rule. So we've got this interim guideline, and you know, intuitively it makes things better for people, right, in the regulated community. But because it's not a rule, you can't really, and I know Ms. Shelton tried to do that, but this idea of us passing rules without understanding the impact of each rule we're passing, and to bundle all these 44 compounds together where there's highs and lows, it doesn't seem like it's in the spirit of the APA and what the regulatory impact should be. And so I would agree with the previous conversation we had. We need to do a better job, or we need to think about how we bundle these rules. I was concerned about the whole group of these rules originally, because I think we need to get these converted, and I'll support this because I think we need to convert these IMACs into rules, or not convert them into rules one way or the other. But the PFAS issue was going to dwarf the fiscal note. I mean, how would you do the PFAS analysis on PFAS right now to figure the fiscal note? And that was part of the problem, that we were going to adopt a PFAS rule without even being able to tell the public what the regulatory impact, what the fiscal impact would be. So I think, and I know we've talked about this before, we've got to do a better job on fiscal notes. And as we do these IMACs in the future, I don't like the idea, as 3M said here in the comments, of bundling them, because it masks the highs and the lows of each compound. So I just want to make that statement. I think we need to do a better job with the regulatory impact analysis. But with that said, I think OSBM has approved this one. That was going to be my question to you. So they have approved
Yeah,
this.
we did not make any changes.
Okay. They just took the PFAS, the combined before PFAS kind of
Yes,
out,
yeah,
and let it stand on its own as being, we can't determine the exact impact of this, and OSBM bought off. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Are there other questions? Commissioner Monist?
Yeah, I had some other questions on the what do we say?
It's
PFAS?
a PFAS, I think it combines.
Okay, so, and I really appreciate the, you know, looking at the latest science and, you know, wanting to make sure that we integrate the best science to protect people's health. In one of the documents, you know, I read that you said the division recognizes it's a priority to either rescind this IMAC or to update this value. And so it sounds like right now we're saying we can't update the value yet, but we're going to be able to soonish. But I also know EPA is not always the fastest. So I'm wondering about the decision-making about, like, why don't we just resend the IMAC now and then do a new one when we have better data, since we all acknowledge that the current IMAC is way too high.
Right, thank you. Yeah, so we're in conversations with leadership about our path forward. With this proposed rulemaking language, we know that the director would have the authority to rescind an IMAC. It was unknown before. So we're just trying to make that clear. And if this rule, it becomes effective, we would be able to do that.
Okay, so you're saying we don't have to act. This would give the director the ability to take action on that. Is that the intent? Can you say that?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's part of the problem too, because again, these have not gone through public hearing process. And so you're rescinding and adopting without anything but public comment now, but you can rescind now, but what do we rescind it to? And I think the other thing is you can still clean these sites up with special orders of consent. Probably that's being done at Comores anyway. So you don't have to have an IMAC technically. Is that correct, Ms. Shelton? I mean, you could negotiate this out and do a different vehicle than an IMAC on a site-specific basis, right?
Yes, and then just as a reminder, that PQL is what's in
Was
place
the
if there
trigger.
is no IMAC.
Right.
And let me just add to that. I think that is an important point. It is not a completely open negotiation. I mean, the structure of the rules, as I understand them, is that for those substances that the commission has not adopted a specific standard for, the practical quantification limit is the standard. The IMAC serves to bridge that gap between the practical quantification limit and having a fully adopted groundwater standard. So I think we shouldn't assume there is a completely open-ended negotiation.
No.
These are serving a particular purpose, and the backstop is always practical quantification limit. Any other comments? Mr. Bailey?
Yes, in anticipation of the friendly amendment, could you give me some kind of idea about the 6-month cutoff period? I mean, I know a lot of these IMACs are very old, but in terms of how quick, if you were to have that requirement in the rule, how would that work with some of the scenarios you might have seen for an IMAC? And maybe
Right.
they've been too old that you
Yeah.
haven't seen them, but in terms of the information turnaround, because what we don't want is to have it returned because they're incomplete. That was one of your concerns.
Right. So,
But are a lot of them going to have the sufficient information in 6 months so that there's not that many that are returned incomplete?
that's a good question. Yeah. So when we, at the receipt of an IMAC request, we hopefully also are receiving all the information necessary to develop an IMAC. If we review that information, we do not think that it is appropriate. For example, a lot of these Pfas compounds, there is not a lot of information out there right now for them. We would have to either hold on to it or return it. So the rule does state now that we would be returning the IMAC request. In terms of the timeline, it would be difficult to put a 6-month time stamp on that, especially if we're waiting on information from the scientific community or from EPA.
Well, so if one comes in, we have the 6-month time limit and the information doesn't come in, then the rule would say you have to return it. So you would probably, I would hope you would be returning it saying we didn't get sufficient information.
Which we would do anyways, even without the time limit. We would still return it without with
But there's no deadline. So,
Yes.
so I guess the harm, what would we say? Do you think there'd be more returns? Because usually the information takes longer than 6 months. That's what my question is.
That is hard to state outright, because like I said, every request is different. For some of these newer compounds, I do think that would be the case, is that we would be returning quite a few.
Okay.
I think as we talk, and again, the ones I think we're most worried about are the ones that have been requested but have had no action. And I think there's an assumption that the department will take action, but over the last decade, in this different administrations, they've always not acted on the IMAC. So there are IMACs that have been requested that have never gotten feedback to the people other than verbal. I don't have that list with me, but we talked about it, and there are lists out there of IMACs that have never been. I'm just looking, the petition says, and you can see it on page 20 would be O2L, the section that reads, and at the end, the director shall issue or deny a petition, which the petition could be to revise, keep, get rid of, do away with, whatever the request is, for an IMAC within 180 days of receipt of petition. So it sounds pretty harmless to me that you give them 6 months to either give you a thumbs up or thumbs down officially, and they could resubmit if they had another request. But what if somebody asks to revise one and you just let it go in limbo? That does not seem fair to the regulated community or to the stakeholders that may request this.
Commissioner Solomon, can I ask a question about that? I think one of the difficulties with putting a hard timeline is going to be the practical ability to meet it, but the other may be more process oriented in terms of what are legitimate grounds for the director to disapprove one within X period of time. And so without getting into an even more complicated process on what's intended to be an interim standard, I hear your point about the delays and difficulty getting a response. Does it serve the commission's purpose and to some extent the purpose of those requesting the IMACs to request the department to report back on a more frequent basis on IMAC requests received and what the status of those IMACs are? So report back to the commission in a public forum. Here are the requests we've had. Here's what the status is. Here are the factors that may be holding up approval, so that becomes more part of a public record.
I think the accountability, like I say, we don't have perfect on the back end with the triennial review to make them from IMACs to rules, but we've got a little progress and they're now being required as part of a 3-year process. I think we've done some good on the front end. I just see this middle. So whatever this commission would come in in the middle, I think I've kind of came to the conclusion we need to do something just to keep updated or to give the public feedback as to is it thumbs up or thumbs down officially. And I just have this language here. I like to give you guys language. You guys know how I've worked over the years. So there's a section and language right here that's being provided that I think is acceptable. But if the commission has other language they'd like to add, I would support that too, as long as we're making incremental progress, I guess.
Do other commission members have input on this particular issue? Yes.
It's Commissioner Rada for the minute taker. Yeah, I'd say I like the idea of having a report back perhaps all at once, so it's not multiple requests that then have to be dealt with along with other business. That seems more manageable, at least sitting here. Would that be your opinion too?
Yeah, yeah, we already have written in rule that the review of IMAX will be reported to the commission on a triennial basis. So I don't think it would be much of an issue to add any pending IMAC requests that we have.
Could you do that on a yearly instead of a triennial basis?
Yeah, sure.
Would someone like to propose alternative language along those lines?
We go back to the slide with the language on it. You were looking
Yeah,
at.
it's a little different because this section, subsection G has the reporting to the commission language.
Okay.
Can we go into where the manufacturer started? Can you pull up O2L, O2, O2C?
This is the beginning of it.
Okay. And the language that was proposed, and I'll let Commissioner Arata come up with it, but the director shall issue or deny a permit for the IMAC within 180 days of the receipt of the petition. If you want to change it to just reporting to the EMC, this may be the place to add the language and just say the director shall report to the EMC on a yearly basis the status of all IMAC requests or something.
That seems to make sense to me that's the appropriate place. I'm looking at Commission Counsel, who looks like there might be other thoughts.
So I think just in terms of process, we don't yet have a motion on the floor, I believe. So we need to have a motion, if this is the sense of a movement, we need to have a motion to approve the hearing officer's report and the rule with the additional change that's under discussion now, if that's the will of the commission. So I think just to get back to parliamentary procedure, I think we need a motion and then we can move from there.
So I will make such a motion. This is Commissioner Bailey. And I'm not sure how to frame it, except that I request that the EMC approve the hearing officer's report and fiscal note on the proposed rule amendments to 15A NCAC 2L.0202 groundwater quality standards with an amendment to the language. But we need to come up with.
Parliamentarian, I would probably say we've had her up here from staff. Once you make the motion to approve it, we can vote on the amendment. And
Okay,
she
that's all right.
technically is not going to be engaged in the discussion among the members. But I think
No,
we've
I
asked staff
understood.
what they want. So you
Okay.
can make the motion.
So I've
on
made
this.
the motion just about the, to request approval of the hearing officer's report and fiscal note on proposed rule amendments to 15A NCAC 2L.0202 groundwater quality standards.
So is there a second to that motion?
I'll second. Commissioner Lazort.
Any further discussion of the motion?
I would like to ask Commissioner Arata to offer a friendly amendment as we've discussed with staff here to get their input, but now it's us. So Chairman Arata, if you want to, I'll second.
To offer a friendly amendment.
I recognize Commissioner Arata to offer a friendly amendment.
Okay. Great, and that would be to the language that we have looked at, that Commissioner Solomon referenced on page 20 of the hearing officer's report, to read that the director shall provide an update to the commission on Imac statuses within
On a yearly basis.
on a yearly basis. Yeah. Annually.
I'll second that.
So I believe, let me see if I can restate that, both for me and for Mr. Reynolds. So the amendment to the motion is to request to add language. Is this the correct rule that we have up on the screen now?
I believe so.
To add language that requires the director to report to the commission on an annual basis on the status of any outstanding Imac requests.
That would be correct.
Any discussion? Does the mover and seconder accept that as a friendly amendment?
Yes, this is Commissioner Bailey. I do accept that as a friendly amendment.
Madam Chair, I guess the question I would have then, how does the requester know that he's going to have, or she is going to have, or they are going to have the status? Will the requester receive some notice that an update will be provided, or?
I assume that we would handle this the way we do other commission agenda items, so that if there will be an annual report back to the commission on the status, we would put that on the agenda and there would be notice to the public.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Covington, I just wanted to have a clarification. Would the IMAC then go through formal rulemaking process with that?
So that is not part of this motion. I mean, the way the process normally works, and I'll ask either Ms. Shelton or Mr. Reynolds to correct me when I get it wrong, is that the director and staff develop the interim maximum contaminant level. That can become a permanent rule if it's brought back to the commission with a recommendation to adopt that standard as a permanent groundwater standard. And at that point, it would go through a full APA process. I think if there are continuing questions among commission members about how an IMAC fits into the overall Administrative Procedures Act process, perhaps we can come back with some more legal background on that question, because there are specific APA provisions for emergency actions and technical standards that take certain types of actions out of the definition of a rule. So if commissioners, this is a separate issue and we can discuss this later if you'd like, but if commissioners are interested in seeing more about how this kind of interim standard fits into APA rulemaking requirements, I think that may be something we should do. Any other discussion? So we have an amended motion. The friendly amendments have been accepted by the mover and seconder. Any further discussion? Or Mr. Reynolds, do you have?
Yes, Madam Chair, if we may, I just want to make sure that what the intent of the commission is to replace the reporting language currently from a triennial to annual basis on, and I wasn't clear, entirely sure, was it annually on the status of any pending IMAC requests?
Yes.
I believe the intent of the motion was yes, on any interim, any pending interim maximum.
Yes, because again, we're not asking that every 3 years, we'll just put it in the triennial review. So that means you could go through a triennial review and pass, and it would be 6 years before you get rulemaking. That's a separate issue.
Yeah, right.
This is just, we just need regular reporting back to us on the status.
I just want to make sure that I understood whether what language is being substituted. And so it's being adding, it's being a.
Yeah.
You want to restate your language, Commissioner?
Sure. I think if we look at the slide behind us, it would be in between the sentence, let's see here, that ends with the Division of Water Resources shall return the request. In between there and at least 30 days is to add language requiring an annual reporting back to the commission.
To the commission.
Yeah.
Correct. Of any outstanding request.
So are we clear on the language? Any feedback from the division?
Hey, I'm Jeff Manning. I'm supervisor of the Classification Standards Rules Review Branch in DWR. I was sitting there, I just heard Philip talking about the triangle review language. I just want to make sure that it's understood that that's separate.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you, Jeff. I've got it now. That's why I was confused. and wanted to make sure I had the language in the right place.
So Commissioner Bailey?
I'd just like to comment on, I wanted to thank Commissioner Solomon and former Commissioner Vandervaart, who isn't here, who worked with me, and Bridget and the whole water quality planning staff for months, years, trying to get this through, which I think is a very important landmark for our state to get all of these compounds regulated and being reviewed now every 3 years. So I think this is a real achievement to get this through, and we took a lot of care in how this was put together and presented. And I'm very pleased about the outcome of all of this, and that the bulk of almost all of the compounds now are going to be codified, which is a great achievement for the state. So thank you for all your work. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor, aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. No. So the motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Shelton. The next agenda item is review and approval of the 2021 Coastal Habitat Protection Plan. What I would suggest is let's take a 5-minute break while we're set up for that and come back at whatever 5 minutes from now is.
We gotta make it.
There you go. Thank you. I realized about watching, not saying what the clock on the wall is saying.
Really.
You may have just called it to the home by accident.
Yes. Yes.
The 2021 Coastal Habitat Protection Plan. So recognize Mr. Johnson for that presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jimmy Johnson. I'm with the Albemarle-Pamlico National Estuary Partnership. I'm the Coastal Habitats Coordinator. Andy, who's with the Division of Marine Fisheries, is here with me today, and we want to share with you all the results of the public comment period for the 2021 CHIP amendment, and to share with you the motions that were made during the 5 meetings of the Marine Fishery Commission's advisory committees. Then at the end, we will be asking for your endorsement and approval of the amendment. I want to thank Commissioners Anderson and Bailey for their work on the CHIP steering committee. And I also want to thank Commissioner Deerhake for the work that she did with the work group that met this summer that was put together by the North Carolina Coastal Federation and Pew Charitable Trust. The public comment period lasted from September 21st through October 21st. And the CHIP Steering Committee met on October 25th to review the comments that came out of the Marine Fishery Commission's Advisory Committee meetings, the online survey, and then also any comments that were sent in by way of the department's email address. 4 of the advisory committees passed the same motion supporting the 2021 CHIP amendment and the inclusion of stakeholder recommendations to explore forming a public-private partnership to seek funding for and advance the plans for the recommended actions. The Northern Advisory Committee made a motion to accept recommendations of the CHIP, but with additions to the wastewater infrastructure issue paper regarding septic system infrastructure concerns that they had. The Northern Committee also had an additional separate motion to add into the recommended actions in the SAV chapter wording to address reducing nitrogen loading to the atmosphere from animal operations, which is then deposited into surface water. The Finfish Advisory Committee also had a second motion to include in the document working that we would work closely with the Division of Soil and Water Conservation to introduce vegetative buffer zones on farms and livestock operations in the coastal region. Some other comments from the advisory committees included strong concern about water quality, the urgency to take some action, and also the benefit of what we were trying to do to the coastal economy. There was strong support for the public-private partnership at all of the advisory committee meetings. There was also concern about intense development in the coastal counties, lack of buffer requirements on farms, which impact shellfish harvest, the habitat, fish populations, as well as health concerns for the citizens. There was support for developing nutrient criteria for submerged aquatic vegetation and nature-based solutions to address runoff. And again, there was support for all of the recommended actions and the funding needs that are mentioned in the document, specifically with regards to wastewater treatment infrastructure maintenance, compliance positions, as well as monitoring. We received 93 responses from the online survey that we had available to the public, and 90% of those that responded were very concerned about coastal habitats and water quality. On the graph on the right, the green bars show the results for the level of support for establishing nutrient targets and standards to improve water quality for SAV. The blue bars indicates the level of support for having SAV mapping and a monitoring program to assess management changes. The orange bars show the level of support for attempting to secure state funding to implement the recommended actions. And then the yellow bars are an indication of the level of support for increasing use of nature-based best management practices, as well as low-impact development. Over 80% of the respondents strongly agreed with implementing nutrient standards. Over 90% strongly agreed that nature-based BMP should be implemented to a greater extent. And the respondents also strongly agreed with attempting to secure state funding to implement the recommended actions, including regular and sufficient mapping and monitoring. There were several questions regarding support for some of the wetland recommended actions, and we did our best to answer those questions that were brought forward. But again, the results of the survey indicate strong public support for those recommended actions, with over 75% strongly agreeing with obtaining new, more accurate wetland maps, which is indicated by the green bars, and over 90% strongly agreeing with restoring wetland hydrology and conserving land for marsh migration, which is the orange bars. There was strong but slightly less support for preventing oyster harvest from living shorelines. That is indicated by the blue bars. And then over 75% of the public said that they would be willing to implement nature-based solutions on their property to reduce runoff, and that's shown by the yellow. And we think that's very encouraging. The key to achieving that success with regards to those actions is outreach and explaining how nature-based solutions can best be enacted. As far as environmental rule compliance, 90% strongly agreed that adhering to rules can prevent habitat and water quality degradation. That's shown by the green bars. And that funding should be provided for sufficient staffing. That's shown by the blue bars. The wastewater infrastructure paper, 56% had seen or have been affected by sewage spills. And 90% strongly agreed that additional priority should be given to maintaining and repairing wastewater infrastructure where needed. And with regards to habitat mapping and monitoring, 85% strongly agreed that assessing habitat status was important for management. There was two petitions that were submitted, one on behalf of Audubon, North Carolina. That was signed by 461 people who strongly support the amendment. The second petition came from the North Carolina Conservation Network. It was signed by 796 individuals strongly supporting the CHIP amendment. The suggested edits to the recommended actions and any changes to the text were discussed with the CHIP Steering Committee on the 25th of October. And in just a moment, we will review what the steering committee decided to do with the discussion that took place. In the draft CHIP amendment, we have included an appendix summarizing all of the public comments which were received. This is a list of the various organizations that submitted letters. The bolded organizations are ones that had some concerns or requested significant changes to the recommended actions. The other groups, their comments were all very positive, or they were positive with some suggested changes. There was indeed overwhelming support for the amendment and a strong desire to see the recommendations implemented. I'm going to let Ann come up and talk about some of the changes that have been made to the recommended action since we were before you the last.
Good morning. Nice to see everybody in person. So as Jimmy just mentioned, we did have a CHIP steering committee meeting in October to review all of that public comment. And at that time, they reviewed everything in detail, and based on the discussion, decided to modify 4 of the recommended actions and add 1 additional recommendation. So the 4 that were modified were all from the SAV improvement and restoration through water, SAV restoration and protection through water quality improvement issue paper. The first change that was made was to recommendation 4.1. And the steering committee wanted to expand the funding opportunities for SAV management beyond state funds as it had been worded. So now it reads, by 2023, the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality will pursue recurring funding as well as funding from state, federal, and private sources. That includes the adequate amount to staff and successfully evaluate and meet the SAV acreage goals and implement all of the SAV recommended actions that contribute to those goals. And I did want to mention, so I think it was brought up at our last meeting, when we have dates, the intent was by the end of that year. So this will be by the end of 2023. The next recommended action that was modified was 4.4. And the CHIP steering committee was a little bit concerned that we had a target of 50% increase in best management practices being utilized, both from ag, cost share BMPs, as well as stormwater BMPs. And the reason they had a concern is how could we target that when the amount you implement is so dependent on the funding in those cost share programs.
So that was modified to take out the actual target of 50% and to add in the need for additional funding. So it now reads, by 2022, DEQ will form a work group with the Division of Water Resources, Division of Energy, Mineral and Land Resources, Soil and Water Conservation, local governments, and other partners to increase best management practices related to water quality, to the extent possible, consistent with current funding levels, and request increased state cost share funding. Then we have two recommended actions that were modified slightly, really semantics, 4.7 and 4.8. They were modified so that the action was directed at EMC, you all, rather than an advisory counselor to the division. Because ultimately, if there's any rulemaking action that's needed, it would come from the EMC. So now it says by 4.7 is by 2022, the EMC will receive guidance from the Nutrient Criteria Development Plan Scientific Advisory Council on establishing a water quality standard for lake penetration, with the target of 22% to the deep edge of the SAB in high salinity waters and a lake penetration target of 13% at the deep edge for low SAB water. And then very similarly, 4.8 is just changed to say by 2022, at the request of the EMC, the NCDP SAC will evaluate the chlorophyll A water quality standard and as needed, recommended be revised by the EMC to ensure protection of SAB in high and low salinity water bodies, beginning with Albemarle Sound and Chelan and continuing with the other water bodies. And then that's it for the modification. The one added recommendation came out of the high interest and input we received from the public to form a public-private partnership. On the side, this would be a stakeholder group to just broaden and increase collaboration, potential funding and support for implementing the actions in the plan. So this new recommendation reads, by 2022, DEQ will support the formation of a public-private partnership that will engage a diverse group of stakeholders to assist in developing, implementing, and securing decision maker support and funding for measures in the 2021 CHIP amendment that protect and restore water quality. If you remember the other recommendations, several of them are really dependent on increased funding. So this is a way to not only increase funding, but also increase support and collaboration. So the committee also reviewed other comments and suggested changes, but that was really the only changes that were made based on what you were presented at the last meeting. And so they passed a motion to send the amendment to the commissions, which is why we're here today. The CRC met last week and they did approve the CHIP amendment. They also added into their motion just to encourage, seeking federal, state, local, and private funds for the implementation and to form the public-private partnership. And they actually said that they suggested the EMC and the EMC also help. CRC is going to help identify stakeholders for this public-private partnership. I thought it'd be good if all of the commissions helped with that. So today we're just here to request final approval of the CHIP 2021 amendment. And that's all we have unless there's questions.
Thank you, Ms. Deaton and Commissioner Bailey.
Yes, I just wanted to make a couple of comments. I was on the steering committee along with Commissioner Anderson, and so I saw all the work that went into this plan and updating it for this year. And some of the things that I had been concerned about was, there's all these recommendations made for DEQ and EMC, but there's been a lot of coordination with the department all the way to the Secretary's office on this. So I wanted to make that clear that they've been working with the Secretary's office, and we might want to hear more about that. And then I just wanted to point out that, for example, the White Oak River Basin plan that's up for our decision today also mentions this chip in it. So could you, Ann, explain a little bit more about the coordination with the department? We often have the department people on our conference calls.
Yes, a lot of, John Nicholson frequently attended the calls. And APNEP, the director, Bill Cole, is here today. He's been incredibly supportive. So they've been aware of the issue papers. They've reviewed all the issue papers that the draft was sent to all of the division directors, as well as the department. And then if you all approve the amendment, then it would go back to the secretary for that final review for 30 days. And then it would go to the Joint Legislative Commission of Governmental Operations. So we try to really engage with the staff from the divisions because it is a DEQ plan. It's not a DMF, but it's not a DMF plan. So we want to make sure that the actions were things that they would support that were needed.
Commissioner Anderson, did you want to add anything, given your involvement on the steering committee?
Really, no comment.
Other commission members have questions? Commissioner Derry.
Thank you. As Water Quality Committee Chairman, I want to thank Commissioners Anderson and Bailey for their service on the steering committee. It's a large effort, but it demonstrated their dedication as well as the dedication of other commissions members. So we thank you for that. The Water Quality Committee did hear a previous iteration of this. I guess the most recent draft to this final in September. And we were not tasked with it as an action item, but rather to provide feedback. The consensus of the full committee was that it should be recommended to the full commission, even though it's not a formal action on our part.
Any other questions? Commissioner Keen?
Madam Chair, thank you. Under RA 4.1 on the revised wording, the pursuing recurring funding in relation to the budget, assuming to be passed, the state budget. When you were working through these revisions, did you take into account that the dollars that were in the bill to be passed, the budget bill? Do you have a total number of dollars that you were looking for that is in this budget to be passed here shortly?
There's no, from what I've reviewed, there's no money specifically that would target the SAB mapping, monitoring, assessment, and implementing specifically. However, a lot of the resilience actions would benefit water quality for SAB. And so nothing is targeting money just strictly to one agency for that, but I just saw the bill the other day. So we were hoping it would be good, and there's a lot of great things that are good. I mean, I should say we already implemented some of this because we are getting funding, seeking funding for living shorelines, and there's money in there to help with living shorelines and nature-based solutions to address flooding that would also benefit wetlands and fish. So there's a lot of good information.
Madam Chair, my concern there in this particular change, obtain and pursue. Obtaining, and they've been working on this, Jimmy and staff have been working on this for a number of years, and this is nothing new to the commission. But I was thinking that the department had lined out different lanes to obtain funding at this current budget. I was just under the impression that monies had been obtained. If the budget is passed, it will be obtained. And pursuing further, I was just trying to get an idea of what dollars you were asking for. That's just a concern there. under 4.7, revised wording on the EMC will receive guidance from NCDP, Scientific Advisory Council, SAC. That on establishing a water quality standard for light penetration, a target value of 22% on deep edge. How is that going to be done? And the water body regions, how are those regions going to be designated? The water body regions, if we do not have, or if we're asking for funding for wetland mapping that you mentioned. So the water body regions, are they going to be wetlands? In those regions, how are we going to identify that?
So for this,
So I have concern there with that wording.
for this action is about SAB, not wetlands. And we already have water body regions in the plan. There's a map and it's basically the hydrologic units broken down, and whatever SAB would be within that hydrologic unit is that. They're kind of like Almar Sound, I believe, it's a water body region. News River is a water body region. Tarpon, not too many, but just so that you can customize, really look at what the sources are that are impacting your quality and address that rather than, a coast-wide approach. So we already know that. We already have these percent values. That is known biological data from many, many studies on how much light the grass needs to survive. Just like you buy a plant, some need full sun, some need part shade. They know how much light it needs. The NCDP is already working on this and making discussions, as well as DWR staff. And they are considering obtaining more data specific to certain water body regions in North Carolina before locking that in. So this is all worded so that there is some flexibility, so that it's correctly scientifically based.
And in regards to that, will there be potential rules being made for that, Madam Chair?
It seems to me that that's probably a preliminary sort of question. At this point, the recommendation is that the EMC would receive some guidance on establishing a water quality standard. If there were in fact to be a water quality standard on this basis, that would certainly require rulemaking.
And that's how that they have used that. They have done that in other states.
Right. And with that said, I'll finish that with, then if there's a rulemaking process, then this would help us get a jump start on that. This study material from the advisory council.
Are there any other questions or comments?
Yeah, following Commissioner
Solomon?
King's comments, and Ann and Jimmy, I know we talked, I do appreciate, we talked about SSOs versus just making it an I&I issue, and you guys did that. I appreciate that. I think you've got it clarified pretty well that it's more of an SSO than a pure I&I issue on the wastewater side. But the Commissioner King's comments, I think back to what we get sometimes from the science advisory committees and whatnot, we get a single point. It would be nice with the discretion we have to do rulemaking to have a range and a level of confidence around it versus just a single point that somebody's made, because in our rulemaking, we have to consider all the effects, not just the pure science effect. So a range would be great when these numbers come back, as Commissioner King asked for, because it won't be exact, I don't think.
Okay. And we have been, the CHIP team staff, we've been attending some of the calls with the folks and trying to stay engaged and provide whatever information we can to help out with that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are there any other questions, comments? Commissioner Carter?
Hopefully this is just a clarifying question. I'm just trying to be clear on exactly what it is we're going to be voting on. It's the whole set of steering committee recommendations. It's what they're asking for approval of, or?
My understanding is that they are requesting approval of these amendments to the Coastal Habitat Protection Plan, which include all of the recommended actions that are set out in the amended plan. The focus today has been on those that have changed.
Right.
Okay.
And there is, if you have the document, there's a summary at the end of all of them together.
Are there other questions or comments? So the action requested by the CHIP Steering Committee is approval of the 2021 Coastal Habitat Protection Plan as amended. Is there a motion to that effect?
This is Commissioner Bailey, and I'm prepared to make a motion. I'm requesting that the Environmental Management Commission approve the 2021 amendment to the Coastal Habitat Protection Plan. The Environmental Management Commission further encourages that all avenues to obtain federal, state, local, and private funds to implement the actions in the plan be pursued, including forming the public-private partnership that the plan recommends. We also wanted to add to that, as suggested by the CHIP Steering Committee, the Environmental Management Commission will help identify engaged stakeholders to participate in the partnership and encourages the Coastal Resources Commission and the Marine Fisheries Commission to do the same. So I think the motion in short would be as requesting the Environmental Management Commission to approve the 2021 amendment to the Coastal Habitat Protection Plan.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Commissioner Deerhake seconds. Is there any further discussion of the motion? If not, everyone who supports the motion, please vote aye.
Aye.
On opposed, no. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
The next action item on the agenda is a request for approval to proceed to public hearing on amendments to the Title V rules and the accompanying regulatory impact analysis. And we have Ms. Quinlan on the agenda. You do not appear to be Ms. Quinlan. So if you will identify yourself.
Yes, I'm Patrick Nelson, Rural Development Branch Supervisor. Catherine was not feeling well today, so I'll be filling in for her. Today I'm going to present the Title V rule revisions. Okay, a little background on these set of rules. Our initial Title V operating program was approved by EPA back in August of 2001. And approximately about every 5 years, EPA does program reviews. So we're currently this year in our 4th review of our program. In February of this year, we received a set of comments from EPA on our Title V rules. The Title V rules that EPA used to review our program were from a set of rules in Group 2 of the rule readoption process. There are latest rules we have on in the administrative code. After receiving those comments, Mark Suella, our current section chief, is the overall lead on this, and we got together. His group in permitting reviewed the rules for based on their experience and their application of the rules. And the Rural Development Branch reviewed the historical past hearing records and everything to see why, when and why we changed certain language in the rules. So over a series of hearing meetings over the months, we worked on that and came to a consensus on our reply back to EPA. We submitted those comments to EPA in July of this year. We also had a meeting to go through each one of our responses with EPA. EPA came back in August with kind of a few more questions and lingering issues. And we addressed the EPA feedback at that time. So overview of this, general comments, were a lot of them were just minor typographical and rule reference errors, and revisions to the existing language to make it consistent with 40 CFR Part 70, which is a section of Clean Air Act that governs Title V permits. And procedural updates for processing timeframe, final actions, or participation in submittal document to EPA. So be a little bit more specific now, some of the changes that we've done. The very first one in 503, the paragraph 5, we just had an incomplete reference to the general statutes, and we corrected that. In 02Q 5054, we had the word or in there, and with discussion with EPA, they should be all-inclusive list, so we changed or from and so we revised it by removing one subparagraph 4A and including it all under 4B. In 02Q 507A, yeah, they suggested we add language ensure that the category newly subject existing sources are covered under complete application schedule. And we revised our paragraph to align it with the language in 40 CFR Part 75A, and which now covers the newly subject sources. And we also revised the definition in 503.18 for the word timely, consistent with that language. In 02Q 507J, we inadvertently removed the word fee during the rural readoption process. So we just restored that word in this rural revision. In 508 I3, they suggested we add constitutes a violation of the act in the language, which we added that to our rule. In 508 I13 for fugitive emissions, they asked for the reasoning behind if regulated. We discussed it and we didn't see any need for that term, so we removed it from the rule. In 508K, for federally enforceable only provision, EPA recommended updating the language to reflect the recent Hazelhurst petition response, and no longer included an option for Title V permits to contain conditions that are enforceable by EPA only. We revised the paragraph K in the rule. We have a slide right after this one, and we'll go a little more detail for that change. In 508 and 3D, add credible evidence language from 40 Part 70 to the rule, which we did add to the rule. And in 509H, recommend adding language stating general permit issues are not considered a final permit action for purposes of judicial review. And we added that judicial review language to our rule. So back to 508K, questions came up during the air quality committee on what's federally enforceable and only versus federal enforceable and standalone. So we created this slide, 3 columns, and provision that's federal, that's EPA only would be, example would be a general duty clause under 112R1, and that's not to be included in a Title V permit. Then federal enforceable means, as we redefined in the rules, is enforceable by EPA, citizens, and the state. And as you can see, the definitions here we revised in 16 and in 1 for the administrator. Examples of this were the NSPS and Imac rules. And for state enforceable only, it'd be terms and conditions in a permit that are enforceable only by the state. Examples of that would be our toxics program, fugitive dust, and odor. Additional rules in 02Q 514, 8A and 9, they suggested the subparagraph 8 was an approval as written, may be an issue combined with another rule. So we revised the rule by combining subparagraphs 8A and A9 and revised to only apply for permanently removed equipment. In 02Q 514D administrative permit amendments and permit shield, this condition is intended to apply to administrative permits pursuant to the 70.7B1B as proposed, after proposed, but during the rural readoption process. I guess the language was removed. So D should be either removed or 514 should be revised to contain the provisions. So we determined that is to remove paragraph D from 02Q 514. Significant modification to review deadline and 516 add significant modification technical review timeline to 525 and indicate that the majority will be significant modification will be completed within 9 months of receipt of the complete application. And the rule under paragraph G has been added to 525 to reference the requirements that are in 40 CFR Part 70, 7E for apply. Permit issuance deadline, remove the requirement to issue a permit within 5 days of modification that EPA will not object, since it's not always done in practice, and the state may need additional time to address and respond to EPA comments. We removed the 5-day requirement. In practice, the DAQ issues a permit on the 15th day following the close of EPA's 45-day comment period if EPA does not object. The revised language reflects the current practice. Public notice. There was a few comments there. One specified the web posting will be remain during duration of comment period. That's our current practice. So we revised the paragraphs B and C in the rule to indicate that current practice. EPA recommended we remove URL to websites in our rules because they change. We mentioned that under our administrative code that we can make technical changes, and we would prefer to keep the URLs. It's good for the public and everybody understand exactly where to find the information. And if desired by DAQ, that newspaper publication requirement can be removed. So that the division would prefer to retain the newspaper noticing requirements as currently stated in the rules, have not made this change. Public hearings, change language where the director finds public hearings in the best interest of the public to the director finds that there's substantial public interest in a public hearing, and we revise the language as it is in the Part 70. And 02Q 521 comments, record of comments during public notice, add a requirement for the division to keep a record of the comments and issues raised during the public participation process. And we revised 521 to align with the requirements for Part 70. Response to significant comments, add the language in Part 70 to respond to significant comments raised during public participation process, including public comment period and public hearing. And we added a new paragraph I to 521 to align with the requirements in 40 CFR Part 70. Providing response to comments to EPA, and this is for Rule 02Q 522, add requirements from 70.8 A1 that the division provide EPA with a statement of basis, written response to comments, and explanation of how comments and responses are available to the public. So we revised paragraph A to submit a statement of basis to EPA, added a new paragraph B that was added to refer to the specific section in 40 CFR Part 70, and a new paragraph C was added that requires EPA to provide EPA with written response to comments.
I also suggest that we add a requirement that from Part 78A1 that such information is provided in a computer readable format compatible with EPA's National Database of Management System, and we added a specific paragraph to respond to that comment. Timeline for final actions. They revise the final actions on permits to take place within 18-month time frame outlined in 40 CFR Part 7A2. The majority of the significant modifications are processed within 9 months. And we added a new paragraph to reference that requirement in 518, which we revised to require final action within 18 months. That's a new paragraph. And 525.3 was revised to reference the specific requirements of the 40 CFR Part 70, which contains the 9-month window of completion technical review. And 526, there was just a typographical error, probably introduced during the rule readoption process, so we just corrected the cross-reference. Okay, 527. This is not part of the package, but there was comments on it from EPA. Provide clarification using the use of this section, as it's unclear as a result of the permit that EPA does not recognize as a valid permit. This is for the expedited application process. This has been in our rules from the very beginning. It's a language that comes out of general statute. It's not part of 40 CFR Part 70. EPA has always had a concern, but we've always had a very first paragraph in this rule that says that the, this exactly, it says, using the procedures contained in this rule may result in a permit that EPA does not recognize as a valid permit. We've always had that language there. We're not suggesting making any changes to 527. Statement of basis, add a citation in our rules to the 40 CFR Part 77A5. And we has been added to 522. Judicial review, there's not language regarding judicial review that our Carolina original approval relied on AG opinion to demonstrate adequacy of the 40 CFR, for Part 70 judicial review provisions. However, it cites directly to the original 18-month requirement is no longer in our Carolina rule. We restored the 18-month requirement, and we're going to address the judicial review not in the rule language, but as part of the submittal of the final rules to EPA. A few other minor things, really go through this thing. We added a definition for federally enforceable to line with the 40 CFR Part 70 and added a definition for state enforceable. So for those parts of the permit that are enforceable only by the state. And we have correct references to several rules. Some of these cross references were introduced during the rule readoption process. And I'm really absolutely the rest already. Additional ones, again, minor little things, just correcting how capitalized state enforcement, my punctuation, and other cross-reference changes. So I'm not going to go in detail on each little change there. And since I'm, excuse me a little bit, since I'm just put on the spot to do this, just make sure there's anything really important here that are not just minor corrections. Now, this is just really a lot of the changes we've already discussed earlier on 525. So, since these revisions are primarily administrative and updates to align our rules with 40 CFR Part 70 and with Part 70 and our current practices, we did not find any economic impact. OSBM determined that they did a review and they determined little impact to state and local government, no substantial economic impact. And they approved the regulatory impact analysis. Sure.
Mr. Solid.
You get to the regulatory impact analysis. Conclusion is a DAQ, but you don't have to go to, but you say nowhere in the regulatory impact analysis with that was. Here you're saying it did.
It did.
And the statement here says that it's the end, and I've got to ask you this.
Okay.
Title V is the air world is like MBS in the water world. It's a big thing. Now you look at it, as such, the DAQ does not expect the rule changes to result in any health or environmental impacts. Got that. Or here it is. Or have any appreciable cost or benefit. That's a big statement. If you're changing one of the biggest programs in the state, you're saying it doesn't have any appreciable cost or benefit. And that's according to DAQ. It doesn't say anything about that was being done independently or. That's in the document on both of the public.
Okay. Well, I
I
mean,
just don't want you to get called. I don't want you to get called when it comes back. Somebody say, why didn't you do more? Why didn't you just a basic $100 million analysis? Because you've got terms in here, wrote them down like state environmental only, credible evidence, timely. It seems like they should have some cost and benefit on this.
because working with OSBN, many of the things was we were aligning the rules with our current practices. So there was like no practical effect to the permitted facility, to the public, to ourselves. Not like we're doing anything different. We're just putting in on paper currently what we're doing in practice. So there was like no net effect. Sure. Well, I mean, we did go through OSBN, an extensive review. Actually, it might be posted now because I asked the question.
And the one I looked at, one I've got in front of me, just had that on it, but it didn't have anything about search for OSBM, and I just had your department, which is your entitlement. That's a different thing.
Well, they did approve it. They submitted it to up to OH and everything else. They did not post it on their website. I raised the question the other day. I said, "Do you not post them?" They said, "No, we will not post anything that's not really required to have regulatory impact analysis." Technically, by the EPA, we're not required to have regulatory impact analysis, but as a division, we always do it anyway, even if we're not required, because we just feel that's a good practice. So the tentative rulemaking timeline, we're at this stage where we're requesting EMC approved to proceed to public comment hearing. Comment period on this slide hasn't not been updated after kind of reviewing the schedule and everything. This comment period would end really close to the posting deadline for the March meeting, and considering the nature of these rules and how important the Title V program is, we decided that it may be just better to start a comment period January 3rd through March 4th, and bring these rules to the May EMC. Rather get the rules right than fast. So then the rest of the schedule here, we'll just look at the second part, which we'll bring to the EMC in May. If you approve it, we'll bring it back to the Rules Review Commission at its June meeting, and it should go in effect July 1st of 2022. So the director recommends that the EMC authorize public hearing on the proposed amendments and 2Q 103 and Section 500 and the accompanying regulatory impact analysis, and for the chairman to appoint members of the EMC to serve as hearing.
Thank you. Are there any questions, or Commissioner Rada, do you have anything to add as chair of the Air Quality Committee?
Sure. So in addition, the two main topics we discussed, as already mentioned here, were the Hazelhurst petition, this issue about federally enforceable or EPA enforceable rules versus state enforceable. And there's a second piece on the public participation process and the compliance with the department's public participation plan and limited English proficiency plans. I think might still be lingering questions that would be good to hear a little bit more about when this comes back to the commission.
Okay.
After public comment.
Any other comments or questions? Commissioner Carter?
If you don't mind, Patrick, you're gonna have to help me. I know we had this discussion at AQC on the, well, I guess put it hazel, put it whatever it is, but in effect ripping out the EPA only enforceable provisions. Could you walk us back through that? Because I don't recall all of that, and I'm not sure we ever reached a final conclusion on that whole thing.
Or permitting section chief to.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm still concerned about pulling those requirements out of the permit, because you're not giving folks notice that they've got a potentially big issue facing them out there, and why is insisting on that come out?
Yes, the Hazelhurst commit.
I'm sorry, would you identify
Yes,
yourself for
I'm
the
Mark
record?
Sawella, Chief Title V Permitting Section.
Thank you.
Yes, throughout the Hazelhurst petition, it was deemed that Title V permits should only contain what is federally enforceable versus federally enforceable only. And they made a distinction between the 112R, the general duty clause, that we had identified in our general conditions as being federal enforceable only, as being essentially an incorrect statement. So their recommendation as part of both these rule amendments and our targeted review of our air permits, they recommended that that condition be removed from our permit and thus make our Title V permits clearly federally enforceable, meaning that both EPA, the state, and the citizens can enforce on anything and everything in the permit. So the permit just becomes silent on what EPA has retained as federally enforceable only, i.e. the 112R general duty clause.
Well, I guess I understood that was the effect of this thing, but I guess I'm kind of clear on what the whole point of this exercise was. Why somebody wanted federally enforceable only provisions ripped out of Title V permits? There was some big problem with that, or?
I'd have to go back into the petition itself, but the court case dealt with the intent of what a Title V permit is supposed to contain and what that particular one did contain, i.e. the federal only provisions, which are inconsistent with Part 7 requirements.
So was 112R the only thing then effectively?
That was the only thing that we had identified in our permits. It's federal enforceable only. Yes, sir. Just the general duty.
Yes, 112R. Yeah, exactly. All right, I'm still kind of troubled by this whole thing because I think I like it better to be in there so at least people on notice. I guess maybe the short answer is that the Title V permit is not the place that needs to be done, I suppose.
That's our understanding as well.
But let me ask you another question. The one I didn't as well, I had a question about was this changed relative to fugitive emissions and dropping the phrase if regulated? Is that certainly the way this reads now suggests that any and all fugitive emissions are regulated.
Right. Part 70 defines what fugitive emissions are included for both classification and then for emissions inventories later. So we felt that phrase, we agreed with EPA that phrase was no longer necessary because we can rely on the definition of regulated pollutant. And I can provide you offline.
Yeah, I don't want to hold up the process. I might want to talk to you a little bit more about that because I'm a little concerned that it suggests, at least going to the point I was making just a moment ago, that any and all fugitives are regulated, and I don't believe that's quite the case.
I should be able to give you that.
I guess we can talk further on that. I think that was the only. Okay, yeah, that's really all I wanted to ask about. I certainly support taking that notice.
Are there other questions?
You recognize?
Commissioner, yeah,
Yes.
Kevin.
Yes, I just, would like to have you could explain how, the permit holders will see their permits changed as a result of the proposed changes.
Right. Well, actually, the permit holder, not so much because of these rules, won't see a permit change. More likely, they're going to see a change. And it's one that we're working on as part of the comments that we received during the targeted review. EPA, during our program review, identified areas they'd like to see fixed or tweaked. So we're going to rearrange the permits slightly, move lists around, tables of acronyms. The general conditions will be updated to bring regulatory citations, correct those where necessary. Again, remove the general duty clause, general condition. But the regulated community will not see very much change at all in how we write our permits.
And can you also, there was a mention about the permit shield, some changes there. Can you explain what those will be?
I have to remind myself which one that one was. What rule was that?
There was something about, I'm sorry, I haven't.
Figure out which one it is.
It's early on.
514.
I just wanted to understand, would the permit holder have the same protections under the permit shield they currently have, or is that going to be a change in that?
No, the same protections, I'm sorry, yes.
And also, so is there, would there also, so to the regulated community, there's like an annual report and it's all kind of laid out, way the permit's written, so there, that will change. You're going to have, you're having, are we going to, is the regulated community going to have to report fugitive emissions? They haven't reported in the past in the annual emissions inventory.
We do not expect there to be a change in how they do their emissions inventories as a result of this.
And have you looked at the cost on the permitting section of making the changes to the permit? I guess that's during every renewal of the permit.
Correct. Most of these changes will be, will take effect. Most of this is shell language that we use for all of our permits. So as soon as we get those changes made, we'll be implementing them almost immediately. It's stuff that we've been working on already. So to go back to the fiscal note, there was no cost, we thought, to the regulated community because it doesn't affect the way they submit their applications or their wait times. It's just on how we process and how we designed our permits. So.
Okay, and then I just wanted to get an understanding of the, you know, what the state's authority is in enforcing the federally enforceable requirements only, you know, like those, like, where does that authority come from?
It is our understanding that the general duty clause is beyond the state's purview. But we have full authority of everything else that we put in work, if that's what you're asking.
Mr. Carter?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did have one other thing I would attribute. You we were talking about federally enforceable just a minute ago, and did you not say that the reference should be enforceable by the EPA, state, and citizens?
And that's how we've defined it, yes. Federally enforceable, removing the word only, is enforceable now by EPA, the state, and citizens. That's how it's going to be defined in rule.
Well, it's not what number 16 here says. It's got EPA, administrator, and citizens. I don't see state anywhere in this.
Correct. The administrator, the definition of the word administrator pulls the state in. We are the administrator of the Title V program.
And not the administrator of EPA?
That's not the intent of this, the way it's defined in rule here. As a definition, it's basically what a division accepted. may be charged by or either specified otherwise. That EPA retained, didn't delegate it.
Okay. Strange, but I'll see what you're talking.
Commissioner Deerhag.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is really more about the program review process. And I'm just curious, they were very thorough in their review. Is this common to have this many changes in a program review?
Well, we're two different things here. We've got the rule review piece, and then we've got the program review piece where they go into budget and format of the permit. So both of those were going on at the same time here. So that's why it seems more, I believe.
Okay.
But comparing this year's Title V program review to previous years, it's roughly about the same amount of detail.
So the amendments that are coming before us today, are these just changes that emerge as part of the program review normally that the department or the division would not take a step to address by bringing it separately when the change occurs in Part 70? If you understand what I'm saying.
Maybe. I think this is also tied in with the fact that we had submitted these Title V rules down to EPA for approval following their readoption. So I think it's just, again, it's a sort of a piling on of processes or approval periods.
Okay. And when will, does EPA need the EMC to approve or adopt these changes before they give you a final determination on retaining program authority?
No, for the rules themselves, these were recommendations by EPA. So they can proceed under the normal rulemaking process. And then the recommendations that they've made as part of the Title V program evaluation can be made as we're able to make them. So there's no time stamp. Upon future approval of these rules, we would once again submit them down for EPA approval.
So the state's Title V program is in good standing with the EPA?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yeah, this might be just more general. I was interested in the bit about the URL coming out or not. And I mean, traditionally, if things have changed with rules, like an address changes, it's just taken up with the next set of readoption. But it seems like a URL could be considered a live thing to change. And I don't know if that would be legislative change or an APA change, but sort of by definition, if a URL goes dead and it gets replaced with a new one, it seems like that should just be able to be changed in the rule. So I don't know that it affects the action here, but I just really wonder if generally that needs to be addressed for any language that includes a URL.
I believe generally that would be considered an exception to the definition of a rule. It's just a technical change. And so as far as I know, the division can make that change on its own without any further action. But
there's a set of things that you can change about the process. The next topic will be URLs are.
Any other comments or questions? So the request is to approve this for public hearing. And do we have a motion? Commissioner Arata?
Yes. I'd move to approve the amendments to Title V Rules 15A Ncac 02Q, .0103 and .0500, and the accompanying regulatory impact analysis to proceed to public hearing.
And I'll second.
There's a second by Commissioner Carter. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Thank you. And I will consult about appointment of a hearing officer. Thank you. The next agenda item is request for approval of technical corrections to the sewage sludge incineration unit rule. Mr. Nelson.
Well, thank you again for letting me speak. I'm going to discuss technical correction to our sewage sludge incinerator rule in 15A NCAC 02D 1204. So this is a little background. EPA revised the emission guidelines, 40 CFR part 60 subpart 4M back in 2011. We revised our rule. And then January of 2018, the EMC took those rules in consideration, and they adopted the changes to incorporate these revised emission guidelines. And the revised rule became effective on March 1st of 2018. As part of a emission guidelines, you have to submit a 111D 129 state plan covering the emission guideline. We submitted those in June of this year to EPA as a pre-review before we take it out to comment. During their review, they noted that there was an incorrect cross-reference in the rule. Specifically, in this paragraph, it refers to paragraph at the end of F2 to says applying state that's specified in paragraph O of this rule. During that rule that EMC adopted in 2018, paragraph H was removed, and so everything was relabeled. And so we missed a cross-reference, so it really should read paragraph N instead of paragraph O. So while we were correcting that cross-reference change, we ran across two more. They also resolved in basically moving the paragraph reference up one, and it's reference to E15 for continuous emission monitoring and subparagraph L3 for annual and semi-annual reporting. So the proposed revisions is update the correct paragraph O to paragraph N F2 to correct the cross-reference E15 from paragraph L to paragraph K, update the cross-reference in L3 from subparagraph M2 to subparagraph L2. And since this is just a technical change that's allowed under the APA process, no regulatory impact analysis is required. No public participation. We don't have to go through public participation process under the APA. So these are, anybody had a question from the previous one, what things you can do without going through the formal rulemaking process. Under, you know, you can re-letter, renumber a rule, subparts of a rule, substitute name for an organization and another, correct citation in the rule to another rule. Change information is readily available to the public, such as address, email address, or website, which is the URL question that came up under for typographical errors. So we're relying on paragraph A3 for this topic today. So we brought this to the Air Quality Committee at September meeting. We're here today to request that you adopt the revised rule, and you approve that revised rule. We will submit it to the codifier of rules, and we'll go be submitted directly into the administrative code. So we just put a tentative date. You know, we'll submit it whenever codifier addresses it. It will be notified. So the director recommends the proposed rule amendment to 1204 be adopted by the parliament.
Thank you. Commissioner Arata, did you have anything to add to this?
This was heard in September and there weren't any questions or comments on this particular rule set.
So Commissioner Carter, you have a question?
Well, yes, and maybe I misunderstood what you said before about the, I thought I was understanding that was the division or department would have the ability to make technical corrections without going through a formal process, including what we're about to do, I guess. But did I misunderstand?
I think that was based on my statement and not the division statement. So it seems this commission's practice has been to require those technical changes to come back to the commission for approval.
Okay.
So any other discussion? Yes,
I'd like to make a motion.
please do.
I'd like to move to approve the technical corrections to 15A NCAC 02D.1204 sewage sludge incineration units as presented.
Commissioner Duggett has made a motion. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Commissioner Arata has seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? No. Thank you very much. So the next presentation is on the White Oak River Basin plan. Ms. Hoffman. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Commission for the opportunity to present to you today. Today we'll be requesting the approval of the 2021 White Oak River Basin Water Resources Plan. In today's presentation, I'll provide a quick overview of basin planning, review the basin plan timeline, and highlight portions of the 2021 plan. Basin planning is a watershed-based approach to managing water resources that considers the cumulative impacts of all activities across a river basin, from both point and non-point sources of pollution. The 2021 White Oak River Basin Plan, or Water Resources Plan, or Basin Plan as I'll call it through the rest of this presentation, is a reflection of this planning process and serves as a summary document for the river basin. A basin plan is required every 10 years and is not annual. The White Oak River Basin Plan is the fourth planning document to be developed for this basin. The 2021 Basin Plan includes the following information. Chapter 1 covers basin characteristics such as geography, population, and land cover, point and non-point sources of pollution, and climate change. Chapter 2 reviews how chemical, physical, and biological parameters are used to assess water quality in North Carolina and overall results for the White Oak River Basin. Chapters 3 and 4 provided detailed information at the watershed scale for the White Oak River and New River subbasins. Chapter 5 reviews the shellfish industry from the perspective of the Division of Marine Fisheries, Shellfish Sanitation, and Recreational Water Quality Program. Chapter 6 explores various options for protecting water resources and includes information as it relates to local initiatives, watershed planning, and funding opportunities. Chapter 7 contains general information about existing programs which protect water resources. Chapter 8 provides a summary of water use in the basin. The White Oak River Basin is located entirely in the coastal plain between the Cape Fear and Neuse River basins. The White Oak has two subbasins, the White Oak River subbasin to the east and the New River subbasin to the west and extending south along the Atlantic coastline. There are 8 counties and 24 municipalities located entirely or partially in the basin. Projected 2020 population was just over 280,000 people. The New River subbasin and Wilmington areas have the highest densities of population in this basin. This area is also frequented by tourists, and those areas experience significant increases in population due to the seasonal flux, which can tax municipal water and wastewater systems, as well as contribute to non-public sources of pollution. The basin spans 1,382 square miles and is the smallest basin located entirely within the state of North Carolina. It has 33% of its land use identified as wetlands, 23% forest, 16% open water, 13% developed, and 10% agriculture. Fresh water can be found in the headwaters of this basin. These freshwater streams and rivers eventually find their way into saltwater estuaries and bays, many of which are identified as shellfish growing areas by the Division of Marine Fisheries. As part of the basin planning process, basin planners review how permitted facilities may be impacting water resources. The total number of permitted wastewater, non-discharge, stormwater, and animal feeding operations are included in the basin plans and are shown on this map here. If available, the basin plan also identifies areas in which on-site wastewater treatment systems or septic systems may also be impacting water resources. For water quantity, the basin plans include the total number of facilities registered or permitted to withdraw water in the basin. And the number of permits listed on this slide are accurate as of June 2021. In the White Oak River Basin, there are two primary issues that stand out. One is impairments to shellfish waters from an array of pollution sources, and the other is the continuing nutrient issues in the New River estuary that still exist despite a nutrient management strategy. I will discuss both of these issues in depth in the next several slides, but first we will discuss the shellfish waters issues in the White Oak River Basin. This table shows the number of acres in each subbasin that are designated by the Division of Marine Fisheries as either approved, conditionally approved open, conditionally approved closed, or prohibited for shellfish harvesting. Approved areas are consistently open to harvest, while prohibited areas are off limits for shellfish harvesting. Conditionally approved areas can be open to harvest under certain conditions, such as dry weather, or when stormwater runoff is not having an impact on surrounding water quality. And restricted waters can be used for harvest at certain times, as long as the shellfish are subjected to further cleansing before they're made available for consumption. In this basin plan, there we go, sorry about that. In this basin plan, we focused on those areas that are conditionally approved open, because as mentioned above, although they do have impaired water quality, they can be open under certain conditions and so have the best potential for improvement or maintenance through the implementation of water quality improvement strategies that will keep them open for longer periods. A sanitary survey report is published every 3 years by the Division of Marine Fisheries and includes shoreline surveys, bacteriological sampling, hydrographic, and meteorological data. The report identifies potential or actionable pollution sources within the growing area's watershed. The number and type of pollution sources helps determine potential impacts on shellfish growing waters and public health. In the White Oak River Basin, sanitary surveys have identified on-site wastewater management, stormwater, construction and land clearing, agriculture, golf courses, mining, solid waste, and marinas as potential sources of pollution in several of the shellfish growing areas. DMF uses the data collected during the sanitary surveys to determine the status of the growing area. To identify areas of higher concentration of potential sources of pollution relative to shellfish growing areas, a spatial analysis was conducted by basin planning staff using data provided by DMF and tools available in ArcGIS Pro. Point data were available for potential pollution sources of concern such as animals, dockage, golf courses, subdivisions, stormwater, and wastewater. The ArcGIS Pro kernel density tool was used to determine areas of high concentration of potential pollution sources in shellfish growing areas of the White Oak River Basin. Potential pollution density maps include color gradients. And this map that is displayed right now is the result of this kernel density analysis. Darker colors indicate areas of higher density of potential pollution sources, and lighter colors indicate a lower density of potential pollution sources. These maps are intended to provide a general idea of areas within the basin that may be impacted greater by pollution sources, but it does not provide a quantitative value of pollution or indicate that an area is actually polluted. It should be noted also that there are some differences in shellfish growing acreage estimates between this basin plan cycle and the last that are not just related to changes in water quality. Some changes in acreage are related to more refined methods of estimating acreages, changes in growing area classifications, and the change in the basin boundary to conform to the federal hub boundary. Many of the recommendations included in the basin plan are geared toward enhancing, restoring, and protecting water quality to reduce the amount of time conditionally approved open shellfish growing areas are closed to harvesting. Next, I'd like to discuss the second major issue in this basin, the Upper New River estuary. Many of the pollutant sources identified as potentially impacting shellfish growing areas are also impacting the New River estuary. Persistent water quality problems have been documented in the New River subbasin since the mid-1980s. In 1986, the frequency of algal blooms, fish kills, and low dissolved oxygen levels prompted a request for a special study by the Wilmington Region Office of DEQ's predecessor agency. In 1987, the department instituted a total phosphorus limit of 2 milligrams per liter on new and expanded discharges in the Upper New River watershed. Existing discharges with the permitted flow greater than 50,000 gallons per day were to receive the limit upon permit renewal. The Environmental Management Commission designated the Upper New River estuary as a nutrient-sensitive water in 1991. And you can see on the map the designated NSW area is shown in red. The original strategy had 5 major objectives. The first was the total phosphorus limit of 2 milligrams per liter on all existing facilities with a permitted capacity of 50,000 gallons per day or greater. The second was the option to apply a more stringent total phosphorus or nitrogen limit on existing facilities that make a significant contribution of nutrients to the system. The third was a total phosphorus limit of 0.5 milligrams per liter applied to new or expanded discharges, regardless of design capacity. The fourth was individuals considering a new discharge must demonstrate that a non-discharge option or connection to an existing facility was not feasible. The fifth was to target the watershed for the implementation of agricultural best management practices under the Ag Cost Share Program in order to reduce non-point source inputs of phosphorus and nitrogen. In addition to the 5 major objectives, it was recommended that all facilities without total nitrogen or total phosphorus limits be required to monitor them and that no new discharges be permitted. It was also recommended that expansions of existing facilities only be allowed if there is no increase in permitted loading of oxygen-consuming waste. In 1997, the Upper New River estuary continued to be impacted by algal blooms and was considered impaired for chlorophyll A and dissolved oxygen. High nutrient levels from the city of Jacksonville and Camp Lejeune were identified as the potential sources of pollution. In 1998, the city of Jacksonville removed its discharge from the Upper New River estuary, and Camp Lejeune consolidated its 7 discharges into 1 tertiary treatment facility. The 2001 Basin Plan noted that moving and consolidating these discharges resulted in a decrease in the frequency, extent, and severity of the algal blooms. Data collected at these circled ambient water quality monitoring stations between 2001 and 2018, however, is showing that chlorophyll A concentrations in the New River have remained relatively stable despite the consolidation and or elimination of the point sources. Ambient stations continue to regularly exceed the chlorophyll A standard, which indicates that conveyances such as land application of wastewater, discharge from minor wastewater treatment plants, and non-point sources of runoff may also be contributing to the chlorophyll A exceedances in the river. It should also be noted that almost every algal bloom recorded in this subbasin has occurred in the New River watershed. The original nutrient-sensitive water strategy focused only on point source reductions. Any non-point reductions were strictly voluntary. Because chlorophyll A has remained relatively stable despite the implementation of the NSW strategy, the Basin Plan recommends that local, state, and federal agencies and other stakeholders coordinate to review and update this NSW strategy. The update should include and identify non-point source nutrient reduction opportunities. A couple of examples of potential partnership have been identified with the Onslow County Cooperative Extension Service and the Department of Defense. The Onslow County Cooperative Extension Service has 28 active monitoring sites in Onslow County in both the New and White Oak River subbasins. To help understand where nutrients may be impacting water quality in the White Oak River Basin, and to understand where nutrients may be contributing to elevated chlorophyll A concentrations in the New River subbasin, DEQ and Onslow County should work collaboratively to analyze and supplement existing water quality monitoring data. Water quality results should be shared across state and local agencies to help meet the original objective of the county program, which was to determine where pollutants may be impacting the health, safety, and economic welfare of citizens and visitors to the county. The Defense Coastal Estuarine Research Program, or DSERP, was a U.S. Department of Defense project implemented to verify the science behind ecosystem-based management at a DoD coastal installation. The goals of DSERP were to understand Marine Corps-based Camp-Lejeun's diverse coastal and estuarine ecology and its interaction with training activities, the impact of climate change on infrastructure and training lands, to develop practical decision support tools, models, and other management resources to facilitate mindful training needs balanced with sensitivity to natural systems, and to develop plans for future carbon goals. Before we conclude today's presentation, I would like to touch briefly on another recent effort by DWR in the White Oak Subbasin. Calico Creek is a highly eutrophic tidal estuarine creek located in Morehead City and has been listed on the North Carolina 3 and 3D list since 2008 for nutrient-related impairments. The upper part of Calico Creek is listed as impaired for chlorophyll A, dissolved oxygen, and turbidity, while the lower part is listed for chlorophyll A. In addition to the long-term ambient monitoring program, DWR's intensive survey branch conducted surveys from May 2017 to April 2019 to collect extra physical and biogeochemical data at additional sampling sites within Calico Creek. The study was conducted as part of a data collection effort to aid in the development of a dynamic nutrient response model that is needed to assess the impact of nutrient loadings to the water quality conditions in the Calico Creek estuary. In this study, the Morehead City wastewater treatment plant was identified as the single point source discharging directly into the estuary. The drainage basin is also heavily developed, so stormwater runoff also delivers nutrients to the estuary. An upgrade to the Morehead City wastewater facility happened between 2008 and 2010, but chlorophyll A concentrations remain high in the watershed. In recent years, algal blooms have occurred most often in summers in Calico Creek and were generally more severe in the upstream part of the estuary. A draft of the Calico Creek hydrodynamic and nutrient response model was completed in June 2021 and suggests that sediment nutrient fluxes, non-point sources, and the Morehead City wastewater plant outfall all contribute to nutrient enrichment. Current conditions show that even if all point and non-point sources of pollution were completely eliminated, sediment nutrient fluxes alone could support algal growth and result in the high summer average chlorophyll A concentrations. The model results suggest that adaptive management strategies to reduce all three nutrient sources are an appropriate tool to begin to address the impairments in the Cowgan Creek estuary. And DWR plans to seek TMDL alternatives to address these water quality impairments. Many of the additional recommendations in the 2021 Basin Plan are also included in the Coastal Habitat Protection Plan, or CHIP, that was last fully approved in 2016. Some of those are listed here and include continuing to improve strategies to reduce non-point and point source pollution and minimize cumulative losses. This can be done through voluntary programs, actions, and assistance, and includes reevaluating the existing nutrient-sensitive water strategy for the New River watershed and improving methods to control stormwater runoff from agriculture, forestry, and urban areas. To prevent additional shellfish closures and swimming advisories, targeted water quality restoration activities should be conducted. This can be accomplished through leveraging partnerships with local and regional groups and by partnering with federal, state, and local resource agencies to leverage resources for water quality restoration initiatives. Maintaining adequate water quality conducive to the support of present and future mariculture and public trust waters, increasing financial support for the implementation of voluntary DNPs throughout the basin, and continuing to work collaboratively with federal, state, and local resource agencies, such as Onslow County and the DoD, to understand water resource issues, both quality and quantity. This is not an exhaustive list, and all recommendations can be found in the body. Basin planners would like to thank all of those who participated in the development of this basin plan. Many internal and public reviewers gave their time and expertise to make this plan better. Public comments were submitted by the North Carolina Farm Bureau, North Carolina Coastal Federation, North Carolina Forest Service, and the City of Wilmington. And those comments were included as attachments to this agenda item. And with that, the Division of Water Resources requests approval of the 2021 White Oak River Basin Water Resources Plan.
Thank you. Chair Water Quality, Chairman Deerhake.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, the Water Quality Committee heard this presentation in September. It's a fine overview of the basin. I will take this opportunity to introduce the new members and Chair Smith to the program that the members are voluntarily participating in which we basically serve as a liaison to one or more river basins in the state. Given there are 15 members and 17 basins, it seems doable. And Dr. Lazorick, who lives in this basin, is the liaison for the White Oak. And she, in September, praised the staff for their work on this basin. Calico Creek project is a good example. More effort to understand the nutrient issues in the New River. She wanted also to thank them for their efforts to coordinate with other programs that are locally very active in helping protect that basin and improve it. During the meeting, I also asked if they would continue to monitor the water quality, in particular the temperature, because there is a pattern of temperature increase over time in those waters, and I'd be interested to see if there is any correlation with chlorophyll A and bacteria long term. I would also say that Dr. Myberg at that time commented on the wonderful economic benefits of the potential for shellfish habitat. And I think we're all seeing through the Living Shoreline program that that is something that everyone is getting on board with and embracing and implementing. So we are glad for that too. As far as the Water Quality Committee's opinion on the New River, we definitely support revisiting the nutrient management strategy review, and I hope that we can find new solutions for that impaired portion of the basin. So with that, I would say that on behalf of the Water Quality Committee, I am prepared And we'll move that the EMC approve the plan presented today.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second. John McAdams.
Commissioner McAdams seconds the motion. Is there discussion on the motion?
There is, Madam Chair.
Mr. Keen?
I thought it was going to be a discussion before that motion was thrown out. But I'll follow through with one particular comment that was made by the North Carolina Farm Bureau Federation during the stakeholders and collaborating with those. There was one comment that came from that, Madam Chair, strongly opposing a particular piece in the New River subbasin. How did you handle that one particular item about moving from a category or not moving that into a category that they mentioned? I have that. That is part of the material that you have here. I just didn't know how you handled that opposition.
Right now, the New River is categorized as category 4B within EPA, which means that TMDL alternative, which is the nutrient sensitive water strategy, is in place. There is nothing definitive, but if the EPA were to encourage putting the New River back onto the NUAC list, that would then prompt the writing of a TMDL. That's not something that is obviously within that we want to do, and that we were not recommending that. I think that we decided that for the purpose of clarification, we removed that piece from the plan.
So it's my understanding then the opposing the second option that it should be removed from the plan. So you removed it from the plan as they asked. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Bailey.
I just had a couple of questions. Some of the recommendations have to do with voluntary BMPs and reaching out to local governments to get this done. So is there somebody assigned in DEQ that is a coordinator with the local governments? Is there somebody, I'm just tossing out, I'd just like to know how this happens. Is there somebody in each county that the regional DEQ office works with? I know you had one example, it was Onslow County, but there's other counties too. So how does that actually work when this is not regulatory, it's voluntary?
A lot of the times the agricultural BMPs are done through the local soil and water conservation folks in the county. I would have to really look into that and get back to you on exactly who in DEQ coordinates that. I don't have a couple of colleagues here today who may be able to better that Michelle. But it's really a municipal or a county based program to do agricultural, especially agricultural BMPs.
Could you just state your name for the record, please?
I'm Michelle Riquet. I'm with the Basin Planning Branch. And as Roman said, as Basin Planner, we're kind of that liaison to work with local communities, but we're not necessarily assigned that specific role. We do work, as Robin said, with the local soil and water districts closely. There's the Coastal Federation in that area as well. I'm thinking of another one, but we reach out to them as they're putting in place input. From the voluntary side of things, they are voluntary. And that's where, as Robin said, the local water district really comes to play, working with those landowners, getting them to understand water quality. They also have, in addition to the agricultural project program at their disposal, they have the community conservation assistance program as well, which is those urban or living shoreline communities that they can economic. So it's a lot of communication back and forth. There's not particularly one person signing to coordinate that. It's more about reaching out, communication.
Very good. Thank you.
Commissioner Deerhead?
Yeah, I would add that the White Oak is also the home to the 3 Triangle Universities Marine Science Institutes, and they have become very involved in promoting non-point source BMP adoption. They've facilitated through their grant programs that they have, grants that they've received. They have projects to help promote these various projects. So they've been an active player in all of this too, I would say. Wouldn't you agree, Ms. Hoffman?
Yes, absolutely.
Any other discussion on the motion? All right, are we ready to vote? All approved? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. The plan is approved. And at this point, some logistical announcements, I guess. The commission is about to break for lunch, and I think we're a little bit ahead of our planned lunch schedule, but my understanding is that lunch is either here or about to be momentarily. So what I would suggest is that we go ahead and recess. We certainly don't want to start a declaratory ruling before lunch. Go ahead and recess and plan to come back at 1:20. 1:15? We can take 30 minutes, but 1:15. All right, 1:15. So we will recess until 1:15. Thank you. I'll note the clock on the wall says 1:18. So we split the difference between 1:15 and 1:20 as a practical matter. The next item on the agenda is the declaratory ruling, and I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Reynolds to provide the lead in terms of policy and process and law on declaratory rulings in general.
But thank you, Madam Chair. So what's coming before the commission today is a petition for declaratory ruling. And I know we have some new members who have not had the pleasure and fun of doing this yet. So I thought I would give a quick overview for the commission and then answer any questions you have about it before giving you the quasi judicial instructions. But a petition for declaratory ruling is provided for in statute and Administrative Procedure Act of 150B-4 specifically. And there are 3 types of declaratory ruling that can be requested of a body, and here, obviously, the commission. And it's 1, the validity of the ruling, 2, the applicability of it, or 3, to resolve an inconsistency between among the department or the agency in the interpretation or application of the rule. And that's the one that you're going to be hearing today. Petitions for declaratory ruling in general are not intended to resolve factual disputes. This is not an evidentiary hearing. And it's certainly not the venue for resolving other types of disputes related to final agency decisions such as penalties or permits and those types of things. The process for considering a declaratory ruling is there are 2 stages to it, 2 possible stages to it. The first question that will come to the commission is whether to grant or deny the petition. Now, what grant or deny, or also referred to as issue or decline to issue a declaratory ruling, is that you have found good cause, which is described in your rules. There are 8 different, it's an inclusive list, but there are 8 specific examples. You can find other good cause to deny. But if you deny it, you are not reaching the merits. It is not a final decision on the merits to say, this is how we're going to decide the matter. Simply that we're not going to grant the petition itself. We're not going to hear the matter. And here's why we're not going to hear it. If, however, you decide to grant the petition or issue it, you are not deciding that you are ruling in favor of the petitioner, only that you are going to reach the merits. So in other words, if you grant the petition, you then have to say how you're going to rule on the merits of it. You can rule for the petitioner, you can rule for the department, or you can do some combination there in between. So granting of the petition is not saying you agree with how the petitioner has or with the relief that the petitioner has requested, only that you're going to reach the merits and that is a final agency decision. The first step in hearing a petition for declaratory ruling is a determination of completeness that is done by the chair. And in this case, it was done by the, as of yesterday morning, former chair Myberg. Chair Myberg reviewed the petition, and you all have his decision as part of the record. He determined that the petition was complete as to the asserted inconsistency among the departments, or as to the department's interpretation and application of the rule, but that it was incomplete as to the second requested relief, which he deemed to be both a matter of applicability, how the rule applies, and that it was more of a permitting matter. So the issue that the requested relief that you are going to hear about today is colloquially, I'll refer to it as the first request for relief, as described in the petition. You are also able to determine whether there is a matter of the issue of completeness, whether there are facts in dispute and those things like that. You can also determine if there are facts in dispute that those are grounds to deny the petition as well. So his determination that the matter was complete, as he would say, nominally complete, meaning that it's ready to go forward to the commission, doesn't deprive you of your opportunity to rule on the same grounds on as to whether to deny the petition, should you choose to do so. And again, if you deny, not reaching the merits, if you grant, you'll have to take a second vote as to how you're going to resolve the merits. So does anybody have any questions for me at this point before I move forward? Man, I must have done a really good job at explaining that. Okay, so as I indicated earlier, and I do believe that there's going to be some mention for the record, Madam Chair, Commissioner Manis, but if you allow me, I want to, I'll present these first. And I would like to add one other thing. The petition today, you're going to hear from, your bylaws provide that the petitioner can have up to 15 minutes or longer as allowed by the chair. And the department has 15 minutes or longer as allowed by the chair. And today you're going to be hearing from Ms. Susan Cooper from Walla Bond Dixon on behalf of Optima, and Mr. Asher Spiller from the Attorney General's office on behalf of DAQ. And I'll say to you that you're going to be hearing from two really good attorneys. So this should be very interesting, and I'm sure that they'll be able to answer your questions.
Let me ask one follow-up process question. Does the commission need to take a separate vote on whether to rule on the declaratory ruling request, even if the commission decides to go ahead and hear and decide on the merits? So do we need to take two different votes, or is there one vote?
Yes, ma'am, there's two different votes. So the first vote would be whether to grant or deny the petition itself. So whether you're going to take it up is one vote. If you deny it, you do not reach a second vote. If you grant it, you would then have to take a second vote to determine how you're going to resolve the matter on the merits.
Thank you.
Is that?
But then, following that, the way you laid that out, does that mean take care, would we deal with that first matter first, and not hear the merits, take a vote on whether or not to deny the petition, then only if we grant it, then go for it?
What the commission has typically done and what's provided for in your bylaws is you hear it all at once. You hear the presentation, and then you decide whether, based on the record before you, whether you want to issue the ruling or grant, also known as grant, or deny it. And if you issue it, then you would just decide how you're going to rule on the merits, which would be that second vote.
Thank you.
Okay, if there aren't any other questions, then I'll proceed to the quasi-judicial instructions. And as many of you, or those of you who are present for the NPDES committee, yesterday, you're going to hear the same type of instructions today. And so for petitions for declaratory ruling, the EMC is acting in its quasi-judicial capacity as opposed to its quasi-legislative role, which is along the lines of rulemaking. You must first determine whether you have a conflict of interest pursuant to the State Government Ethics Act requiring your recusal. No one has noted that they have a conflict of interest thus far. But in addition to that, quasi judicial proceedings require due process, meaning an unbiased and impartial decision maker, and to give fair and open-minded consideration to the matter. Each member must determine whether you have an impermissible legal bias requiring recusal from the matter. An impermissible bias is a predisposition to decide a cause or issue in a certain way, which predisposition does not leave the mind perfectly open to persuasion. You are not disqualified merely because you have taken a particular position on a policy issue arising in the case, absent of showing that you are not capable of judging the controversy before you fairly and on the basis of the individual circumstances. However, when performing your quasi-judicial function as a member of the EMC, you must be able to set aside prior knowledge and preconceptions concerning the matter at issue and base your consideration solely upon the evidence in the record. Your decision must be limited to the written record before you and the presentations made to you as part of the consideration of this matter. Deliberation contemplates a give and take that occurs when the EMC members share their observations and opinions. Each member should enter into the deliberation with an open mind, listen to and view the evidence, share his or her observations, analyses, and opinions with the other members, and listen to the other members' comments. Only after deliberation should any member commit to a vote. If proven actual bias or lack of an impartial tribunal could be the basis of a civil action against members individually for monetary damage, for violation of the petitioner's constitutional right to due process. Because it is the EMC that is responsible for deciding the issue coming before it, the commission should elaborate during its deliberations as to the reasons for its decision. Are there any questions for anyone? And Madam Chair, I think it's appropriate to hear, I believe Commissioner Monis has something.
Yes, Commissioner Monis.
Thank you very much. With regard to this issue for declaratory ruling, I understand, whoops, there we go, got my language back. I understand that the project is located at a facility with a business relationship with Smithfield Foods. In my role with the Environmental Defense Fund, I and EDF work on environmental issues related to hog farm management and have also collaborated with Smithfield Foods on a number of matters. Neither EDF nor I have a financial relationship with Smithfield related to this work, and I do not have direct knowledge of the specific permit issue before the commission other than what was supplied in the documents. After consulting with counsel, I'm certain that I do not have a conflict of interest or an impermissible legal bias requiring recusal. Thank you.
Okay. With that, Madam Chair, with your permission, call the petitioner up, Ms. Susan Cooper, on behalf of Aquifer.
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon. If it's acceptable with the commissioners that are close by, I'd like to remove my mask. That's okay? Thank you. Thank you. Well, I'm Susan Cooper, and I'm with Womble Bond Dickinson, and I represent Optima TH. And I'm here to present their request for a declaratory ruling. And we greatly appreciate the commission's time. I know this is not an easy matter for you to have to review these materials. So we really do appreciate your time. And we want you to know that the parties have actually been trying to resolve this issue for several months. We are out of options and we need your help. This is not a permit dispute. This issue did arise during the permitting process, but it's much bigger than that. The issue is the plain interpretation of the rule based on the plain language. This is about whether the rule means what it says. DAQ has interpreted the rule materially inconsistent with the plain language of the rule, and they've also applied it inconsistently among the regional offices. DAQ is prohibiting Optima from using supplemental fuel in the form of natural gas to oxidize and achieve compliance with the rule, but instead they're requiring Optima to burn their actual product, their biogas, to do the same thing, to oxidize and achieve compliance with the rule. This adversely affects Optima, obviously, in terms of what supplemental fuel they have to use. DAQ is also holding their Title V application on hold unless Optima will agree to change their permit application consistent with DAQ's interpretation of the rule, which is just inconsistent. Under North Carolina laws, longstanding principles of how you interpret a rule, DAQ's interpretation is materially inconsistent. And I think as we go through this analysis, you'll agree that DAQ's interpretation can't stand, that you have to use the plain meaning of the rule. That's what controls. Now, I think all of you have gotten a copy of the rule, but before I get there, I want to set the stage for what guides us in interpreting the rule. As I said earlier, North Carolina has a long-standing history of how you interpret a statute, how you interpret the regulation. And it's important to know those and understand those principles. In fact, there was precedent here just a few years ago when DEQ had interpreted some groundwater regulation, and they had not stuck to the actual plain language of the rule. And the court ended up saying that interpretation was inconsistent and could not stand. So let's just set the stage with North Carolina law on their interpretation of a rule. The first maxim is the plain meaning of the regulation controls its application, and that's key. As I've said here today, I've seen how you guys have to struggle, or at least to try to determine what word best fits in a regulation, right? So the plain meaning is what you have to go with when you're interpreting a rule. Secondly, when the plain language of the rule is clear, evaluating the drafter's intent is not required. You stay within the four corners of the text of the rule. Third, each rule or regulation is deemed important. It's presumed to carry weight and meaning. Just like I talked about earlier, we struggled to get the words right. And it's important because the regulated community, regulator, or even a third party has to be able to pick up that regulation and rely on what the rule says. Fourth, when you're comparing a general law to a specific law on the same issue, the specific law controls. Okay, all right, well, let's jump in and let's just take a look at the rule itself. All right, this is 2D 516, and I put up the first two sentences of the rule because that's really where the heart of this dispute is at. The first sentence says, an emission of sulfur dioxide from any source of combustion discharged from a vent, stack, or chimney shall not exceed 2.3 pounds of sulfur dioxide per million BTU input. So let's pause right there for a second. That first sentence says any source of combustion. Doesn't say why, doesn't say what the purpose has to be. It's any source of combustion. If it's got SO2 coming out of it, have a vent, stack, or chimney, this rule applies. And then you've got a limitation, 2.3 pounds of SO2 per million BTU. Now, it's not SO2, 2.3 pounds per hour. It's not a mass emission limit. It's based on heat. So you've got the ratio of 2.3 pounds based on million BTU, British thermal unit, all about the heat. The second sentence tells you how you determine if you're in compliance. The second sentence says, sulfur dioxide formed by the combustion of sulfur, fuels, waste, oil, ores, other substances shall be included when determining compliance. It's very clear. All these fuels, all these waste, all these ores, other substances, it's very broad, has to be included when you're determining what that BTU input is. These two sentences, this is the crux of this case. All right, let's go to just a brief overview of Optima's renewable gas operation. This is a very obviously simplistic diagram, but what Optima does is they purchase biogas from a supplier. And you can see there on the screen that the biogas has a high percentage of methane or CH4. So it's got this high heat to it. It goes through a gas upgrading system and they remove the methane. And then that methane is further prepared and it goes right into the natural gas pipeline as renewable, goes right into the pipeline as renewable natural gas. Now, when they remove that methane out of the biogas, what you have left is a waste biogas, or we also refer to it as tail gas. And so you can see on the screen now that the tail gas is different. It has a lower percentage of methane. We call that just a low BTU fuel. The tail gas also has some hydrogen sulfide. Hydrogen sulfide has potential to cause an odor issue. So the way Optima addresses that is they send the tail gas to their candlestick flare. The candlestick flare oxidizes the H2S. It converts it to SO2. That addresses the odor issue, but now you have SO2 emissions. That's why Optima has an air permit. So when Optima was preparing its air permit application, they have a low BTU fuel. In order to get the oxidation that they need and to comply with 2D 516, they need supplemental fuel. So they purchased biogas. We know that has methane in it at high heat. So they proposed to DAQ, we will use our purchased biogas as our supplemental fuel to oxidize the H2S and to achieve compliance with the rule. DAQ approves that. That's right in their air permit review document. They say, you can use the supplemental fuel to oxidize and achieve compliance with the rule. Unfortunately, using the biogas materially damaged the gas uptake system. The engineers worked on a variety of ways to try to fix it. They couldn't. The manufacturer said, if you keep using this, you'll avoid the point. So Optima can no longer use biogas as their supplemental fuel. They needed a substitute. They had to change. So what they did was they decided they would purchase natural gas. They did not expect this to be controversial. The rule says all fuels apply. There's not a different purpose or why you're using it. They were just going to substitute natural gas. The DAQ said no, and they prohibited Optima from doing that. Let's look at the rationales. Initially, DAQ told Optima that natural gas was not appropriate means of compliance. They also said it needlessly wastes fuel. I want to pause there for a second. The letter that Optima got from Fayetteville Regional Office was, we think you should burn biogas instead of natural gas, told the two are not equivalent, because the biogas was previously flared by your supplier. Well, one man's trash is another man's treasure. I mean, to Optima, their biogas is a valuable inventory. And we dispute that we are needlessly wasting fuel. We need supplemental fuel. Third, DAQ says the use of natural gas increases pollution. Well, that's not accurate. The engineering calculations, which DAQ does not dispute the math, the calculations, the engineering calculations show that if you use natural gas instead of biogas, your SO2 emissions are going to go down. And that makes sense, right? Because the biogas has the H2S in it, and that converts to SO2. Instead of focusing on those calculations, what DAQ does, and it's a little surprising, is they say, well, they kind of group the supplier of the biogas with Optima. And they say, well, the supplier of the biogas was previously flaring this biogas without fuel. Now, Optima should just be flaring it without natural gas, because when you introduce natural gas, you're introducing additional pollutants. Well, the supplier and Optima are two distinct entities. Whether or not Optima gets to use or use natural gas for its supplemental fuel should not depend on how its supplier was previously using this product. Also, I just want to point out that just in February of this year, DAQ went through a lengthy examination and said these two entities are independent, not only factually, there's no shared common control, but from a regulatory standpoint, they have to be treated separately. Optima has to have its own air permit. So Optima's emissions are only judged by Optimus. But what DAQ is doing is it's almost like this bubble concept, if you're familiar with air, like putting them together. And that's factually and legally incorrect. And I will just say these rationales that were given, none of this is in the rule. So let me get to what DAQ's focus of the rule was when they used their interpretation. DAQ only focused on two words in the rule, which is BTU input. And they told Optima, we believe the BTU input means that you have to use a gas stream associated with the facility's normal operation. So for Optima, that meant, okay, Optima, you have to use the gas stream. Something with the biogas has to be used for your BTU input. Well, under rules of construction, let's look what the plain language says. The first sentence says emissions of sulfur dioxide from any source of combustion. Doesn't say why you're combusting it or how you're combusting it. And more importantly, second sentence tells you how you determine what the BTU input is, right? The second sentence tells you what has to be included are all fuels, all waste, all ores, in fact, any substances where you get sulfur dioxide formed by the combustion of sulfur. It doesn't say that the BTU input is restricted to something that just comes from the gases from the normal operation at all. That's not what the rule says. DAQ did not look at the rest of the rule because those first two sentences, they give you everything you need to implement this rule. DAQ instead looked to a general statute, which again, the rules say, look at the plain meaning of the specific rule. DAQ also said, well, let's look at the drafter's intent. Again, under the rules of construction, you don't go to the drafter's intent when the rule is clear. I'll also point out that they don't have any support for what the drafter's intent said. There's no minutes from the drafters. There's no history on the rulemaking. It's just not there. This BTU interpretation is just plainly inconsistent with the plain language of the rule. I also say that this interpretation was applied inconsistently with another RNG operation in a different regional office. There was another RNG operation, also had the candlestick flare. They needed supplemental fuel for their low BTU tail gas. DAQ authorized them to use natural gas as supplemental fuel to oxidize and achieve compliance with the rule. Their operation is not in operation yet, but that's what the permit says. If they didn't tell that operation, hey, you have to use the gas stream from your normal operations, and thus you have to use biogas for your supplemental fuel. That's what they did to operate. I think because of that inconsistency, we saw a couple of weeks ago a new interpretation from DAQ. They now say that natural gas can be used in determining compliance with the standard if it's used for legitimate business purpose or pollution control purpose. That is not. If you look at the rule, I mean, the first sentence clearly says any source of combustion. It doesn't talk about why, it doesn't talk about what kind of purpose. The second sentence, when it tells you how you comply or how you determine compliance, it's very clear. And we have to give those rules, and we have to give the words the meaning. That's the words in the rule. Using legitimate business purpose or control purpose to overlay over this rule, it completely waters down the rule. I mean, there is now unfettered discretion for DAQ to determine what's legitimate and what's not legitimate. And we strongly object to DAQ's request for a declaratory ruling that this interpretation, that this legitimate purpose interpretation be, I guess, affirmed by this commission. That's a material change to this rule. You know, I understand the parties, DAQ, and even Optima. You know, this rule is not exactly a good fit for an RNG operation. And when they passed it back in the 70s, they weren't thinking about an RNG operation. But this is the rule we have. And you know, if they want to change the rule, the process for that is through the APA and initiating the rulemaking where you've got appropriate public notice and comment. I understand the frustration. You see the different rationales DAQ has used and the different hoops that we've now got to try to jump through to determine whether or not you're in compliance. So, you know, we just respectfully request that this commission follow the rules of construction and issue a declaratory ruling just based on the plain wording of the rule. And we request a ruling that the rule does not prohibit the use of supplemental fuels, including natural gas, purchased from a utility, to increase the heating value in order to enhance oxidation and achieve compliance with the rule. This ruling is consistent with a fair interpretation of the rule, and it sits right within the four corners of this rule. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. And
This,
Commissioner Solomon.
this may be a point of order, it could be the applicant, but in our package was some alignment permit, Align RNG LLC with the BF Grady. It looked like that was a title, just asking the question, it looked like that was a synthetic minor permit, and this is a Title V. So if somebody can tell me what's the difference and why was a synthetic minor application and permit in our package for January? But this is Title V.
yeah, so if I may, when I referenced earlier that the DAQ had inconsistently applied this regulation and they had allowed another RNG application or applicant to use natural gas as supplemental fuel, that is the applicant.
This is the one. So you answered the second question already, because I was going to ask you where the fact of that is, and
Yes.
you've got it in here.
Yes.
Very good.
That is the allowed.
But that was a synthetic minor facility then, and this is a Title V.
That is correct. What I'll say, and whether this helps you or not, is the Align facility would have been a Title V. That's what a synthetic minor is. They would have been a Title V facility, but they do have some control technology, but they still have to use candlestick flare to burn their gas.
Understood. And I don't want to wander far, but there is some mass constraints on synthetic minor facilities that may not be on Title V. So that will be the spirit of the question. So, okay.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Cook right now? Commissioner Arata?
You guys three. I can be quick on this. Just to make sure I'm hearing you correctly. Is it your position that for us to make this decision, we need to look at the language in 0.0516, and we should not be looking at the context of the 2D 0.500 rules? We should just be looking at those two sentences.
Well, I think with rules of construction, you should start with this 2D 516 rule. I don't think there's any other rules that have been raised at this point.
Okay. And then would it also be consistent with your position that we should not look back at the statutes that authorize the implementation of this rule?
Well, under the rules of construction, it says to first look at the plain language of the rule that's at issue. And I would also note that the statute that DAQ has brought into this was not actually the implementing statute for this regulation.
Mr. Carter? Oh, I'm sorry. Not
Just more. And then I noticed on your chart, I think it was the third slide, that you had the option of flaring the gas, the tail gas, or using a control device. Was that control device ever at play?
The control device is the flare. Okay, yep. So the control device is also the flare.
And sorry, last thing to note is that, yeah, the rules were initially adopted in 76, which I agree, RNG was not exactly at play, but this is the rule set that most of us readopted a year ago. So it has been reconsidered since then.
That's correct. It was readopted this past November with none of the changes that DAQ was asked.
Commissioner Carter?
Well, first it's just, yeah, good. I'm glad you put this back up. This is, I guess, just a pure factual question. The renewable product gas, the renewable material coming out the top, is there any significant difference between that, the composition of that and natural gas as you get it through the pipeline?
The product gas and then the gas that goes into the renewable, into the pipeline? Is that your question?
No, I'm talking about basically I'm asking about the natural gas that the company is actually burning as a part of the combustion of the tail gas. Is there any difference between that natural gas and the renewable methane that you're pulling off?
No.
Okay, that's what I thought. Second, could you go down a couple slides? The new interpretation. Let's see, keep going. Right there. Hold it. That you're quarreling with the legitimate business purpose or pollution control purpose. I guess I'm not going to get into business purpose. That's not the issue. But when I looked at that, I thought pollution control purpose is combusting I'm not clear why this is not a legitimate pollution control purpose to use the gas for that. Is there something further to explain that, or they didn't provide any further explanation of that?
No, I mean, this is the first time that we have seen this interpretation. And I can probably list off 5 reasons right now why using natural gas in this instance is legitimate business purpose and pollution control purpose. You know, but that's not part of the rule.
Okay, that's fine.
I think, Mr. Carter, that may be a question that the department will address in their presentation, then we can come back to that. Thank you. Commissioner Deerhake.
Thank you. Ms. Cooper, when you answer, would you lean a little closer to the microphone?
Sure.
Thank you. One comment or ask your opinion about this. When you introduce the topic in your opening letters, you don't even mention hydrogen sulfide. You say carbon dioxide is the primary constituent of the stream. That may be true, but you do go on later to mention hydrogen sulfide, but I didn't want it to be the importance to be diminished by not acknowledging that the focus of this is the sulfur, the hydrogen sulfide. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, the focus is the plain meaning of the rules, whether or not Optima can use supplemental fuel in the form of natural gas to be in compliance with the standard.
Well, but ultimately the standard is the sulfur dioxide.
Correct.
So sulfur is the key constituent of the waste stream that's going through the combustion device.
Correct.
So, okay. This question may be more appropriate for this division, but was there any discussion about the any federal guidance with AP 42 or the control technology guidelines documents that might exist for this control device?
There's some references to that in their permit, but I don't recall a discussion about that.
Okay. And your remark about this being a heat value based emission rate, and I appreciate your response to this. It's a mass per unit value of heat, not a mass per unit value of volume. But in the end, it is the mass loading to the atmosphere. If you were using 500,000 BTUs and that's emitting 2.3 pounds, you would be in compliance if you were less than 2.3. If you were using an in-stream that had a BTU value of 1 million BTU, you could potentially be emitting 4.6. You're doubling your mass. So the heat value of the incoming stream is important to determining your mass. And perhaps one opinion is that the heat value of the stream that is enhanced by the natural gas addition is more than is necessary. And then that decreases the mass per BTU lower. But in the end, the total mass going to the atmosphere is still the total mass. And that's a fixed amount. And as far as the NAAQS NAC standard, there's reference to it being 22% of the total max. In what setting are you talking about? An ambient setting, what the ambient air quality standard is?
Correct. In North Carolina, in DAQ's air permit review document, they actually did air dispersion modeling of Optima's emissions. And they determined that Optima's for the SO2 were only, and they used the worst case, and in their words, unrealistic amount of emissions that could come out of Optima's operation was only 22% of the 1 hour controlling SO2 NAC standard, the National Ambient Air Quality Standard. That's the gold standard for your emissions of your SO2.
And you consider 22% to be a small number?
Well, it's not threatening in terms of being close to the end, to the top.
But you have to acknowledge that this is only one source of many sources in the area when that's taken into consideration.
The AQ took that into consideration, and that was their determination.
Okay. The last question I have is about the comparison in your writings to Align and their receiving approval for their device. I understand that Align uses a control technique before the combustion device that includes iron, and it is a hydrogen sulfide removal practice or a method. Is that correct?
It's called, I think, an iron sponge.
Mm-hmm. And did Optima consider using that to help address this issue?
Well, let me answer that in two parts. Align did ultimately, they're not in operation first. And when Align, my understanding from reading the papers, when they submitted their air permit application, they did ask to use strictly natural gas as supplemental fuel. And I think, and you have to understand, Align is that operation is a pretty big operation. It has a number of suppliers of biogas. It had quite the attention from community. DAQ asked them to put in sulfur control. That enabled Align to become a synthetic miner. Align still had to use a candlestick flare to oxidize the remaining H2S in their tail gas. And so they asked DAQ if they could use natural gas as supplemental fuel, and DAQ allowed that. Now, for Optima, when they submitted their application, they were proposing to use supplemental fuel in the form of biogas. DAQ approved that. As we go through the permitting process, and Optima realized they could no longer use that. That was not a technically feasible option. DAQ did say, well, we think you should put in a sulfur control technology, or you have to use your biogas. There's no regulation that requires Optima to do that. And I would submit that it's not needed based on the DAQ's air dispersion modeling. I would also say that, that's a business decision because it's not in the regulations. Align decided to do that. But, for Optima, who's a smaller facility and who was already up and running, they're already operating, to go back and to retrofit and try to put on sulfur removal technology was just something that was not within their budget. And I don't want to get too far into the technicalities because we really, this is not about permitting. This is about an interpretation of the rule.
Yes.
Follow on. I want to go back to a couple of things you said earlier. You said that you thought this was not a mass limit. So when I read the rule, it doesn't limit you to a pounds of sulfur dioxide or pounds of sulfur per year. Is that correct? Is that your contention?
That's correct.
So it's more like a concentration. Is that correct?
Right.
It's not a mass per year or mass per month. It's just a kind of a concentration on a heat element. Is that right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's all about the ratio of pounds per heat. I mean, it was passed, or its purpose was to help with SO2 emissions, but it is a pounds per heat.
And
That's
so the
ratio.
rule, in your opinion, is silent on whether hours of operation or anything like that. The rule just says you just produce this concentration in pounds per BTU, and that's what the rule says. Is that what you're saying? Is that why you're saying it wasn't anticipated to be at this kind of facility?
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, when the rule was promulgated,
Yeah.
back in the 70s, at that time, the rule was passed because what you had at that time was combustion of fuels that are really high heat with a lot of sulfur, and they were trying to kind of meter out the amount of sulfur dioxide based on that high heat, the million BTU.
Right.
So they didn't, I think both parties think that this rule doesn't quite fit.
Right. But it is the rule.
But it's
That's
the
what
rule.
you're saying.
I mean, that's the rule. That's what we have to work from.
Sure.
Any other questions before we hear from the division, and then there'll be more opportunity for questions later. Commissioner Duggan?
Is there no intent to use the biogas going forward?
No, actually, when we proposed having to substitute fuels to use natural gas, we also said that we may need to use some propane, some of our product gas. We can't use the biogas coming around the gas. That just won't work. So we were proposing to primarily use natural gas with a little bit of our product gas.
Why'd you go with the biogas in the first place? Why was it seen to use the biogas initially? Did you not know the issue with the system?
Well,
until you started it?
Yeah. This is a new, to a certain extent, this is a new emerging industry. And the engineers, they thought that would be an appropriate way to handle it. Unfortunately, it didn't work.
Thank you.
So I have maybe one clarifying question and then one question about your position. And I think you may have clarified this issue already. But I understood you to say in your initial presentation that the division was requiring Optima to use biogas rather than natural gas. I believe what you said later in response to a question was that the division allowed use of biogas. And then when the issue of using natural gas instead arose, the division responded to that with their position that use of natural gas would not be allowable. The company could continue to use biogas or could install additional pollution controls. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it was not a binary choice between natural gas and biogas. The division did not leave the company the sole choice of either continuing to burn biogas or substitute natural gas. There were other alternatives under discussion that would have been acceptable to the division.
Well, I think even if you installed a control technology, and we see this at least in a line, we're not operating yet, but even if you installed a control technology, you're still going to have a flare that's going to have some supplemental gas to burn the tail gas. So, Optima can't use the biogas. They're already operating. Their facility is built. And so to ask to put in an iron sponge, which is a significant capital investment, and it also produces its own waste stream. It produces solid waste. It has to have daily, not daily, but it has to have a lot of upkeep on it. And I'm not trying to get into the permit issues here, but to respond to your question, again, this is all about what does the rule say? The rule does not place any value judgments on the type of fuel that can be used, why it's being used. It's very clear. Those two sentences say any source of combustion, and these fuels have to be included. That's what it says, shall be included. So, it's just inconsistent to allow supplemental fuel in the form of biogas, which is methane, and not allow supplemental fuel in the form of natural gas, which is also methane.
So my second question actually is about the rule language and what your position is on that. And so in looking back at the rule language and putting it in the context of the section of rules on emissions control standards, I understand your point about including all sources, including fuel and other things. I think my question though is what the rule actually applies to when it's using that language that says you must include all of these things in the calculation. I probably would have initially looked at that rule and said, what it's talking about is what you include in looking at the source that is being permitted. And so when a permit applicant comes in and applies for a permit for a combustion source, then you go through the permitting process and you describe all the elements of that facility and the combustion source. And what the rule is saying is that when you're looking at all that, you take into consideration all the potential sources of sulfur dioxide that may make their way into the emissions. But that direction is being that direction is being given in the context of looking at a specific proposal for a type of facility or operation or combustion source. And it seems to me the declaratory ruling request raises a different question, which is, can we then add additional fuel that's not necessary to the core functions described in the permitted facility? And that's what I'm trying to get a little bit better understanding of from you all, because it looks like we've got a description of an operation and a combustion source. And the question is, how do you read that rule? Is that rule saying when you evaluate the sulfur dioxide emissions, you need to look at all the possible sources, or is that, or are you putting forward the interpretation that that rule allows addition of fuel or any number of other things, and then you calculate the emissions? That sort of, there's a disconnect between the description of the actual operation, facility, source that's seeking the permit and application of that rule.
Well, I think I would just go back to the rule. The very first sentence says, any source of combustion. And this rule has gone through different iterations. It used to not say that, but now it says any source of combustion. And the rules of construction are, you have to give weight to the words. And I think any is really broad. And I would say, you know, for this RNG operation that has a low BTU tail gas, they need supplemental fuel. You know, the AQ recognized that with a line, and they recognized it with Optimum when they first submitted their permit. They said, well, yeah, you need it. You could have supplemental fuel to oxidize and achieve compliance. They're just saying, we don't want you to use natural gas. And that's not what the rule said. Rule doesn't draw a distinction here.
Are there any other sort of clarifying questions before we hear from the division?
Great.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just real quick, listening to what you were saying and also listening to comments from the podium, we slid off into interpretation of the rule language. And my thought is, and if you would allow me, the regulation impact, the regulatory impact analysis and the economic impact analysis for businesses, ongoing businesses, whether they're new, not in business, or refitting or wanting to go into this business in the future. I guess my question is, with a cost benefit and any changes other than what we're looking at today, is that going to require a new rule?
I think that's probably a question we need to come back to later. So I think when we hear from the division, and we'll see if there are other follow-up questions for the division, and then can come back to Ms. Cook if you have further questions for her. But I think to the extent your question is, can we make this kind of ruling, this kind of interpretive ruling, or do we need to amend the rule? I think that's probably something for the commission debate at the end, and may go toward the question of whether you think it's whether the commission should issue a ruling, and if so, what that ruling
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Solomon.
Yes, and I only praise what you were doing, because you went in a, Madam Chairwoman went in a kind of different direction, but may confuse me. Do all the parties, I'll ask you two parts, do all the parties agree that biogas by itself won't do the job?
You mean in terms of,
Making the sulfur dioxide levels of 2.3?
the tail gas?
The tail gas. So you have, so the B part of that is you see it as three options. You've got biogas with the iron sponge, you've got natural gas, and there may be another option that says biogas with a natural sponge, and you still need natural gas.
Right.
And so you say that rule lets you pick between that suite. And the state is saying you have to use biogas with a sponge.
That's right.
Okay, that's
right. I mean, the rule says fuels, waste, oils, or other substances shall be included. You know, we're being limited to this, and then the new interpretation is it has to be a legitimate business purpose. And I would just follow up with, you know, Commissioner Keene's question. You know, if you overlay legitimate business purpose or pollution control standard over this rule. I mean, that's not in the rule, but you know, how are regulated industries supposed to comply? I mean, this is going to be, I mean, every time are they going to have to go to DAQ and say, is this legitimate? Is this legitimate? I mean, this is unfettered discretion. I mean, and I know I've heard, you know, Commissioner Solomon talk a little earlier about sometimes it's good to have the rule a little vague. You want to have that nice balance that you can fit to facts as they come up, but you also got to give guidance to your regulated community. And so that overlay standard, I mean, you lose the specificity of this rule, and regulated community is not going to be able to comply with that type of unfettered discretion.
I think Commissioner Deerhake and then Commissioner Monist, and then perhaps we can hear from the division and come back after that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd appreciate if you would go over again why you think this is not a permit dispute when we're talking about the same type of source, that is anaerobic digestion, generating a methane gas that needs to be cleaned of its hydrogen sulfide, which leads to a tail gas that has to be combusted. When the only difference between this source and the Align as a source is perhaps the timing of startup and the scale. In the other one, Align has agreed to install a control technology. Here, this one has not. So why is that not a permit dispute about control technology design and operation?
Well, that may be, but that's not the issue that we presented here. We're not talking about that. We're talking about what's the fair interpretation of the rule based on the plain language. We're not talking about, you know, whether you have to install a control technology. I mean, that's part of the backstory of this. But the issue is, you know, is DAQ's interpretation that we have to use biogas, we can't use natural gas unless there's a legitimate business purpose. Is that consistent with the plain language of the rule? This is strictly an interpretation of the rule. It arose during the permitting process, and you do have those ancillary issues that were out there, but that's not the issue before the commission.
Commissioner Monist?
Yeah, thank you. You said several times that the supplemental fuel, the purpose of the supplemental fuel is to oxidize and to achieve compliance. Is the same amount of supplemental fuel needed to oxidize and achieve compliance, or is there some that's needed to oxidize and then you're adding more to achieve compliance with the sulfur dioxide standard?
Yeah, that's a bit of a technical question, and I would say that you know, the supplemental fuel that they put in the permit is what engineers decided was necessary for oxidation and to achieve compliance. But I don't know how to allocate that.
Well, I mean, I guess it doesn't seem too technical to me, because there's an amount that you would need to oxidize the fuel, right? The tail gas needs to be oxidized to reach the amount of heat to flare. And then like at that point, right, you do the math about the sulfur,
right,
and you figure out whether you're in compliance or not. And so I'm assuming that you would need more to achieve compliance.
Well, what I can tell you is from what I've learned from the engineers is that when they receive the purchased biogas, it is inconsistent in terms of characteristics and the constituents. So there is some fluctuation. You know, in terms of what the rule says, though, it just says any fuels for any source of combustion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. And we will hear from the division, and then we may have more questions after.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Asher Spiller. I'm with the Attorney General's office. I'm here on behalf of the Division of Air Quality. I appreciate the opportunity to address the commission today. This request for declaratory ruling raises the important question of whether a facility can comply with an emission control standard, not by controlling pollution, but by unnecessarily burning additional fossil fuels to avoid having to control pollution. The rule at issue in this case, 2D516, provides that sulfur dioxide emission from combustion sources shall not exceed 2.3 pounds of sulfur dioxide per million BTU input. Now, as you've heard, BTU input there refers to the heat content. It's a measure of heat content. And in DAQ's view, the heat input referenced in that standard is the heat input associated with the operation of the facility. It does not include heat generated from unnecessary combustion of natural gas to artificially inflate the heat input solely to appear in compliance with the standard and avoid reducing pollution. Now, I would like to note at the outset, today you heard a concern from Ms. Cooper that DAQ is seeking to interfere with Optima's business choices. And I think that stems entirely from this what she calls a new interpretation and the use of the words legitimate business or pollution control purpose. But I just want to clarify that all that's intended there is to encompass the operations of the facility, the actual operations, what is permitted by DAQ, which of course includes pollution control activities, and it also includes the industrial or commercial activities at the source that create that pollution. And that's what the scope of the permitting action by DAQ is all about. Now, Ms. Cooper, in seeking to focus on the plain language today, repeatedly used the term supplemental fuel to describe the natural gas that they're seeking to burn in this flare. And from DAQ's perspective, they are not seeking to burn this as fuel. The amount of supplemental fuel needed to address Commissioner Mona's question, the amount of supplemental fuel needed to actually ensure proper oxidation is, I believe the amount that they're proposing to burn is 7 times what they need to just ensure proper oxidation. They're not burning the natural gas as fuel. They're burning it as a tool to avoid having to reduce pollution and appear in compliance with the standard. Now, as I'll explain, DAQ has applied its interpretation here consistently, and the interpretation is in compliance with the plain language of the rule as well as governing statutes. So I'm going to start by providing some background today. I know there's been a lot of briefing that's been submitted to you, which covers a lot of this in some detail, so I'll try to move through that quickly. I'm then going to explain why there is no conflict in DAQ's implementation of 2D516, either with respect to Optima's current permit or with respect to the line or G permit. I'll then show why DAQ's interpretation of 2D516 is consistent with the plain language of the rule and consistent with governing statutes. And in conclusion, we'll request that the commission deny the request because there is a lack of inconsistency or conflict here. But if the commission is inclined to issue a declaratory ruling here, we would request that the commission uphold the agency's interpretation. This slide shows an aerial view of the facility. In the upper left-hand corner, you see Smithfield's covered lagoons, which is where the raw biogas is generated from the anaerobic digestion process. Next to the Smithfield covered lagoons, you see a circle there depicting the location of Smithfield's flare. And that's a place where raw biogas has been controlled by Smithfield for over a decade. Down in the lower right-hand corner, you see the Optima facility where the raw biogas is now being flared. So again, before December of 2019, all of Smithfield raw biogas was either combusted in a flare at its site or combusted in boilers at Smithfield site. And actually in the last couple of years, 2018 and 2019, all of it was going to the flare, or nearly all of it. In 2019, Optima commenced operation without a permit. In March of 2020, DAQ issued a civil penalty to address that violation. And then in August, Optima submitted its permit application in which it stated its intent to use natural gas as a pilot fuel only. And DAQ issued a permit that was consistent with Optima's application, which Optima did not challenge. So the permit authorizes 3 different operating scenarios, and this is the first one. And what it shows is raw biogas, and this is consistent with what's in Optima's application. What they asked to do was receive some of the raw biogas into the gas upgrading system and have some of it go directly to the candlestick flare, where the candlestick flare acts as a control device for the hydrogen sulfide that's in the raw biogas. The candlestick flare also operates as a control device for the tail gas coming off the gas upgrading system. After the tail gas is stripped out, the product gas then goes to the pipeline from the gas upgrading system. And then, of course, whatever the products of the combustion in the candlestick flare all go into the environment as emissions. Under operating scenario 2, whenever the gas upgrading system is down, all of the raw biogas goes directly to the candlestick flare, where again, the candlestick flare serves as a control device for the hydrogen sulfide that's contained within the raw biogas. And the third operating scenario is similar to the first. The only difference is that if the gas is off spec, it has to go to the candlestick flare and can't go into it. So in June of 2021, Optima informed DAQ for the first time that contrary to what was in its permit application, it had been combusting additional natural gas in its flare to inflate heat input in order to appear in compliance with 2D516. Now, again, the amount of gas that Optima is proposing to combust in the flare is not solely the amount needed for supplemental fuel to ensure proper oxidation. It's a significant amount more than what is needed for proper operation of the flare. In June of 2021, later that month, DAQ informed Optima, consistent with what it had said to align RNG a few months prior, that unnecessarily burning natural gas to artificially inflate heat input is not an acceptable means of compliance with the rule. Following that communication, Optima submitted a permitting notice again stating its intent to burn natural gas. DAQ reiterated its position in September, and here we are. Now, one rule of the commission in ruling on declaratory ruling requests that I want to highlight is under 2I0603D. One of the reasons why one of the criteria for the commission to deny a request for declaratory ruling is if the commission determines that there's no material conflict or inconsistency within the commission or department regarding the law or rule identified by the petitioner. Optima has identified a couple of different sources of conflict that it claims exist here. One is an inconsistency with Optima's current permit, and the other is an inconsistency with the line RNG's permit. And as I'll explain, DAQ's position is that there is no material inconsistency. So beginning with Optima's current permit, what the current permit allows, based on what Optima asked for in its permit application, is it allows the combustion of raw biogas in the flare, just as has been occurring at Smithfield for several years, where the raw biogas goes directly to the flare. Some of it goes to the flare, some of it goes into the gas upgrading system and gets processed and released into a pipeline as product gas. The permit also limits the combustion of natural gas to pilot fuel based on what was requested in Optima's application. DAQ's position regarding Optima's request is that unnecessarily flaring natural gas solely to appear in compliance with the standard is not permitted. There is no inconsistency between what's in Optima's current permit and what DAQ's position is regarding Optima's request. The other place where Optima points to an inconsistency is with respect to the Align RNG permit, which you've heard a little bit about today. What Align is authorized to do is the same thing that Optima could obtain authorization to do, which is to burn supplemental fuel as needed to ensure proper operation of its flare. But with respect to the request to burn additional fuel for no purpose, but solely to avoid having to control pollution to comply with the standard, DAQ took the exact same position with Align RNG in saying you can't burn additional natural gas to artificially inflate heat input. And in response, Align RNG implemented pollution control to comply with the standard, which is certainly an option for Optima. So again, no material conflict or inconsistency between a line and Optima. They're both prohibited from unnecessarily combusting natural gas. A line is authorized to burn supplemental fuel to comply to ensure proper operation of its flare. Optima can obtain authorization to do that if it asks. A line is authorized to use control technology to achieve compliance with 2D516. Optima can obtain authorization to implement control technology if it asks for it. So now I want to get into DAQ's interpretation. Ms. Cooper has focused a great deal on the plain language, and rightfully so. We just have a different view of what that plain language says. Ms. Cooper focuses on the use of the word fuel in the standard, and you heard from me just a moment ago why we don't view the combustion of this natural gas as a combustion of fuel. It's solely used as a tool. It's not fueling anything. It's not needed for operation of any of the processes or equipment at this source. It's solely being used as a tool to avoid having to control pollution. Now, another, DAQ is not interpreting this rule in a vacuum. There's context for this rule, context that's been set out by the Commission, including the fact that these are emissions control standards. The purpose of the standards is to control pollution. And so that has to be a principle, a guiding principle when DAQ is interpreting the Commission's rules. Another thing that DAQ has to keep in mind is that 2D516 is part of North Carolina State Implementation Plan. The rule is enforceable by EPA. It's also enforceable by third parties through the Clean Air Act. So we also have to be mindful of the principles that have been set forth in federal case law and by EPA in proper methods of ensuring compliance with the Ncac through state implementation plans. Another extremely important piece of context for DAQ's interpretation is this statutory directive from the General Assembly, which states that the Commission, in this case DAQ acting on behalf of the Commission, shall act on all applications for permits so as to effectuate the purposes of Article 21B by reducing existing air pollution and preventing, so far as reasonably possible, any increased pollution of the air from any additional or enlarged sources. And of course, the Commission has also promulgated rules directing the director of DAQ when issuing permits to ensure that conditions are included in the permit that maintain compliance with the purposes of Article 21B. Optima's interpretation of 2D516 doesn't reduce pollution so far as reasonably possible. It doesn't reduce pollution at all. In fact, what it does is incentivize pollution. It interprets the rule in a way where anyone can comply with the rule, not by reducing pollution, but just by burning more natural gas, completely unnecessarily, for reasons that have nothing to do with operation of the source. And for that reason, DAQ's approach to the rule is that the BTUs, the heat reference to the rule, refer to the actual operations of the source. Unnecessarily burning natural gas just to inflate heat input, having nothing to do with operations of the source, is not an acceptable means of compliance. We think that's a reasonable interpretation of the rule. We think it's consistent with the plain language of the rule. It's also consistent with the General Assembly's statutory directive. And when DAQ is acting on permit applications, when it's applying the Commission's rules, it has to keep in mind that the purpose of the rule is to reduce pollution. And that's also indicated by the fact that the Commission has designated these standards as emission control standards. And all DAQ is doing in this case is seeking to interpret the Commission's rules in a way that actually controls pollution. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. But what DAQ is asking, just to clarify, what DAQ is asking for here is either for the Commission to deny the request because there's no conflict, as I said, or if the Commission is inclined to issue a declaratory ruling, to uphold DAQ's reasonable interpretation of 2D516.
Questions for Mr. Spiller? Mr. Carter?
Yeah, since you mentioned it there toward the end, what you're describing this as a situation where they're burning natural gas and increasing pollution. What pollution are they increasing?
Well, there's pollution within the natural gas that they're unnecessarily burning, which would include NOx. There's some amount of sulfur dioxide, whatever other pollutions. contained in the natural gas. And
Well,
I'd have to defer to.
Yeah, I mean, the sulfur dioxide is what well, they are creating, I guess, but you're eliminating the H2S, which is the point of the exercise, as far as 516 is concerned. The other thing I'm curious about, you commented that DAQ does not consider this a fuel. Does DAQ have some definition of fuel? Because I'm looking at one here that says all it is you burn it to produce heat. I mean, that's fuel, and that's seems to be pretty much what they're doing. So I'm trying to figure out if there's some different definition somewhere.
Right, but the purpose here is not to generate heat. The purpose here is just to evade compliance with the standards. They're not, the heat has no value to the source other than to appear in compliance with the standards.
Well, actually, I'm sorry, that actually leads me to the other question I'd forgotten about, which is you had mentioned a couple of times that there's a differential here between the amount of heat, the amount of fuel needed for combustion, I guess, of the tail gas and the amount they're actually using. Is there a calculation of that somewhere that says it should be only X amount to combust the tail gas and they're using Y or something?
Sure, I have to defer to DAQ on
Yeah, no, I understand.
Numbers.
Right.
My understanding is that the amount, and there was a reference to EPA guidance earlier for proper operation of control devices. And that does require a minimum amount of BTUs to ensure effective combustion. Yeah. And my understanding is that the amount of natural gas that they're proposing to burn as compared to what's needed to ensure that proper combustion, I believe is 7 times more. Right. But I'm happy to.
And my first question, Commissioner Solomon, was that same thing just to stay there? Because I'm looking for that in the record and I don't see it in the record anywhere.
No, I don't believe those calculations were.
Well, I think we got a problem here.
Well, let me just say, as a reminder, the issue before the commission today is not the permitting of this facility. It's the interpretation of the rule. And I'll phrase part of this, I guess, as a question to Mr. Spiller and see if I can get confirmation of what the division thinks the issue before us is in terms of rule interpretation. Is the issue essentially what the relationship is between the first sentence of A and the second sentence of A? Because I would read the first sentence of A to say, well, it does say, emission of sulfur dioxide from any source of combustion discharged from any vent, stack, or chimney shall not exceed 2.3 pounds of sulfur dioxide per million BTU input. The next sentence then says sulfur dioxide formed by, and it has the list of things, including fuels, shall be included in determining compliance with the standard. So I guess my interpretation of the baseline in question here is, what do those two sentences in combination mean? So can you give me the division's interpretation of how those two sentences fit together? The first sentence that says, here's what the standard is for any combustion source. The second sentence says, when you do that calculation, you include all these things.
Sure. So with respect to the first sentence, the heat reference there has to do with heat associated with the operations of the source. And the fuels, the waste, the ores, other substances are all also associated with the operations of the source, not fuels combusted solely for no other reason associated with the operation of the facility, but solely to appear in compliance with the standard.
Other questions for Mr. Spiller?
Yeah.
Commissioner Deerhag?
I would offer that in this case, probably the intent of fuels in the second sentence was meant for fuel being the primary purpose of burning the device. The natural gas is not the primary purpose. It's the primary purpose is to burn the off gas or the tail gas. So it is not the primary fuel of concern here. And then I would just also add about your point about 7 times the heat value needed. Commissioner Monis expressed it much better than I did, but when I was offering my example of 500,000 BTUs compared to 1 million BTUs, what I was trying to say was that in that case, I didn't know about the 7 times, but I was saying, you were saying that it could be, you could use half as much value, heat value, and still accomplish the emission and achieve the emission standard compared to using a full BTU, million BTU. So it's just another way of expressing the example.
Certainly, and it is correct that the 7 times is not in the record. So I wouldn't want to suggest that that's a material fact the commission should base its decision on. But what I do think is in the record, and I think what is undisputed, is that the amount of fuel and natural gas that Optima is proposing to burn is more than what is necessary to ensure proper oxidation of the fuel. And DAQ's position is that Optima can obtain authorization to burn natural gas as necessary for proper operation of its flare. There's no dispute about that. If Optima submits an application to request burning natural gas for that purpose, there's no reason that that can't be authorized. Well, DAQ's position is solely with respect to the additional natural gas that is combusted above and beyond what's needed to ensure proper operation.
Commissioner Solomon?
Yeah, I'm trying to be fair to both parties because I asked her if she had it in the rule, and I just want to make sure, because you're alleging there's more, but you don't have anything in the record saying there's more, correct? I'm an engineer, so I understand factors of safety, but there's nothing in there saying in the record that we're supposed to consider finding of facts, that what amount is over 7 times, 6 times. Is there anything in the record for that?
There isn't I don't believe there's a quantification.
Okay.
I don't believe there's a quantification, but it is, to be clear, it is undisputed that it's more.
Okay, well, let me ask this. In the rule, and we're supposed to judge the rule and declaratory ruling, is there anything about the factor of safety in the rule? I don't see it. I asked her the same question, but is it your interpretation that it's in that there's a factor of safety? I mean, they've got to have some factor of safety because the quality of the gas does vary like any input. But I don't see where this, and I think it's not a great rule. I mean, I think probably everybody agrees with that. I'm just trying to say what is in that rule doesn't say what the factor of safety should be, and we leave it to their engineers to decide that. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm trying to say, where do you see that in the rule, other than your own interpretation versus her interpretation?
As far as what the factor.
Yeah, what the factor of safety is.
You can ask Ms. Cooper, but my understanding is that Optima would not take the position that they need to burn this gas to ensure an adequate factor of safety to ensure proper oxidation. I think it is undisputed, and again, you can ask Ms. Cooper this, but it's undisputed. They're not burning this natural gas solely to ensure compliance, or solely to ensure proper oxidation. It is undisputed. Again, ask Ms. Cooper, but it's undisputed that what they're burning is more than what they need to.
Let me shift gears in this, because it has to do with his presentation and the way he picked the finding of fact.
Commissioner Solomon?
You say appear to be in compliance, and to me, the rule is clear. It's 2.3. Has DEQ, I don't see anything in the record that says DEQ has ever told them or fined them or given an NOV for being out of compliance with 2.3. I'm questioning your use of the word appear to be, because to me, I don't see anything in the record that says they're not. DEQ's never said they are in compliance, according to DEQ, unless you show me something in the record that says they're out of compliance, and I don't see where they're over 2.3.
Are you asking if DAQ has yet issued a notice of violation?
Or anything, because they've been in operation for a while, they've had their problems, but you in your slides said appear to be in compliance.
I see.
And what I'm trying to say is there's nothing in the record to say they've ever been out. They have been in compliance with 2.3.
Yes.
For the rule, 2.3, right?
Right, so the basis for saying appear in compliance is that DAQ's interpretation of the rule is that the heat input referenced here is the heat input associated with the operations of the facility, not heat burned by the natural gas for no purpose other than to artificially inflate that heat input number. So in DAQ's view, inflating that heat input number by burning natural gas, again, for no operational purpose, does not demonstrate compliance with the rule.
Have they done that yet anywhere?
Yes.
Well, then why haven't you issued the violation? If you believe they're not in compliance, why haven't you written them a letter saying you're not in compliance? Because you're saying that is your position, they're not in compliance, but yet you're not issuing a paperwork to have that dispute of being in compliance.
Let me,
2.3.
let me intervene
Yeah.
just briefly. Again, this is neither a permitting dispute nor a compliance case, thankfully. It is an issue of interpretation of the rule. And again, so I will just put out there my sense based on the two presentations of what the difference seems to be in interpretation. I understand the division's position to be that the rule essentially says you look at compliance with respect to the fundamental operation of the facility, and that all the language about considering fuels and other things in determining compliance is all by reference to what's necessary to operate the facility. And the petitioner is taking the position that the rule means something different, that it allows additional input, in this case of fuel, in order to achieve compliance with the standard, even though that additional input may not be necessary to the core function of the facility. So, and I welcome either attorney to say what they think their position is, other than my general synopsis here. But I do think it's important to stay focused on what the issue is, which is the interpretation of the rule, and not go too far into factual disputes over compliance, which isn't an issue. At this point, no one's taking any enforcement action. That has only come up, as I understand it, in the context of potential future, impact of one interpretation or the other.
Gotcha.
Yeah, yes, Commissioner Key.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, falling back on what was mentioned just a few minutes ago about maybe I picked that up on Commissioner Carter's comments, but I want to comment close to what maybe he was speaking of was the comment that you made that this rule incentivizes others to promote pollution. And then you're asking if we approve this, then we would uphold DAQ's interpretation. So to be honest with you, I'm confused as a commissioner that it's all about interpretation. We could get into the regulatory pieces of economics and regulations, but solely based on what I'm hearing from the state. And the other is that it's an interpretation. And if you said that the way that carrying this out is incentivizing, I think that's the word you used. I could go back and look at the record, but you said it incentivizes others to promote pollution. So that's where I am as a commissioner, Madam Chair, is trying to find the interpretation piece and still upholding DAQ's request.
Well, let's have Mr. Spiller respond to your comment, and then we have some other questions over on this side of the table.
Yeah, and I apologize if I wasn't clear with that statement, but maybe I can clarify that. The purpose of that statement was to suggest that if Optima's interpretation is adopted, a facility can comply with this standard, not by reducing pollution, but just by burning more natural gas. What that does is incentivize facilities going forward not to control pollution and comply with the standard, but perhaps to go with a cheaper option, just burning more gas for reasons that have nothing to do with operation of its source. And I think Align RNG is a good hypothetical example. There's a facility that has chosen to implement control technology as a means of ensuring compliance with the standard. But under the Optima's preferred interpretation, if Align were to determine that it's cheaper to just buy natural gas, they might have reasons to not operate that control technology and rather rely on natural gas to procure and compliance with the standard.
Let me go to some questions over here. Commissioner Bailey.
So that's exactly what I wanted to explore. Could we go back to the slide about what we're supposed to decide today? So deny the request because there is no conflict in DAQ's implementation of 2D0516. So you had a slide where you circled a response from DAQ to Align, and that's the one that said you disagreed with their interpretation of 0516.
Correct.
So
And in response to that letter that we sent to Align implemented control technology.
Right. So if we were to grant this request and then agree with Optima's position, then it's exactly what then there is, how would you say it? Then Align would say, well, that's a conflict because you told me it was this interpretation. So.
Yeah, certainly the concern would be if that's the rule that's established by the commission, that application of that rule to other facilities going forward could incentivize this type of activity, which from our perspective is contrary to the purposes of the rule.
Because right now it seems to be consistent, especially because of that, what language you circled.
Right. And that is part of our argument that there is no inconsistency or conflict in the manner in which DAQ is implemented.
But to say that if we were to decide today that Optima's position is correct, then easily Align would come back in and say, why did I spend all this money on control equipment? Thank you.
Mr. Carter or Mr. Deering?
Mr. Deering was the first.
Thank you. I was just going to go back to the second sentence of paragraph A again and say that I believe the intent of that sentence and the intent of the standard was to talk about a broad array of combustion sources. And in this case, it is a control, in some sense, is a control device that is to remove the hydrogen sulfide or to reduce it to, or to oxidize it to sulfur dioxide. But it's also probably originally intended when it says burning fuels, it means the fuel is the main purpose of burning the unit, such as a coal-fired unit, or as burning a furnace that's burning waste for heat recovery. Those are the types of fuels. And it's not intended to be a supplementary fuel. It's intended to be the main purpose of that fuel, which is to operate and generate a product that can be used, such as heat for steam or heat for electricity. Do you agree with that?
I do. I would include in that list, though, of the purposes that here we do think that use of natural gas as supplementary fuel for proper operation of the flare is a legitimate purpose for using that fuel. And the heat generated there is for a purpose, is to oxidize hydrogen.
So, well, I don't want to get back into the how much they're burning question. So you're saying that at least that the division agrees that that's proper use. The real debate then is over how much. But I don't want to go there. Go far. That's as far as I want to go with that. But how about going to your chronology slide here? Because I've got a concern about something that's on your chronology here.
For that?
Go back up one more. There's one.
There it is.
Let's see.
That's where.
Well, yeah, this is the one I've got a concern about. December 2019 here. I guess it states that they were operating in violation without a permit. But the problem I've got, I'm looking at the record here, and there's a clear statement in here from the permit section that says you don't need a permit. So what the heck is going on here?
Yeah, so that is Optimum's characterization of that exchange. But and I'm happy to defer to folks within the division that have more direct knowledge of that interaction. But Optima represented, or my understanding is they represented to the AQ, that the way they were going to be operating was solely to put the gas upgrading system in place between the digesters and Smithfield's flare. So they weren't going to be altering any of the emission sources at Smithfield, but they were going to be operating within the configuration of Smithfield's flare and its waste treatment system. And then what was discovered is that they had constructed an entirely separate facility with a separate flare and additional source of emissions. That was discovered during an inspection, and that's what led to the enforcement action. But again, I don't want to get too far afield into that history.
No, I don't want to debate a whole bunch of that, but when I saw this and saw that, I thought, wait a minute, we've got a disconnect here. It looks like someone. All right, well, let me stop there.
And I'm sure Ms. Cooper would take issue with my framing.
Well, again, that's now I'm getting you back in the facts where we don't want to be anyway. So, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Spiller? Yes, Commissioner Kelvington.
Yes, thank you, for the presentation. So one of the things you mentioned was that the 516 was set up to comply with the NACs, and wanted to know if there's any issue with that, with this permit, or by burning natural gas, is there any issue with that?
No, there isn't a concern that there isn't a debate here about whether the NACs will be compliant with this.
Okay, so that will be compliant with. The other thing is, the permit allowed them to burn two streams in their flare, tail gas in biogas, right? Was there any limitation on the amount of biogas they could burn? Like if they can only burn enough biogas to reach oxidation, or if they could have used more biogas to meet the standard, could they have been allowed to do that?
Right. No, there was no limit on that. And my understanding of DAQ's approach to that scenario was this raw biogas has been controlled in a flare for a decade. Optima is proposing to take some of it and process it into a product gas that can be injected into the pipeline, and is refraining from processing some of it, but continuing to use the flare as a control device for the raw biogas. So I think from DAQ's perspective, the flare in that scenario is still performing a legitimate pollution control function, and DAQ wasn't in a position to second guess how much of the biogas Optima was choosing to process as a product.
Okay. And then the third question, can you explain to me, based on 516, why the biogas, I'm not looking at their interpretation and what the history was, but why the biogas would be allowed and in an unlimited amount, and natural gas would not, based on the way the rules were written?
Right. So my understanding of DAQ's approach was the raw biogas combusted in the flare has been an accepted means of control of the raw biogas for over a decade. So the flare is performing a legitimate pollution control function. And that's why it was deemed to be a different scenario than what Optima is proposing to do now, which is to go buy natural gas that isn't a waste gas, isn't something that is being controlled by the flare, and put it into the flare solely to avoid having to produce pollution.
Right, but based on the plain interpretation of the rule, I don't see where that you can make that distinction.
Respectfully, I think the way that we would draw that distinction is that the flare is performing a legitimate control function. That's an actual legitimate operation of that flare as a control device for the raw biogas, as has been occurring at Smithfield for a long time. And so using the heat generated through that legitimate control of hydrogen sulfide and raw biogas doesn't run foul of DAQ's interpretation.
But also, if you took that raw biogas and you run it through their process, then you create pipeline quality natural gas, right? And so the other process is that not doing the same thing, the way their process is set up, doing a similar type function.
Yeah, so another thing I want to emphasize and make sure is not lost from this discussion is that DAQ from the beginning has encouraged Optima to implement control technology. And DAQ views that as the way to effectuate the purpose of the rule in a way that's most protective of the environment. But given that the raw biogas had just been controlled in a flare for the last decade, and all Optima was proposed to do is continue that activity while taking some of the gas out to process into product gas, because the flare is performing a legitimate operational function there. That's consistent with DAQ's interpretation of the rule. And I think that's different than if Optima is pulling out product gas or gas that's in the pipeline, using it for that purpose.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from Mr. Spiller?
Unfortunately, that
Commissioner
Kelvington just triggered something for me. So before this changed the operation, all of the gas was being combusted through by flare, right?
Correct.
So now, am I understanding correctly? Maybe I'm not, but now that they're pulling off the biogas, they are treating that and putting it into the system as natural gas now. I think that's what I'm hearing over here. So
Yes,
so now what you got is just a much smaller stream, the tail gas. That's all that's being combusted by flare. They want to add natural gas, but going back to this question of additional pollution, in fact, are they putting out any additional pollution beyond what they would have been doing before when they were combusting all the biogas? It sounds like maybe they're doing less.
You mean as compared to what Smithfield was doing?
No, well, yes, compared to what the I guess the pre-RGN operation versus the operation as it's set up now. Because now you're pulling off a valuable material, the methane, putting it into out as a fuel, and all you're trying to do is combust just the tail gas, and I guess and pull back some natural gas from someplace else. But it sounds like to me that you're really putting out less pollution potentially than they were before when they were combusting all of the gas coming off this operation.
Well, they weren't. I understand the question, but that comparison is comparing the comparing the pre-2019 scenario to the post.
Right.
Whereas what the AQ is trying to do is compare the different methods of compliance with the standard. One of which incentivizes additional combustion of fossil fuels for no purpose, one of which incentivizes control of pollution.
Well, I understand the argument, but part of what you were arguing earlier was that they're putting out more pollution, and in fact, it sounds very much like they're putting out probably significantly less pollution than they were pre-2019. So I
think we're comparing different scenarios.
Yeah.
We're comparing from GAQ's perspective in interpreting the rule and not incentivizing additional pollution, the appropriate comparisons between the two different methods of compliance that result from the different interpretations of the rule. And the interpretation that Optima is advocating for is one where a facility, rather than reducing pollution, just buys natural gas to inflate the heat content so it doesn't have to reduce pollution. Mm-hmm. And the more heat that it generates, the more sulfur it can emit, even if that heat has nothing to do with operation of its source.
Oh, well, I'm not sure about that statement that the more sulfur it can emit, because the amount of sulfur is limited to whatever the H2S is coming off of that operation, period.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. In this scenario, I was speaking to a facility, in this interpretation, a facility can use the combustion of natural gas to allow it to emit more sulfur. I was speaking just in terms of the abstract interpretation.
Any other questions for Mr. Spiller? Yes. Commissioner Arado.
Yeah, just one on this question of whether or not the interpretation of the rule has been consistent in how you're interpreting the rule. My understanding is you start with the plain language and you only stop there. There's no ambiguity if it's absolutely clear what the rule means. But it appears that words like fuel in this rule is ambiguous. And so that then is when you look at things like purpose and the bigger context. And I think what you described on one slide was, okay, you have these two sentences that in isolation say this one thing, but you have to look at the 500 section to understand what the word fuel and what the point of this particular language means. Is that consistent with how DAQ has been interpreting this rule? And that's why we don't see all the finer points in the interpretation in the two sentences that we've been looking at.
That's correct. I mean, the DAQ is using the guiding principle of what was the intent of the drafters, and taking that intent from the fact that this is characterized as a pollution control standard, as well as looking to the statutory directive from the General Assembly as to how the commission rules should be interpreted by Congress.
Okay, and I think that's the crux right there, is whether or not we can just start and stop with plain language.
Any other questions? If not, I'm sorry, Mr. Spiller.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to add one more point. I thought Commissioner Carter, the exchange we were having about the combustion of raw biogas, comparing that to the combustion of natural gas, I think that is a fine distinction. It's a fine distinction that the AQ is drawing. But I think if there isn't inconsistency there, if the commission feels that there's some inconsistency in allowing that activity and prohibiting what the AQ is prohibiting here, the way to resolve that is not to authorize additional combustion of natural gas, it's to require control technology. and to ensure that the rule is applied in a way in which it was intended, which is to reduce pollution. So I'll close with that.
Thank you. So I'll ask, oh, I'm sorry. Is there one more
Yeah,
question?
one more question.
Mr. Duggan.
And I was gonna kind of go away from it, but you said a couple times that what Optima's trying to do is they're trying to avoid compliance with the standard. What do you mean by that?
So at least in DAQ's interpretation of the standard, the heat content associated with, or its reference to the rule is associated with the operation of the source. And so if Optima wants to comply with that, it would need to implement control technology to reduce without burning the raw biogas. If Optima wanted to comply with that, the way they would need to comply is by reducing the hydrogen sulfide to make sure that their sulfur has the proper ratio with the amount of heat that they're generating. And they want to avoid doing that. The way they're avoiding reducing sulfur is by purchasing the natural gas to artificially inflate the content in a way that has nothing to do with operation of the.
But it is a pollution control technique that they use.
The combustion of the natural gas serves no pollution control function. The additional natural gas that there's combust.
All right, Commissioner McAdams.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. You know, I'm eager to know, and maybe it is the other party that should answer, but eager to know whether the quantity, not the rate per BTU, but the total quantity of sulfur dioxide is reduced by burning all this natural gas? Or is it just a dilution effect so that a given quantity is down to this level per BTU, per 1,000 BTUs? Do you know that?
DAQ's position is that the combustion of the additional natural gas does nothing to reduce the sulfur.
The quantity of the sulfur, the quantity being
Correct, the quantity.
Being reduced. Would DAQ's position be different, and maybe this is happening, if the source of the natural gas is the very RNG that is coming from inside the process?
If what's coming out of the process,
Yep.
you're burning the product.
The product. In fact, I have trouble understanding why they appear to be injecting that product into a utility systems network, grid, and then proposing to buy natural gas from a utility system. Not sure I can answer that, maybe. Yeah. But anyway, my stronger question, and you have answered it, is there an actual reduction in quantity of sulfur dioxide?
And we were, just to clarify, as we were discussing earlier, there is an amount of natural gas, supplemental fuel, that's appropriate to combust in a flare and compliance with the guidance and manufacturer specifications to ensure proper oxidation of the tail gas. And what we're talking about here is whether we're far beyond what's needed to accomplish that purpose. That's the difference in our interpretations.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Modest.
I was wondering if we could go back to the slide with what we actually have to decide, whether DAQ has been inconsistent.
Well, there's our conclusion, what we're requesting, or are you looking at the rule?
I think it was the first one, our criteria for making our decision.
Oh, right, sorry.
No, it's okay.
This one.
Okay. This is what I'm trying to go back to, is to think about, if DAQ has been inconsistent. And obviously you're arguing that they have not. And what I think makes this so hard, as folks have referenced before, is that this situation is inconsistent with, when the rules were set, how they were thought to be applied. For example, in the record, we saw that the renewable natural gas is a valuable resource they want to protect and sell, whereas not too long ago it was a waste. And the natural gas is something cheap that they can use to burn, whereas not too long ago that was not the case. So I guess I'm saying it makes sense that we're kind of tying ourselves in knots around this. And so I'm just trying to bring myself back to, has DAQ been consistent in how they have interpreted this? And maybe you could just restate why, because we're going back and forth with, well, they could burn the biogas, but they shouldn't burn the natural gas. Why you see that as a consistent application?
Sure. So again, DAQ's position is that the heat referenced in the rule is associated with legitimate operations of the sort, which include pollution control or commercial industrial activities of the source. And in authorizing, as it requested, to continue controlling some raw biogas in the flare, it's authorizing a legitimate pollution control activities that has been in place at Smithfield for some time. And that is entirely consistent with how DAQ is proposing to interpret the rule line and how it's been interpreted as far as we're aware with other facilities.
Last call. Commissioner Bailey.
The last one, I just want to be clear about what we're deciding, because when I look at the department's response, it says no material conflict and or inconsistency regarding DAQ's interpretation and application of 15A NCAC 2D 0516. So it really goes to Mr. Reynolds. Is that the correct thing that we're deciding up there? Because that's our first step, is to decide to grant or deny the petition. So I want to make sure that wording is right if we're going to vote on the first step.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Bailey, what you see on the slide before you actually comes directly out of your rules. The interpretation can be seen through the application of the rule. How that's been applied demonstrates how its interpretation. But the thing that the department is the language that the department has pulled comes directly out of your rule 15A NCAC 02I 0603 D, which is the commission shall deny the request upon making any of the following findings. So these are the grounds that you can decide that are present sufficient that you should deny the petition and not reach the merits. And then it goes on to say 8, which is accurately reflected there. There's no material conflict or inconsistency within the commission or the department. In other words, we haven't decided it two different ways. Or the department, they haven't decided it two different ways, or that we've interpreted it some way that they're not interpreting it that way, right? So there's either a conflict amongst ourselves or amongst our own decisions, a conflict among the decisions of the department, or a conflict in the interpretation, and I would include into that application of a rule as between the commission and the department.
And is it only regarding decisions on permit applications that we're talking about, or?
It could be how any rules apply. Right. So if it's a permit, so at the end of the day, if this is a permit dispute, or the commission finds that this is a permit dispute, then the appropriate venue for disputing those decisions is OEH, not here. We're looking at the application. We're determining how the rule has been applied and whether there's an inconsistency in the department's interpretation and application of it. So that, and if you find that there is not an inconsistency, then you have found that there are grounds to deny, meaning you don't need to reach the merits.
Thank you.
If I may, one thing I'm sure Ms. Cooper will raise is, I believe they are making the argument that inconsistency should be interpreted to refer to an inconsistency between our interpretation and what the rule language says. I think I had understood her to be making that argument. That's not consistent with how I have read this rule, but I would defer to Mr. Reynolds on that issue, but I'm sure we can discuss that issue.
So thank you. So I was going to call on Ms. Cooper to see if she would like to make a 5-minute rebuttal or respond to any of the earlier questions.
Thank you.
Or perhaps correct my statement of the issue.
And Madam Chair, if I may, just that last point, what 150B-4 says upon request, an agency, here the commission, shall also issue a declaratory ruling to resolve a conflict or inconsistency within the agency. In this instance, it would be between us and the department as well, regarding an interpretation of the law or rule adopted by the agency. So that's what the statute says about resolving a conflict or inconsistency.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper.
Thank you. That was a great discussion. I want to address just a few things, and I expect the commission may have some more questions, which I'm glad to answer. This issue is right for the commission to decide. It's not a permit dispute. It's regarding an interpretation of the rule that's inconsistent with the plain language, and also it's being inconsistently applied by the department. We've talked a lot about the inconsistency of their interpretation of the rule. Also inconsistently applied it. I think a real crux of this matter, and I think several of the commissioners have picked up on this, is that they authorize the use of supplemental fuel in the form of biogas to oxidize and meet 2D516, but they're not allowing the use of natural gas. And we've got these labels going: biogas, product gas, natural gas. It's all methane. Okay, it's all methane. And that's inconsistent. And I would also say with Align, that's an inconsistent interpretation or application that they did with the Align's permit versus Optimus. And I don't want to go down into permitting reasons, but I do want you to, we don't know all the reasons why Align decided to put in that control technology. They may have wanted to put that control technology in so they wouldn't be a type 5 permitted facility. They might have wanted to be in a synthetic liner. Even if you put in control technology, I mean, even Align's permit says they still need supplemental fuel to combust the tail gas in their flare. So I don't want, I hope the commission will not get too focused on, control technologies or the supplemental fuel. That's really irrelevant. It's really about the interpretation of this rule. I had a couple of other points. I appreciate the department's concern with not incentivizing or increasing pollution. But there's been some good points here. It's just undisputable that if you use natural gas instead of biogas as a supplemental fuel, you reduce pollution. The SO2 goes down. And the other thing I would say is when you're complying to 2.3 pounds per million BTU, lost my train of thought. It's not that you're appearing to be in compliance with it. You are in compliance with it. Commissioner Dugan, I've kind of wrestled with this for a while because the department's saying you're artificially doing this, you appear to be in compliance. Well, you're either in compliance or you're not in compliance. And, I would hope that agency would want a regulated entity to comply with the rule. That's what they're doing. They're complying with 516. They're not appearing to do it. So I've wrestled with that for a while, and I appreciate that question. Those are the main points. I'm sure there's more, but I'm glad to take questions.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just for clarity, there was a slide presented early, an hour ago, I guess. I do not know whether she put it up there or whether the department put it up there, but it was a statement that natural gas is no longer to be used. Is that a correct?
That was one of the applications. One of your slides.
Yeah. If I can have technical help, get back to this slide.
Was it a slide of yours that was mentioning that the department had made a decision that it no longer be used? Was that part of a slide that you had early on in your presentation?
Pull that up so I can make sure So we're talking about the same.
Madam Chair, I'm trying to find what I'm thinking of, maybe some inconsistency on one or the other. Because of what we have to decide on and how to answer moving.
Commissioner Keen, is this?
Yeah, that's. There.
Yes.
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 Yes. My question, you presented this, right?
I did. This.
Okay, can you just go over real quickly why you put new interpretation, please, and use you profile DAQ's new legitimate purpose restriction is not in the rule. Can you help me understand why you said that?
Sure, I'll be glad to. So just a few weeks ago, when DAQ submitted its response, it included a new interpretation that said natural gas cannot be included in determining compliance with the standard unless it's being used for a legitimate business purpose or pollution control purpose. And so they've now added a layer over 2D516, inserting a discretionary standard whether or not something is legitimate for business or if it's a legitimate pollution control purpose. That's not in the rule.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? If not, thank you very much. And as Mr. Reynolds has indicated, the first decision for the commission to make is whether to actually issue a ruling at all. So whether to grant the request for a declaratory ruling. And we've seen the language, the essential basis that has been advocated by the petitioner is that the rule has been inconsistently interpreted. So, welcome any comments or motions or discussion. Yes, Commissioner Modis.
I just had a question. So are we looking at the inconsistency between the rule and the interpretation of the rule, or of different interpretations of the rule to different locations?
Let me let Mr. Reynolds respond to that.
So I believe that the assertion is that there's an inconsistency as how the department has applied it. And I believe the petition itself said in and among regional offices. So that would be one ground. The other ground is that it has been inconsistently applied as between Align RNG and Optimum as part of the permit process. So those are the two asserted inconsistencies, and I believe Optima has also said in general, the interpretation is inconsistent with what the rule says. Now, that's not exactly what the statute provides for. The statute provides for an inconsistency among the agency as if it's been applied differently, or that there's a dispute as to applied one way to one person, another way to another. I think inherent in that, I should be careful with that. It could be seen that an inconsistency in either instance, they would have to either be saying that you applied the rule incorrectly to Align and to Optima, at which point there's no conflict. It's just that you're in conflict with the rule itself. But in my view, saying that it's inconsistent as how it applies to Optima is one in which they have said the department itself in and among the regional offices are applying it incorrectly or inconsistency. And they're applying it to Align and to us in inconsistent ways. In other words, they're letting Align do something that we're not being allowed to do. So that's really a question that you'll have to come to, but what the statute, and I read it earlier, what it says is to resolve inconsistency or conflict among the agency in the interpretation of the rule.
Let me ask one question about that. So is the distinction between an issue of conflict within the agency or between the commission and the agency that would justify declaratory ruling versus a more straightforward disagreement over rule interpretation, which may come up in the context of an enforcement action or a permit decision? Is that
I think
a
it's
distinction?
right. I think that's an important distinction because the latter one is really what we would be talking about. If it's just a straight rule interpretation, you say it applies this way to us in this permitting context, and we disagree with that rule, then that is a permitting issue and a permitting dispute. If, however, you follow what the idea of or read what the statute says an agency shall also issue a declaratory ruling to resolve a conflict or inconsistency within the agency regarding an interpretation of the law or a rule adopted by the agency. So what in that case you'd be saying is, well, folks, we don't know which way to go because you've said one thing one time and another thing another time. And again, what the petition has sought specifically, and I know it's been clarified as to saying, well, we just think their approach is inconsistent with the rule. But what this suggests, but what the petitioner sought originally and has continued to assert is that there's an inconsistency in and among the department and as to how it has applied to, how the department has applied it to different entities, one being Aligned, one being Optimum.
So, Madam Chair, if I can just explain why I said it in 1 minute, is that the department asked, after I saw this, then the department came up and asked if we approve, then we should uphold DAQ's interpretation. That's what they asked. But yet I see that, and to me, it's an interpretation issue all the way through because they're asking us to maintain, to keep that when yet they have made this. So I'm wondering, how is that related?
This applies to the grant or deny. The request to uphold is only if you grant the petition. Then we want you to side, basically what they're saying, what the department's saying is side with us if you grant the petition.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, not that one, pointing to the wrong side. The one earlier about 8, the language that I read, that's a standard to deny, which is the first applies to the first question. So they're saying deny it, but if you don't deny it, side with us. And Optima is saying grant it, grant and decide with us.
So
and the department is asking in their presentation is that if we do grant it, that we side with their interpretation.
Correct.
Uphold their.
that's correct, but it is 2 separate steps. And the first decision for the commission to make is whether to issue a declaratory ruling at all.
Thank you for the clarity.
Right. And I will go back and making this motion is that the previous chairman said it was enough to bring it to us to consider. Right. And everything that the parties have seen and what the record supports says this is about the rule. It's not about the permitting. It's not about an NOV. It's not in the courts. We have denied hearing declaratory rulings in the past because it's been in the courts, right? Different issue. This to me is straight down right at the rule. And I think the record supports that. So I'll make the motion that we hear this declaratory ruling.
Motion to grant.
Grant this declaratory ruling.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second that.
A second by Commissioner Key. Is there any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Deerking.
I don't feel strongly about not hearing it, but I do want to say that I think that there isn't an inconsistency within the department or within the division, or no inconsistency between regions or between permit settings, because it's the same industry. The difference is that this petitioner is not including a control technology of iron to remove the hydrogen sulfide. It's the same process, and the division is interpreting it the same. It's just that in the first case of a line, the party was agreeable to installing a control technology before asking for supplemental fuel. In this case, the client, the petitioner is not wanting to introduce this control technology. That's the distinction it's not a difference in interpretation between the different regions of the division.
Any other discussion on the motion? Commissioner Arado?
Yeah, I think I agree with Commissioner Deercake. I don't feel strongly about whether or not we ultimately hear it. However, I also don't see an inconsistency that they've been consistent in saying that you can burn, whether it's biogas or natural gas, for a given purpose, which is to reach oxidation, but not beyond that. So.
Any other discussion on the motion? Commissioners are prepared to vote. So the motion is to grant the request for declaratory ruling, which means we will then move to consider the merits of the ruling, the actual content of the ruling. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No?
No.
I'm sorry, we're going to need a
We're going to need a show of hands. So all in favor of the motion, show of hands.
6, 7. Do it. Keep them up long enough. I'm sorry for me to get it all written down here. I appreciate your patience. Got Commissioner Solomon, Commissioner McAdams, Commissioner Kelvington, Commissioner Keen, Commissioner Duggan, which I pronounce it right eventually. Commissioner Carter and Commissioner Anderson. 7 out of the 12.
And so all
Or
opposed.
13. Sorry.
All opposed. I like sign.
Okay, got you all. Madam Chair, you may vote if you'd like, or not.
I will generally not vote unless I'm needed to break a tie. Motion carries. So the next step in the decision making is to reach the conclusion on the declaratory ruling itself and whether to accept the Division of Air Quality's interpretation or to accept the interpretation brought forward by the petitioner. Commissioner Deerhake.
I'm not offering a motion. I just wanted to see if we could have a bit of discussion about the impact, the larger impact of the decision in favor of the petitioner. What precedent does this set? Or what message does it send to other industrial categories that may encounter a situation like this?
If I'm recognized, I can say my opinion of that. I don't think our opinion of that matters, because this is a finding of fact, and I'm from the local government world, and we have bad rules and ordinances all the time, but there's a finding of fact, and we have to judge on the finding of fact. So I think we're expanding it beyond our powers when we start putting judgments that aren't in the record into that. So I'm trying to judge it right on the findings of facts and what each party put in and make my decision on that. So that's where I'm at in that discussion.
Let me ask Mr. Reynolds to respond as well.
It does have some precedential effect. Generally, declaratory rulings are binding on the agency and the individual petitioner under the facts given, unless aside by a court, and the commission can later rescind a declaratory ruling, and therefore no longer allowing it to be binding. Can't do it retroactively, but you can do it prospectively. But my understanding is that the department would in fact take this, because the commission is the one who adopts the rules, a statement by the commission as to how a rule should be applied and interpreted would in fact carry, have consequences beyond a single petitioner in practical terms.
Yes,
So in
I
other
believe
words-
that is correct. And that you're right, that is not part of the fact base before us. We're looking at a rule interpretation, but I think it is fair to be clear that a rule interpretation by the commission is not limited necessarily to this instance. It would apply to the interpretation of that rule to other applicants of other sorts. Yeah. Yes, Commissioner King.
Since I second that and they voted for it, what is in my heart is the setting precedents with a unified department in this commission and a non-prejudiced moving forward, that when new legitimate purpose restriction is not in the rule, that to me makes a powerful statement to me that that's what our body is for, is rulemaking, set policy. It's a very powerful board in the state. But for corporations, commerce, and anyone that can interpret and not make it plain and simple, the interpretation when it meets this high level of governance and high level of legality that we've experienced in the last 3 hours, then to me, it illustrates and indicates that this might be a learning curve. And in order to help that move forward, then we may need a rule. And we may need to go into a regulatory piece because that piece was brought up. And we may need to go into an economic piece because the business part was brought up, expenditures, investments in our state with all that we have. So all of this has been brought up, Madam Chair. And just as my thought process moving into this arena now, it's clear to me that there's just cloudy water that needs to be cleaned up, and how we clean that up is, I guess, up to the commission to clean that up if it is in fact an issue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Yes, Commissioner McAdams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We all grapple with this. I believe this. I do believe that this petitioner seeks to achieve the requirement by dilution, by providing more BTUs rather than really reducing the sulfur dioxide emissions. I commend the Division of Air Quality for their efforts to hold down pollutants every chance they get. That said, I don't read this rule as providing a prohibition against what the petitioner seeks to do. As I read the rule, the first part of it says emissions of sulfur dioxide from any source of combustion discharged shall not exceed 2.3 pounds. That's what the first sentence says. The second sentence says sulfur dioxide formed by the combustion of all these different things shall be included when determining the compliance with that 2.3. So this petitioner seeks a way forward, seeks to comply with this, and has found a way to comply that does not, to my reading, violate this requirement. And my problem is with the way this is worded. Although had I been in the legislature, I might have voted for it just as well. It's one of these unforeseen consequences. But we ask the regulatory community to abide by our rules, and we must as well. I would like to see the rule modified. Or the rule modified. I would like to see that. And I again commend the Division of Air Quality for their efforts. They're doing the good work of the people. But when I read this rule, I don't see where it says you can't accomplish this by dilution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other discussion? Oh, Commissioner Arado.
It's just a point of clarification for Commissioner Adams. Are you saying you want to see a separate rulemaking process start up or address it here? Because I think it might be two different pieces.
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you.
Oh, when you say you think that we should be amending this rule, do you mean through starting a new rulemaking process or through what we're doing today? I think it's two separate things.
Let me then be clear. I think we're in a position where we grant the petitioner's request here because we have this rule in front of us. Now that this has come out, I'm not 100% real pleased with this rule. Okay.
Commissioner
I
Solomon.
just want to say the same thing, because I don't think it's a great rule. I think we all know it's not a great rule. But the only incentive is not the other industries. The incentive should be to this body to, as soon as we uphold the declaratory ruling, because they have met the spirit, is to go right away. This may be the grounds for emergency rulemaking. We've argued about temporary, what's an emergency and what's not. We may have to, just like a local government would, take an ordinance and say, we've got to approve it. Legally, you got it. This is the way it should be. But we can change that ordinance tomorrow, so future people can. We can close the door on this. So I would say it's two steps, but the first step starts with, let's find the fact here, and then because we've already had a bite of this apple. We missed it. The department missed it. I mean, it's probably not written for this type of facility. We need to write a rule that's for this type of facility. But that's the future. That's not this. I don't think. I agree with Commissioner McAdams.
Other discussion, Commissioner Deerhay?
Well, I respectfully disagree. Yes, this could be improved if there were a source category regulation designated for the anaerobic digestion category. And if that industry continues to grow and it does have its benefits, then it may be appropriate to develop source-specific standards. However, I think the intent of 0516, which is an EMC adopted rule, it's not a statute, it's an adopted rule by us, is to prevent the degradation of air quality. And the spirit of that rule is to focus on the intended fuel for the device. The natural gas supplemental fuel is not the intended fuel. The intended fuel is the tail gas stream that's going into it. I do think that this standard is applicable and appropriate in this case.
Other discussion? Mr. Arado.
A little, just to say, the quoted language up there, legitimate business purpose or pollution control purpose. I think there's a difference between the division explaining its understanding and what's actually in the rule. I think explaining their understanding of the rule, you can use whatever language you want to make that understanding clear to the applicant. But we don't need to see that specific quoted language in the rule for it to be correct.
I would tend to agree with that point. I mean, I think the additional language was used to explain the division's position, which has been essentially that the rule in 0516 applies to the fundamental source or operation or facility and its necessary components.
I'll get the ball rolling. I'll make the motion if it's time. If you call for the motion and get the ball rolling, we can vote it up or down. If we don't vote it up, we'll vote the other way. I'll make the motion that we uphold the petitioner's request. Is that the right way to say it, Council? I don't see the grant.
Commissioner Grant requested relief related to petition. I can get into that if you'd like.
We've been at this a long time, so that'll be the motion. If you got a second, let's vote it up or down.
So then I think the question is how to word what it is that we're doing here. And perhaps Mr. Reynolds can think about that a little bit. One possibility, as I understand the petitioner's position, would be the ruling would simply say that that 05106 does not prohibit use of supplemental fuel. But I don't know if there is a better or more complete way to capture that position.
I'll go to the lawyer too, because I don't like the dilution part of it, but that's what the rule says. I think the natural gas part, the supplemental is what we need to clarify, but they can't use the supplemental.
Just give me one second, Madam Chair.
So Mr. Reynolds is thinking about language. So are there any other?
Madam Chair, I second.
Let's go back to Mr. Reynolds for some specific language
okay.
that we can think about.
So the petitioner's request is that the commission, and this is, I think, a little bit more general than specific, but the specific request is that 15A NCAC 2D0516A does not prohibit the use of supplemental fuels, including natural gas purchased from a utility, to increase the heating value of flared waste biogas to enhance oxidation and to comply with 2D0516. And one thing I would like to clarify, if I may, is that I stated earlier that this would provide guidance for the department moving forward. It doesn't reach specific permitting issues, and saying that the rule doesn't prohibit this type of use doesn't then say how much fuel or remove from the department their ability to permit accordingly. It just says, you're right, it doesn't prohibit it.
Stop at the conjunction. Read the first part again without how to comply. Just read the first part.
Okay. 15A NCAC 2D0516A does not prohibit the use of supplemental fuels, including natural gas purchased from a utility, to increase the heating value of flare waste biogas to enhance oxidation and to comply with 2D0516.
Read the and comply without. Stop it there.
Well, wait a minute.
Do we need it? Do we need it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were telling me to stop after the jump.
No, no,
I wasn't sure what you were
And
saying.
to comply with, because I think now you get into compliance issue.
I think you want that.
You think you want that? Okay, then I want the whole thing. I'll make a motion to grant that petitioner's request.
All right. Madam Chair, if I may just jump in real quick.
Yes, please.
Your decision has been to make a ruling on the merits. You do not have to accept all of the requests. If you desire Commissioner Solomon to stop it and comply, that's perfectly within your rights, because you're still deciding the merits.
So just to be clear, that the language that Mr. Reynolds has been reading is essentially from the petition
Directly from
for declaratory ruling. So that is the complete ask on the part of the petitioner. And so what Mr. Reynolds is pointing out is the commission can do all of that or some lesser part of that, but that is the full ask from the petition.
Should we put it up on the screen? Because I mean, one of the documents.
Well, it's on your petition, so if you want to be.
Yeah, I've got it up online. I just don't know if everybody.
Yeah, she's got it right here. That's exactly what it is. Is that what you want to do?
Madam Chair, I was thinking that if we move forward in this arena, then you're going back to Commissioner Arata's idea of two parts. And when you go beyond the petitioner's request anyway, then you get into a second part.
Yeah, and I was going to stop a little short of the whole request, but if you think we need the whole thing, I'll make the motion for the whole thing. Make the motion for the whole thing. I made the motion for the whole thing. Let's keep us moving.
The whole thing, that's my point. What's the whole thing unless we.
Okay, that's fair.
Let's circle back a minute. So again, the language Mr. Reynolds read is the complete request. It's the specific ruling requested by the petitioner. But as Mr. Reynolds pointed out, the commission is not under an obligation to adopt an interpretation that is verbatim what the petitioner requested. We can stop short of that. So that's completely within the scope of what the commission can decide to do. So the language that Mr. Reynolds has provided is in the petition itself. So let's start from there. And I guess one question is whether the movement, whether the motion includes the full language, and then we can discuss whether the commission wants to adopt the full language. But do you want to move forward with a motion based on the full language requested by the petitioner?
Think we stop and comply with, let's drop and comply with. The first part, the natural gas can be used as, because that's clear. That doesn't limit natural gas, and we're saying limit natural gas. Now, I think there's a whole another debate about how do you comply, and is it a factor of 7 or 3 or 4? The record doesn't support from either side, how do you comply with it? Let them go back to the table and work out compliance. Well, I can just say, let's let them use natural gas as part of the makeup. And Commissioner Carter, that'll be my motion.
Well, I think you're gonna.
Okay, go ahead.
You're getting halfway there, but you're not giving either side. I think it's gonna make it harder for both sides to work on this. If we are gonna allow use of natural gas to comply, then we need to say that. And I think that's what you're trying to say. Or if I'm wrong, then I guess we need to know that. I thought that's the way I interpreted your original motion and second from Rich McCann.
I'll make the whole motion. I'll make the whole thing. Let's just vote the whole thing up. Let's get this by Pfas, and then if we don't grant the whole thing, we can think about something else. So let's grant the petitioner's motion. That includes and comply with.
Yeah, comply. His wording, I think, is good.
Yep. Let's vote it up or down. So, second.
Commissioner Deerhake.
I would move to amend entertain a friendly amendment because I'm concerned that the second half of the motion is too broad and too vague and could be broadly interpreted. Biogas oxidation could have been any stream coming off of the anaerobic digester. Whereas here we're talking about a specific tail gas that comes out after cleaning the biogas. Yes. The methane goes through the GUS, and then there is a tail gas that is to be oxidized. This would allow use of natural gas to burn the primary biogas coming off the anaerobic digester if they wanted to. It's written too broadly. I mean, I'm opposed to the motion, but if you're wanting to find an amendment, I encourage you to drop the second half and find a more precise way of phrasing it. And if that precise way of phrasing it can't be found, that demonstrates the difficulty of trying to accept this petitioner's request.
We have a motion, a request for a friendly amendment. Commissioner McAdams.
Yeah,
seconded. Commissioner Deerhake.
Technically, her motion we should be voting on her amendment, not as a friendly, but just as her thing. And you would have to provide the language as an alternate for that. Or we just voted on.
I don't support this at all. That's why, but I'm trying to minimize the impact, the negative impact, if this were approved.
Let's vote. I would say no, unless this commission decides whatever specifically you want to change, you can express. I don't think you're going to express something because you've not, but I'm not going to change it now. John's seconded it, and unless somebody has another motion, or we vote up for the amendment. I don't know what the amendment is, Mary Ann.
So, Madam Chair, may I point out the parliamentary procedures?
Yes, please.
So, currently you have, it's often stated as a friendly motion, but there is a motion to amend on the floor, whether Commissioner Deerhake would like to stick with that or pull it back. It's completely up to her. It has not been yet seconded, not moved to discussion or debate yet. And so I think it would be appropriate if you'd like to call for to see if she wants to leave the amendment out there or have it withdrawn. And if she leaves it, then she'll need to have a second.
So, yes, my interpretation of where we are is that Commissioner Deerhake was offering the potential for a friendly amendment rather than go through a formal amendment of the motion. But if the friendly amendment isn't accepted by the movement, then I think we are back to Commissioner Deerhake and whether she would like to move to amend the motion.
I don't think I'm prepared to amend it. I think I'm more prepared to argue it.
Okay.
So in that case, we have a motion on the table that's been seconded. Discussion on the motion.
clarity, Madam Chair, please. Some commissioners have expressed rulemaking, second part, not agreeing with a second part of the motion. Again, I would reiterate that I think that we move forward with Commissioner McAdams' idea of putting a rule in place to get it started, and however that's done, if that's part of what Commissioner Deerhake is looking at, the last part of this motion is to get some numbers in there to get the regulatory analysis and to get the economic analysis and to get this split of what comes up a stack. What is all of this? That comes up in the regulatory piece. And if that's part of this motion, that's going to be argued, then I would refer back to the ideas of rulemaking and start that process immediately.
If I can, since I made the motion, that's not what the motion is. The motion is just about this rule. And then we would have to take another course, whether it's a motion or an agreement to go to some other form of rulemaking.
Thank you for the clarity.
So this is just about this issue.
So
Thank you,
yes,
Madam
so again, the commission has already decided to issue a ruling. Now the question is what the content of that ruling will be. And we have a motion on the floor that would essentially adopt the ruling requested by the petitioner. So is there any further discussion on the motion?
May I just ask one question? Just so I'm clear, there's a lot of debate, and I either need to get more cookies and brownies out here or less, I'm not sure. But is the motion to include the full thing? Okay, great. So it's a full request of relief by the petitioner is how the commission would rule on the merits.
And as you read it off, as you read it.
As it's included, as it's.
That wording is a little bit different. Let's go, he read the.
It's in the petition. It's in the petition itself.
So yes, that is correct.
I seconded it. I seek clarity in the petitioner's petition. The draft of proposed ruling has a paragraph A and a paragraph B.
So Commissioner McAdams, paragraph B was deemed to be incomplete because it speaks to the applicability of the rule, which was not what was requested.
Okay. So it's A only.
A only.
Excellent. Thank you.
A only.
Thank you. Commissioner Deerhake?
Well, if the motion is on the floor now and we're having discussion, is that where we are?
Yes.
Okay. Then I would say that this motion is too vague. It opens the door for too much application of natural gas to be burned for any biogas fuel coming off of the anaerobic digester. It's too broad and it is not pointed directly at the control technology scenario that's been put before us.
Further discussion on the motion?
Chair Smith.
Commissioner Arado?
Yeah, I think now having read this about 30 times, I think I agree with Commissioner Solomon's initial instinct that stopping at and to comply with the 2D.0516. I have shared some concerns with Commissioner Deerhake about the vagueness of this, but stopping at oxidation would, I think, bring the clarity that was desired, and then the rest about extent of how much burning can come later through additional rulemaking or just through the permitting process.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. And I don't agree with it either, but I don't think stopping at oxidation actually, I don't think that there's a dispute among them about whether it can be used for oxidation. I think the dispute is about whether it can be used to comply with the sulfur requirements.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Deerhake?
Will adopting this motion give the division the liberty to put limits on the amount of natural gas that can be used?
Madam Chair, if I may, I don't think necessarily that it does prohibit the department from being able to do that. to put it on, because as Commissioner Monis said earlier about what the real issue of the dispute is, I believe the materials, the record reflects that the department's position is not that you cannot burn supplemental fuel, and that is exactly what Optima is asking to be allowed to do. Where the dispute came in was the amount necessary to comply. So simply stating that the rule does not prohibit the use of supplemental fuels, in my opinion, and this would be up to y'all to agree with or decide otherwise, would not prohibit, as I said earlier, the department from making decisions about the conditions included in a permit related to the application of this rule.
Well, then if that's the case, ma'am,
Yes, Commissioner.
if that's the case, then I also think that the department has the freedom to ensure that the permit applicant or the party petitioning has fully demonstrated that they've exhausted all avenues of pre-treatment of that sulfur before it enters the control device. And that pre-treatment being that iron sponge control technology.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Nugent.
The only thing I would add is if I'm looking just at this language of this rule, that's what I think we're voting on, is just the clear language of the rule. To be setting standards within our decision here, I think goes into the whole rulemaking component that I think is beyond what we're looking at. Does this rule prohibit the use of natural gas? And that's where I'm stuck.
Yeah, I think that's where we stop. And then they'll have to figure out the compliance, I mean, the calculations and all the other stuff later. But I'm with, in my thinking, I'm with you, Councilman Reynolds, with this, but it's clear. I mean, the motion is the motion.
But I understood your intent to be, as echoed by Commissioner Geary, that your motion was not intended to imply that the department doesn't still have authority to permit activity within its authority.
It's just, it's about the
Just that the
rule.
rule says what the rule, essentially the rule says what the rule says.
Yes, yes.
And that's
And
it.
all this debate about leaving it in compliance and all that, they're right.
So
But the motion is where me and John put it.
So the commission's decision is, the rule says what the rule says, is plain language speaks for itself. And I apologize for all that, but considering I had to wrap this up for your consideration, I want to make sure I understood what we were talking about.
So I think, so we have the language,
Just like it's.
and I think the bottom line here is that the language makes it somewhat clearer that supplemental fuel can be used for the purpose the petitioner intends to use it. There will be other permitting questions beyond that. One major permitting question will be how much and does this language intend to allow the petitioner to use as much as is necessary to comply with the rule? So I think this may not be the end of the interpretation issues between the division and the petitioner, but that is the motion, and be prepared to call the question and vote.
Yes.
All in favor of the motion, say aye. Or
Aye.
wait, let's do hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Show of hands, all in favor of the motion.
I have Commissioner Bailey, I have Commissioner Porter, I have Commissioner Duggan, I have Commissioner King, I have Commissioner Kelvington, I have Commissioner McAdams, I have Commissioner Solomon. 7 in favor. I'm sure.
All opposed? By show of hands.
I've got Commissioner Rod, I've got Commissioner Davis, I've got Commissioner Pearhate, I've got Commissioner Monist. Commissioner Anderson, did you care to register a vote? No vote. Okay.
The motion carries. Thank you. And thank you for that extensive discussion. It was a complicated issue. We may be discussing this more. And in fact, I think the rulemaking point is well taken in that I think there are some remaining issues here that probably need to be cleaned up and are best cleaned up in a rule proposal.
Can we get that started or does that have to wait for another day?
That may need to wait for another day.
All right.
Unless you're prepared for a quick 5-minute vote on that, which.
I mean, could we just make a motion to ask the division to undertake an assessment of rules that would address the needs of these types of facilities or similar?
And can I add to that? I would like to see, do we need to do a temporary rule and a permanent rule? Is it of the importance?
Well, let's deal with Commissioner Monist. Questions first. So I think the answer to the question is yes, you can certainly do that. So if you want to make a motion to request the division to come back with proposed rule language, my one hesitation about doing this right now is you may want to think about what it is you're asking for. Because I think it is a little more complicated, as we've seen today, than just, can you bring us an amended rule?
A Band-Aid.
But I'm here to do what you.
Could I suggest that we put that on the agenda for AQC in January and move from there?
I would certainly support that. And so if others on the commission are in agreement with that, we can by consensus request the Air Quality Committee to discuss the issue.
Perhaps as an information item, kind of a pre-concept concept. Touch back on this.
Yeah. All right. So if there's consensus around that, then we'll just refer that issue to the Air Quality Committee. Thank you, Commissioner Arana. And we are at our final agenda item, I guess, for the day. Yes, let's do. This is a special order by consent or settlement, proposed settlement agreement and special order by consent. And so I'm going to defer to Mr. Reynolds to set this up, since this is both quasi judicial and will require a closed session.
Believe, as you all know, we've been in litigation. We've discussed this some more about the special order by consent issued to the city of Greensboro earlier this year. I'm bringing for your consideration a settlement of that litigation, but make some certain commitments. I think it would be appropriate if the commission agrees to move into closed session. Madam Chair, I believe Commissioner Deerhay has a motion.
Commissioner Deerhay.
Thank you. Pursuant to North Carolina General Statute Section 143-318.11A3, I move that the commission enter into closed session to consult with counsel regarding the ongoing contested cases filed by the Haw River Assembly and the Fayetteville Public Works Commission, OAH case numbers 21 EHR 1770 and 1771.
You have a question about the motion?
Not the motion much, but certainly the chronology here, because if we go into closed session and don't close out the rest of what's on our agenda, we're going to have a lot of people who are going to have to hang around and wait till we're done with this closed session. I'm just going to suggest that we take care sort of what their normal endpoints and then do this closed session. It's the last item. If our council's okay with that.
This is the last.
Well, we've got director's reports and we've got comments and all of that we usually do at the end of the meeting, and the directors are going to have to hang around and wait for us if we go into closed session. That's my suggestion.
My suggestion would be they've never given us, directors have given us stuff in writing. So I think we go in closed session and come back and dismiss, let them go.
Okay.
So may I make a
yes.
suggestion? We have a motion, Madam Chair, on the floor, but there is no intention to take any votes. We will need to come back out of the closed session after consultation to take the votes. So there is still that business to be taken care of, and anyone who wants to stick around for that may.
Yes, so we will be coming back into open session following the closed session to actually take the vote on the settlement agreement. And if anyone has a burning desire to speak at that point, more than happy to hear it. All right. So the motion on the floor is to go into closed session to consider the proposed settlement agreement. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Duggan seconds. Show of hands. Motion passes. We go into closed session. That means we have to excuse the rest of you. We're good. All right, we are back in open session. Thank you. And I'm going to again recognize Mr. Reynolds to just summarize for the public part of the meeting, the open meeting, the SOC and settlement issue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for the purposes of the minutes and the record, we went into closed session to discuss the litigation, ongoing litigation as described in the motion. No votes were taken, but discussion was had as to the proposed settlement, which has been provided to you all, as well as the actions that are being recommended that you take. I'll go through those now briefly. I am recommending to you that you approve the settlement agreement before you. As part of the settlement agreement, the City of Greensboro has requested that its special order by consent that was approved by this commission in March of this year be amended in certain ways, including that the target values for years 1 and 2, the years 1, the target value would be reduced from 45 to 35. In year 2, the target value would be reduced from 35 to 31.5. And the parties have agreed, and Greensboro has requested that a third year be added with a target value of 23. The amended SOC would also, it also includes a more robust sampling, monitoring, and notification regimen. And it also includes now a tiered penalty system such that the SOC in place now has a $1,000 stipulated penalty. SOCs moving forward would be tiered in accordance with their level and frequency. So the higher the exceedance, the more penalty you get, and the more frequent the exceedances are, more penalty is there. The settlement agreement has attached to it the requested changes to the SOC. It also has the sampling plan that was submitted, I believe, as Exhibit B. And then Exhibit C speaks to the Commission's commitments. And if I may, I will read very quickly what those are. And that is that the Commission will direct the Department of Environmental Quality to refine and supplement its 2016 and 17 studies of point source discharges in the Cape Fear River Basin for a period of 3 years. The supplement of DEQ study will include semi-annual progress reports with written progress reports submitted at least annually by DEQ for a period of 3 years to the Commission's Water Quality Committee. There are also items that will be described as part of that, being the ongoing and planned surface water and discharge sampling efforts, including the results of such sampling, identification of point source discharges for 1,4-dioxane in the basin upstream of any drinking water intake, public update on the actions DEQ is taking to reduce 1,4-dioxane concentrations in the basin. There's more to that, but it would include MPDES permit limits for those dischargers where the agency determines that the discharger has a reasonable potential to violate applicable water quality standards. And D, a brief explanation of DEQ's reasoning regarding the foregoing and expected time for completion. This will last for a period of 3 years, and essentially Attachment C is intended to bring more attention and more focus on reducing 1,4-dioxane in the basin, which is something I'm certain that the Commission agrees with and is willing to ask the Department to undertake. So before the Commission, and by the way, the amended SOC, if approved, would in fact be published on the Department's website. And you are within your authority, should you choose to accept all of those items today. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them now.
Any other questions? Prepare for a motion. Commissioner Deerhake?
Thank you, Chair Smith. I'm prepared to make a motion, and the motion is, would you like me to take this off? Better. Based on the information before the commission, including the proposed settlement agreement and the information provided by counsel, and the need for the commission to act quickly to make the SOC more stringent, I move that the commission take the following actions. Approve the proposed settlement agreement. Approve and amend the special order by consent in the manner requested by the City of Greensboro as described in Attachment A to the settlement agreement, and direct the department to undertake the actions described in Attachment C to the settlement agreement, which includes semi-annual reporting. The first verbal report should be provided to the Water Quality Committee at its July 2022 meeting, with the first written report to be provided in January 2023.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Carter. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, I did not say that it's my recommendation that the SOC is a Titan. Probably Commissioner Deerhake covered that.
So any discussion of the motion? Prepared for a vote? All in favor? Please raise your hands. Any opposed? No. The motion passes. Thank you very much. And in terms of, so we're complete on this agenda item, correct? Anything else we need to do?
May I say thank you real quick? I do want to say thank you to the council, Reynolds and his colleagues, Francisco Benzoni and Jill Weiss, and their dedication to working on this to reach a settlement was tireless. And my thanks also to all the parties for their willingness to explore pathways to a settlement that remained focused on water quality and the protection of public health, as well as timely public access to information. Similarly, all parties came to the table aware of the technical challenges to identify sources, manage, reduce, and eliminate dioxane in wastewater, and they worked diligently to arrive at today's agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. And so in terms of the remaining things that were on the agenda, I have it on good authority that the division directors have declined the invitation to stay. That is fine. We had, and again, Sushi Mays-Moore, Assistant Secretary, is here and has been working on the 1-4 docs, that issue. We had considered, and in fact had talked to Sushma about giving a quick update on the most recent release from the large release from Greensboro. I will leave that, if there's a sense of the commission that maybe we should hear that in January at the Water Quality Committee, we can do that. And I apologize to Sushma, we had a declaratory ruling that went on. So thank you. And I believe that completes the agenda. We did not ever approve the September minutes, but we got a little bit wrapped up in other things. So I will just suggest we carry that over till the January meeting and approve them then. Any other business? Thank you very much. Motion to adjourn? I'm sorry?
I was just, I'll follow up with you about it.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yes.
I don't think we need a motion. Do we?